Both He Shiyun and Su Jinsheng were taken aback by the sound that appeared suddenly, and after looking at them, they saw Zhou Haoran standing proudly in front of them. Just looking at Su Jinsheng, there was a chilling aura in their bodies. Su Jinsheng couldn't help shivering by Zhou Hao's evil spirit, but when he thought of Zhou Hao appearing in He Shiyun's secret stronghold, he knew that the relationship between the two was as close as he had guessed. As soon as he thought of his wife having an affair with Zhou Hao, Su Jinsheng instantly forgot the lesson he had been embarrassed by Zhou Hao at sea, and his anger was hard to control. "Okay, you adulterer is really here," Su Jinsheng shouted at Zhou Hao, and at the same time let go of He Shiyun, raised his fist, and waved at Zhou Hao. Little did he know that his adulterer just now had completely aroused Zhou Hao's anger. Before Su Jinsheng's fist touched Zhou Hao, he heard a crisp sound of pop and felt a huge force on his face, which made him the whole person lifted to the ground, and the fiery pain spread quickly. With a touch of his hand, his left face was already swollen, and a mouthful of blood was flowing. Su Jinsheng pointed to Zhou Hao, who coldly looked at himself. You dare to beat me when you seduce my wife?" Zhou Hao was expressionless, his eyes shuddering from the bottom of his heart. He grabbed the hand of He Shiyun next to him, pulled her into his arms, and looked down at Su Jinsheng from aloft. "With a scum like you, you deserve to have such a beautiful woman as a wife. I will give you away now and go through the divorce procedures with Shiyun immediately. From now on, she has nothing to do with Shiyun, and she won't want your Su family to get anything, and her business has nothing to do with you." Su Jinsheng stretched out his hand to wipe off the blood from his mouth and smiled proudly. "What if you have with this guy's best itch? Legally, she is always my wife, and you must always be the adulterers. Fame must always be accused of seducing a good woman. What if you get her? What if she likes you? If I don't divorce her one day, she will be my Su Jinsheng's wife. Shameful adulterer and adulteress. Zhou Hao, try to disclose your relationship with this harlot, and see what the consequences will be. Even if our Su family doesn't do anything, why do you think the family will let you go? That old man He Hongsun is not a good man. I have already told He Hongsun that it won't take long for this adulteress to be pregnant with my child through artificial insemination. How about Zhou Hao? Your woman wants to give birth to me, Su Jinsheng. What can you do?" "Ha! I see what you can do." He Shiyun's face turned pale, her hands were tightly gripped, and her nails were almost pinched into her palms. Zhou Hao's expression remained unchanged, as cold as Jianbing. "Just listen to him. I knew you would toast and not drink the fine wine. Anyway, I didn't let you go so easily anyway." When he said that, he leaned over and grabbed Su Jinsheng's neck, lifted Su Jinsheng up, and walked toward the terrace with a light weight. Su Jinsheng had difficulty breathing with his feet off the ground, but he tried to break Zhou Hao's hand, but it was all in vain, so Zhou Hao brought him to the terrace. At the height of the 28th floor, the cold night breeze rushed towards his face. Zhou Hao pinched Su Jinsheng by the neck and lifted him outside the railing of the terrace, so that he was suspended in the sky on the 28th floor. As long as he let go, Su Jinsheng had to become a trapeze. "Quick, let me go," Su Jinsheng said with difficulty. Being in this high altitude, he was so frightened that his whole body was softened, and his 2 legs kept kicking. If he fell from here, he might not be able to pay 10 lives. The funny thing is that no matter how scared Su Jinsheng is, the effect of the Viagra is not affected at all. The crotch of his lower body is still raised high, which is very inconsistent with this scene. He Shiyun also rushed out of the hall. Seeing Su Jinsheng being hung outside the terrace by Zhou Hao, his heart jumped out of fright. He hurriedly grabbed Zhou Hao's hand and cried, "Hao, don't be like this. Don't be impulsive. Come on. Let him down. If you kill him, you will be very troublesome. Neither the He family nor the Su family will let you go. No, don't do this for me, okay? For such a man, killing one is for the people, and killing one is for the heavens." Zhou Haozhenran said. "He died 10,000 times and no one would pity him, but it's not worth it to make you angry for such a guy." He Shiyun cried. She was really afraid that Zhou Hao would get killed for herself. Zhou Hao turned his head and looked at her. It took a long time to step back and lift Su Jinsheng back from the railing, and He Shiyun also let out a long sigh. But then she was going to have a headache again. Su Jinsheng caught the in bed with Zhou Hao. If he could not let him take the initiative to keep the secret, it would be difficult for him and Zhou Hao to be kind. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with people like him. Zhou Hao immediately saw through He Shuiyun's worries. Before Su Jinsheng had time to rejoice that he had saved his life, Zhou Hao's hand on his neck suddenly used force, hitting his faint acupuncture point, causing him to faint suddenly, but his lower body was still high and bulging. Seems very funny. Hao, what's the matter with him? He Shuiyun asked Zhou Hao when he saw Su Jinsheng fell on the ground, unconscious. It's okay, it's just fainting, Zhou Hao sneered. However, if he took Viagra, if he didn't get vent and caused chronic congestion in his lower body, the consequences would be very serious. Thinking of Su Jinsheng eating Viagra in order to defile herself, He Shuiyun was ashamed and annoyed. He looked at Su Jinsheng's lofty crotch, turned his head in disgust, and said, he deserves it. It's best to let him thoroughly don't move, lest he go everywhere to harm others. She is still a little scared now. Fortunately, Su Jinsheng had never thought of using aphrodisiacs to overcome the problem of not holding him in front of him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain his innocence. Oh, what should we do with him? He won't stop after he wakes up. Zhou Hao grabbed her slender waist and smiled. It's okay. I have a way to deal with him. This guy actually wants to use artificial insemination to make you pregnant, so dead. It was the first time that he spoke foul language in front of He Shuiyun, which showed that he was really angry. He Shuiyun was afraid that he was upset that he didn't tell him, so he lowered his head and said nothing. And you woman, why don't you tell me something like this and treat me as an outsider? Zhou Hao squeezed He Shuiyun's chin and said viciously, that's why I said you are as stubborn as a stone. I'm not afraid that you will do something impulsively. He Shuiyun said pitifully, I'll clean up you later. Zhou Hao scratched the bridge of her nose and took out his phone and dialed Dong Chunlin's number. Chunlin? Well, there is something for you to do. You take it now. 2 people come over here at Discovery Bay. Also, buy some medicine for me back. Listen, Tinglizi, Psyllium, Peony, Jinshin, Changshan, Euphorbia, Dianthus. Because He Hong's son is old, he often asks Chinese medicine to dispense medicines, so He Shuiyun knows some knowledge of Chinese medicine. At this time, what Zhou Hao said were all medicines for coldness and coldness. Some of them are medicines for severe cold. But she didn't mean to get to the bottom, just staying silently and waiting for Zhou Hao's instructions. Then, Zhou Hao came to Su Jinsheng's side, pressed his right palm on his lower abdomen, and slowly input a yin and cold true energy into Su Jinsheng's foot Shaoyin, kidney meridian, and other meridians near the kidney. Dong Chunlin and the others came over soon and bought the medicinal materials that Zhou Hao ordered. Zhou Hao immediately instructed He Shuiyun to boil the various Chinese medicines according to his own method, and then poured it into Su Jinsheng's mouth after boiling into the medicinal soup, and then instructed Dong Chunlin and the others, and the 3 of Dong Chunlin carried Su Jinsheng away, who was unconscious. No questions about other matters. Where did they take Su Jinsheng? The Su family wouldn't find it. He Shuiyun said, don't be afraid. I promise everyone will see him early tomorrow morning. Zhou Hao smiled, and then he hugged He Shuiyun, who was sweating from the potion, into his arms. It's you. You should not worry about Su Jinsheng's situation at this time, but should think about how to compensate me tonight. What compensation? He Shuiyun subconsciously wanted to step back, still pretending to be stupid. How could Zhou Hao let her go, hugged her, and walked toward the room, causing He Shuiyun to exclaim. Then, of course, there was a fierce intestinal battle between the two, which naturally ended in He Shuiyun's fiasco. Zhou Hao was quite satisfied. After so long, he finally tasted the mature body of this beautiful wife again. Just as I said earlier, how can a woman like He Shuiyun be able to let her secretly vote for Su Jin to ruin her? At this moment, Zhou Hao and her are lying on the bed. He Shuiyun was exhausted, with a layer of sweat on his body, just wanting to lie in Zhou Hao's arms for the rest of his life and enjoy his warm embrace. How? He Shuiyun's face was pressed against Zhou Hao's sturdy chest. I don't want to hide it from you anymore. I want to tell you something. Zhou Hao kissed the hair on top of her head. What's the matter? Actually, He Shuiyun hesitated for a while and said, in fact, not only Su Jinsheng, but even his father Su Jiaming thinks about me, for me. Huh? You mean that old guy Su Jiaming actually wants to pick up dust? Zhou Hao's voice was filled with anger. Seeing Su Jinxing looking for flowers outside and asking Lu's reputation to rise, Zhou Hao thought, the so-called upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Su Jianming, who is a father, is definitely not a good product. However, as the helm of a business empire, Su Jianming should be more low-key and steady. He went through the scandal with which woman or female star. However, even though Zhou Hao knew that Su Jianming must also be a womanizer, he didn't expect that he would hit his own daughter-in-law. If this matter were made public, it would definitely cause an uproar in Hong Kong. What kind of waves Su Jianming will make Zhou Hao is not interested, but He Shuiyun is his own woman. How can he allow He Shuiyun to stay in Su's house, facing the coveting and threat of an old animal anytime and anywhere? It's no wonder that when I saw him come to pick you up at the police station, that kind of concern was a little bit more than that of the family member to his daughter-in-law. I didn't expect him to be a respectful old asshole. Did he do nothing to you? Holding He Shiyun's soft body and asked, fearing that his woman would be taken advantage of by the old beast. He Shiyun pursed her lips in Zhou Hao's arms, and then said, Once I found him hiding outside the bathroom door thinking. I wanted to peep my bath, but the door cannot be seen from the outside, so after not succeeding, I left, and I replaced the door with stainless steel the next day. Also, the last time I saw him sniff my underwear, and later stole it. Thinking of the situation at that time, a look of fear and disgust flashed in He Shiyun's eyes. I burned that suit immediately afterwards. For the past few years, I have locked the doors and windows every night before going to bed. Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, thinking that fortunately, He Shiyun was not taken advantage of by Su Jianming. However, she has been frightened in the Su family over the past few years. She is always guarding against her mischief. Even if she speaks out, no one will believe it. Therefore, He Shiyun can only hide these fears and grievances in her heart and bear it alone. Think about it. Moreover, when he thought of He Shiyun's underwear being desecrated by the old beast, and he didn't know what obscene things he would do after stealing it back, Zhou Hao felt a pang of irritation in his heart and said to himself, just take the old man Su Jianming, I'll catch it back for a lesson. He Shiyun, who was originally a little worried about this matter, saw Zhou Hao angry for herself, and her heart was very sweet. Two jade arms hooked to Zhou Hao's neck, quietly pressing his face on his chest, like a well-behaved kitten. The next morning, in a back alley in Tsim Sha Tsui, Hong Kong, Su Jinsheng was awakened by the dampness on his face and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a red, white, and blue fiber cloth used as a canopy. I don't know if it was rain or the life of residents falling upstairs. The sewage, dripping from the fiber cloth, happened to fall on Su Jinsheng's face. Then, Su Jinsheng felt cold on his body, and waves of bone tingling came from his lower body, as if countless fine needles were piercing his urethra, and the waist and legs were still weak. Lifting his head laboriously, he realized that he was lying barely on a pile of sundries without a strand on his body. What frightened him most was that there were patches of bright blood on his lower body and both sides of his thighs. What's the matter? It's dawn so soon. A woman's voice suddenly came from beside. Su Jinsheng looked stunned and saw a naked woman lying next to him. She was plump and handsome, but she was covered with dust, and she knew that she was a sex worker. His head aches violently, like a hangover. Su Jinsheng knocked on his forehead, trying hard to echo what happened before he lost consciousness, but only remembered that he was fainted by Zhou Hao in the end, and nothing else. And he felt that his current thinking was a little slow, and he didn't want to do anything lazily. Desperate madness. Abnormal madness. Help! Come and help, satanic. The sharp woman's scream came not far away, and Su Jinsheng realized how serious the consequences would be when he woke up naked from the street with a woman. He subconsciously wanted to find something to cover his body. But how can I not lift the strength? At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from around, and Su Jinsheng saw many people coming towards him from both sides of the alley. Most of them were reporters with cameras and a few policemen in uniforms. When the reporters of major gossip newspapers and magazines saw that this naked sexual demon turned out to be the son of the Su family, the excitement was stronger than seeing the beauty, and immediately raised the camera in his hand to take Su Jinsheng and the woman next to him down. Facing the flashing spotlight, Su Jinxing could only cover his face with his hands, and at the same time furiously said, "Don't shoot. Get out of here. Which newspaper are you from? What are you filming? I want to sue you." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was forcibly broken off his hand in front of his face, and then he saw a policeman gloating and saying to him, "Mr. Su Jinxing, right. Now our police formally accuse you of disorderly conduct in public places. Please come back with us to assist in the investigation." I don't know if this policeman did it on purpose. He grabbed Su Jinxing's hand and kept him from moving. The surrounding reporters also took the opportunity to take pictures of the scene, so that Su Jinxing could not hide, and it was useless to let Su Jinxing protest and curse. In the end, Su Jinxing was not taken to the police station, but was taken to the hospital because he could not stand up by himself. But that's okay. He won't be able to see his photos being published in major entertainment magazines in the hospital. Otherwise, he would be furious. "Mr. Su, don't be angry. Maybe the son of Su didn't mean it." While Su Jinxing was still receiving treatment in the ward, Su Jianming, who saw his son's ugliness on TV, rushed in angrily, followed by Huang Zulan, the real estate marketing manager of Zhongjian Group, and he was also a confidant of Su Jianming for many years. Su Jianming said as he walked, "Isn't it intentional? Our Su family's faces were all lost by him. Normally, he's doing business outside with flowers and troubles, and I don't care about it. This time he played with women until he was also played in. You let him? How will our Su family meet people in the future? How can we still gain a foothold in Hong Kong? Look at the reporters guarding the entrance of the hospital. They are all waiting for our Su family to make a fool of yourself," Huang Zulan said. "But Mr. Su, although Mr. Su is playful, he will not be so indifferent. Could someone deliberately frame Mr. Su? Even if someone really framed him? Anyway, things are as they are now. Is it still useful?" When he came to the ward where Su Jinxing was located, Su Jianming saw two policemen standing at the door and frowned. "What do you mean? My son doesn't need your protection." One of the police officers said to Su Jianming, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, we are not protecting Ling Gongzi, but making Gongzi misbehaving in public places. Our police have officially charged him. We are now waiting for the relevant conclusions from the hospital. If there is nothing serious about Master Ling, I will record his confession." "What?" Su Jianming was angry all of a sudden. "My son was thrown on the street unclearly. If your police don't investigate well, it doesn't count. You have to sue my son for disorderly conduct in public places." The policeman said, neither humble nor arrogant, "Mr. Su, we already have colleagues who are investigating why Lord Ling woke up naked in the back alley. But this also requires waiting for Lord Ling's confession to make the investigation process smoother." And another. On the one hand, Ling Gongzi's incident has caused widespread repercussions in the society, and the impact is very bad. In order to give the public an explanation, our police cannot but prosecute him. As for whether Ling Gongzi will eventually be convicted, it depends on how does the court decide. Su Jianming was frustrated by the attitude of the two policemen and had no time to pester them, so he opened the door of the ward and walked in. However, the voice of the police was still coming from behind. "Mr. Su, please note that you cannot meet with Master Ling for more than half an hour, otherwise we will take necessary measures." Su Jianming trembled with anger even more, but couldn't vent it because after entering the ward, he saw that not only He Shuyun, but also He Hong's son and his second aunt Lan Xiongqing were here. Su Jinsheng, the protagonist of this incident, was not aware of the personnel on the bed in the center of the ward. A doctor and two nurses were treating him. He Hong's son is almost 80 years old this year, but he looks like he is only 50 or 60 years old from the outside, and he is tall and has distinct features, and he can vaguely see the handsome and mighty when he was young. This super-rich, who controls hundreds of billions of Hong Kong dollars in assets, has a shocking aura even if he just stands there without saying a word. Although He Hongsen's second aunt, Lan Xiongqing, is also in her 50s and 60s, she is also full of charm due to proper maintenance. "In-law, are you here too?" Su Jianming immediately picked up his emotions and walked over to He Hongsen with a smile on his face. He Hongsen didn't have the slightest smile on his face and said in a blunt tone, "I heard that something was wrong with Jin Sheng, so I came to have a look with Qiongqing." Su Jianming was a little embarrassed, because even if He Hong's son didn't say it clearly, Su Jiaming knew that Su Jinxing not only embarrassed his Su family, but he was also embarrassed. Su Jiaming understood that Su Jinxing was in too much trouble this time. He woke up naked on the street with a prostitute and was photographed by reporters. Although the photos published are all mosaics in accordance with the BA's usual requirements, otherwise, Su Jinxing would really have to show all 3 points in front of all Hong Kong citizens. This is out of the scope of scandals, because scandals can be rebutted and clarified, and there is always room for change regardless of whether others believe it or not. But this time Su Jinxing was really taking a photo, and ordinary citizens and the police were present. Even if there is a 3-inch tongue, it is difficult to escape. Such a thing, not to mention a wealthy son like Su Jinxing, rarely happens to ordinary citizens. Not to mention whether Su Jinxing was really framed, but after this incident, the Su family was considered to be discredited, and Su Jinxing was ruined and not standing up, not to mention his bad reputation in the past. Moreover, the media exposed Su Jinxing's incident very quickly. Before Su Jiaming watched TV, he couldn't even hear the news, and none of his friends in the media had notified him, making him too late to help his son. Covered up, it was exposed to all the people of Hong Kong. At this time, Lan Xiongqing next to He Hongsen spoke. The police have already said that the woman with Jin Sheng is a lady sitting in the big rich nightclub. She has prostitution, theft, and drug possession. She said that she was the worst and worst. She said in the police confession that Jin Sheng had kept her up for the night last night. The two opened a room at the Regent Hotel near the big rich nightclub and fooled around until 3 or 4 in the morning. I fell asleep and woke up in that back alley. Lan Xiongqing had no expression on her face, and her eyes were cold and indifferent. When she told Su Jinxing's ugly things, she was very calm, but she also showed her contempt and contempt even more. The look in Su Jiaming's eyes seemed to say to him, "Look, good son you taught." Su Jiaming laughed dryly, but it doesn't make sense. Although Jin Sheng is a bit playful, he is still more measured. He has never touched those messy prostitutes. Lan Xiongqing also smiled, but it was full of sarcasm. According to me, Jin Sheng really doesn't know what he thinks. Our family Shuyun has such a beautiful face, and I think so many talented sons used to pursue tirelessly. We let Shuyun marry Jin Sheng for the sake of friendship with your old Su. Who knows, Jin Sheng? This child is not reassuring at all, and we still have such a play now. Old Su, you don't know. After watching TV this morning, you don't know how many relatives and friends called us to verify. They are all mentioning that Shuyun is worthless. Shuyun had been standing on the other side of the hospital bed, silently watching Su Jinxing, who had been sedated and fell into a coma. He turned a deaf ear to the words of Su Jiaming and Lan Xiongqing, as if he could not hear anything. Lan Xiongqing glanced at Shuyun lightly, and then said to Su Jiaming, "Yesterday Jin Sheng came to discuss with us, saying that he has been married to Shuyun for so many years and has no children, and I don't know if there is a physical problem. I just want to have a physical examination with Shuyun. If there is really a physical problem, I will use artificial insemination to give birth to children." Now it seems that Jin Sheng can't wait to have a baby with Shuyun, but he went outside to find those wild women to help him give birth. On the surface, she blamed Su Jinxing, but in fact she was mocking Shuyun for failing to give birth to a son, causing her husband to look for flowers and ask Lu. At this time she smiled again. But even if Jin Sheng wants to find a woman outside to help him give birth, he has to choose some good women. Look at what kind of stuff he chooses. It's actually that kind of person. Thousands of people ride. Where can this child be better? Okay, have you said enough? He Hongsen muttered. Although he was very angry with Su Jinxing, he saw that Su Jiaming's face became more and more ugly. After all, the strength of the Su family should not be underestimated, otherwise he would not marry them. So He Hongsen knew that it would be nothing if Su Jiaming was irritated. Good thing. Hearing He Hongsen's words, Lan Xiongqing immediately closed her mouth, but her eyes were still full of sarcasm. At this time, the doctor who helped Su Jinxing diagnosed and treated Su Jinxing had already written a record. Su Jiaming came over and asked, "Doctor, how is his condition?" The doctor took a look at Su Jiaming. Of course, he knew that the two in front of him were super rich people in Hong Kong and Macau, so he had to consider his words. After pondering for a while, he said to Su Jiaming, "Mr. Su, The patient's condition is very unoptimistic. Su Jiaming's heart jumped when he heard it and said anxiously, "Doctor, what's the matter?" The doctor pushed the glasses on the bridge of the nose. After laboratory tests, we found that the patient had taken aphrodisiac drugs such as Viagra during this period of 24 hours, and then had prolonged intense with the opposite sex. They are congested and swollen for a long time, leading to necrosis of most of the cells of the genitals. Not only that, we conducted a detailed body check, physical examination, on the patient and found that the patient's kidney function was much weaker than normal, and there were signs of acute renal failure. In addition, the patient's testicles have atrophy and necrosis. We are currently testing the patient's semen. However, in my opinion, since the patient's testicles have atrophy and necrosis, his sperm may die or even become azoospermic. After listening to the doctor's words, Su Jiaming only felt his head roar. As we all know, the kidneys and testicles are the most important parts of a man. Without these, he would not be a man to a certain extent. Not only is the primary task of inheriting children from generation to generation impossible to complete, even normal life cannot be carried out. This kind of pain, if it is unnatural or can bear it, but how unbearable it would be for a man who has tasted sex. The doctor's words kept echoing in his ears. Su Jiaming had only one thought in his heart. That is, Su Jinxing was going to be annihilated. He Hongsun and Lan Xiongqing were also shocked after hearing what the doctor said. Although they were very dissatisfied with Su Jinxing, they learned that he might not be a man in the future. He Hongsun and his wife still felt sympathy for Su Jinxing. Why does he have such a situation? Is it a venereal disease? He Hongsun asked the doctor to calm down. After all, this is a reproductive system disease, not caused by a bacterial or viral infection. However, in addition to the conditions I just mentioned, the patient does have symptoms of syphilis. It should be from the workers, the doctor explained. However, the patient's kidney failure and testicular atrophy and necrosis should not be caused by the virus, but due to their own factors. The patient may have been living a life of indulgence for a long time. In particular, the patient's renal failure has undergone a preliminary diagnosis. I suspect that it has changed from acute to chronic. If it is to be cured, I am afraid that the kidney will have to be replaced. However, the patient's testicular atrophy and necrosis, we still can't find a specific reason, because even if the indulgence is excessive, this situation usually does not occur. Su Jiaming asked anxiously, "Doctor, can my son be cured?" Now Su Jiaming is no longer in the mood to care about Su Jinxing's life irregularities and is more concerned about whether Su Jinxing can be cured. Seeing a helpless look on the doctor's face, he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. According to the patient's current situation, his kidney failure may be cured by a kidney transplant, but his testicles are probably the world's. There is no such technology that can cure it. Moreover, because of the necrosis of the testicles, it needs to be removed as soon as possible, otherwise it will endanger the life of the patient." The doctor also knew that if the testicles were removed, it would be no different from the eunuch. I am afraid that he could not accept it. Hearing the last words of the doctor, Su Jiaming sat down with his legs limp, his face pale. He only has a son like Su Jinxing, and he is too old. Even if he wants to have another son, he is powerless. If Su Jinxing completely lost his sexual function, their Su family line can be said to have been severed from then on. He Hongsun and Lan Xiongqing glanced at each other and sighed involuntarily because no one thought it would be such a result. Then they looked at He Shuyun, who was standing next to the bed. From beginning to end, He Shuyun didn't say a word, just silently watching Su Jinxing on the bed, looking like an infatuated wife. Su Jinxing ended up with such a result. Everyone, including Su Jiaming, would think that the reason they had been married for many years and had no children was entirely on Su Jinxing's side and had nothing to do with He Shuyun. Moreover, Su Jinxing has caused such a thing now, and He Shuyun has become the biggest victim. Everyone will only accuse Su Jinxing of not knowing self-love, and no one will say anything bad about He Shuyun. He Shuyun quietly looked at Su Jinxing, who was unconscious, but it was not that He Hongsun and the others were sad about Su Jinxing's situation, but rather thought about the viciousness of Zhou Hao's methods. It turns out that Zhou Hao used Jinqi to destroy Su Jinxing's kidney veins yesterday, and with the poison in Shun known by Chao, he used a poison to destroy Su Jinxing's external kidney, which is his testicles. After Dong Chunlin and the others took Su Jinxing away, they found a prostitute who had syphilis and asked Su Jinxing to have with her. After that, they stripped them naked and threw them into the back alley. Later, the reporters and the police were also Dong Chunlin and the others. Coming. Su Jinxing's reproductive function was completely destroyed, and he could no longer use artificial insemination to deal with He Shuyun. Looking at Su Jinxing on the bed, He Shuyun felt a little guilty, but he didn't mean to blame Zhou Hao. After all, everything has its causes and consequences. If Su Jinxing had not been in the first place, he would not end up like this. Moreover, based on his past actions, no punishment can be overstated. It's just that the movement of this matter has made it too much. He Shuyun still remembered how shocked he was when he saw the news on TV in the morning, while Zhou Hao was calm and calm. Obviously, he arranged all of this. At that time, He Shuyun also asked him if he tossed Su Jinxing in this way and would eventually burn Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao told her that even if Su Jinxing said it was useless, because including the prostitute and the waiter in the Regent Hotel could prove that Su Jinxing was in the Regent Hotel all night yesterday and had no contact with anyone except the prostitute. These prostitutes and waiters were arranged by Zhou Hao for Ni Yong School, and East Star had already done a good job with them, including the remuneration afterwards. In view of the Eastern Star power in Hong Kong, sometimes even more fearful than the Hong Kong police, these people at the bottom of the society dare not defy, not to mention that the prostitute is originally a Eastern Star person, so his confession can be called iron-proof. As for the Hong Kong police, Xing Yingpei also personally greeted the people below, handling the case of Su Jinxing's misconduct in public places, and ignored the pressure of Su's family on the police. With Xing Yingpei's attention, the police, who originally disliked Su Jinxing, a wealthy and unscrupulous man, naturally became energetic, and the group wanted Su Jinxing to be brought to justice. Zhou Hao did not expect to actually send Su Jinxing to prison. After all, the highest punishment for cases of misconduct in a public place is nothing more than fines or detention, which cannot constitute a criminal offense. Zhou Hao's real purpose is to make Su Jinxing's incident a big deal, to let Hong Kong people form preconceived notions, and to portray Su Jinxing into the most typical negative role. In this way, even if the affairs between Zhou Hao and He Shuyun are really made public in the future, the negative impact on He Shuyun will be minimized, because everyone will think that it is Su Jinxing's fault. With such a husband, his wife will lose him. Confidence, and thus empathy, is also human nature. Knowing this, He Shuyun admired Zhou Hao's measurement very much, and knew that everything he did was for himself, so she was deeply moved. He knew his love deeply, and he could only promise it with his own body. Su Jinxing's body is very weak, so the doctor injected him with a medicine containing sleeping and calming ingredients, which put him into a deep sleep, completely unaware of the huge disturbances caused by him outside. Su Jianming looked at He Shuyun's weak and charming figure, and in his heart rose again. But there were other people present. He didn't dare to show it. Seeing He Shuyun staring at Su Jinxing in a daze, Su Jianming grieves that Su Jinxing has lost the ability of a man, but at the same time there is an unquenchable excitement coming out of his heart. If Su Jinxing can't be a man in the future, then He Shuyun will not be a widow. Then I don't have a chance. He quickly suppressed this desire, lest he lose his temper in front of He Hongsun and the others. At this time, I heard He Hongsun say, "Old Su Jinxing, we are also very sad. Alas, if you need help, just speak up. After all, we are old friends for many years, and we are in-laws." "Thank you, Lao He," Su Jianming said sadly. Lan Xiongqing walked to He Shuyun a few steps and gently supported her shoulders and said, "Shuyun, Jinxing has happened to this matter now. As his wife, take good care of him these days." In her words, she cared about He Shuyun, but she was gloating in her heart because she didn't like He Shuyun in the first place. Back then, He Shuyun's mother was beautiful and gentle, which was very popular with He Hongsun. If Lan Xiongqing and He Hongsun's third aunt Chen Yuanjin tried their best to stop it, He Shuyun's mother would become He Hongsun's fourth aunt. After He Shuyun's mother passed away, He Hongsun gradually became attracted to other women. On the other hand, when he saw He Shuyun, He always thought of her dead mother. She was very hurt. Over time, He Shuiyun gave birth to something disgust. Lan Xiongqing's aunts and wives were afraid that He Shuiyun's favor would affect their children's status in the family. So they joined forces to exclude He Shuiyun and make He Shuiyun's status in the He family go from bad to worse. The reason why He Shuiyun married Su Jinxing was because Lan Xiongqing and the others tried their best to make it happen. He Shuiyun has suffered for so many years. Lan Xiongqing and his aunts and wives can be said to be the culprits. At this time, Su Jinxing made such a scandal, and He Shuiyun would be a widow again in the future, so Lan Xiongqing gloated. But I saw He Shuiyun suddenly turned around and bypassed Lan Xiongqing and came to He Hong's son and Su Jianming and said to them seriously, "Dad, father-in-law, I want to divorce Jin Sheng." As soon as He Shuiyun said these words, the ward immediately fell silent, and the atmosphere became very stiff. In fact, this request made by He Shuiyun is not excessive at all because of reason, and no one can blame her for leaving Su Jinsheng when it was extremely difficult to lose his reputation. Because Su Jinsheng has been having scandals over the years since his marriage, and he is not clear with many female stars or supermodels, just like Li Jiasen, who is now rumored with him. Su Jinsheng's reputation as a playboy is no one knows in Hong Kong, and as Su Jinsheng's wife, it is obvious what kind of pressure and sorrow He Shuiyun is under. Although Su Jinsheng said he was ruined and could not be a man, in the final analysis, Su Jinsheng took the blame. He caused this uproar in Hong Kong, and He Shuiyun will also receive attention. In the eyes of people outside, He Shuiyun is the biggest victim. She has suffered more damage than Su Jinsheng. Therefore, He Hong's son, who has always attached great importance to the reputation of the family and regarded the divorce of his children as a family humiliation, did not immediately refute He Shuiyun's words. He looked at Su Jinsheng, who was still lying on the hospital bed, and the doctors and nurses who pretended not to hear anything, and said to He Shuiyun, "Let's not hinder Jinsheng's treatment here. If anything happens, go outside. Go talk." He Hongson took the lead and walked out. Lan Xiongqing glanced at He Shuiyun and followed him out. He Shuiyun didn't say anything, so he left the ward silently. Su Jianming stared blankly at the backs of the three of the He family. He naturally understood that He Shuiyun's tolerance to Su Jinsheng was already very rare today. In the past, he was afraid that He Shuiyun would file for a divorce because Su Jinsheng would be intolerable by squeezing flowers outside, so he agreed to her needs. Because if He Shuiyun divorced Su Jinsheng, then his desire to kiss Fangza, his beautiful daughter-in-law, would be frustrated. When he recovered, Su Jianming winked at Huang Zilan, who was also in the ward but never interrupted, and went out to discuss with He Hong's son and the others. Huang Zilan has been with Su Jianming for many years, and of course he understood what he meant, and immediately threatened the doctors and nurses who had heard the conversation between the two families and forbade them to spread those words. Both He Hong's son and Su Jianming are distinguished people. Although this is a public hospital, it is easy for them to want a room for conversation. In the small conference room provided by the hospital, He Hong's son, He Shuiyun, Lan Xiongqing, and Su Jianming are all there. There are no other people, because they don't want this matter to be spread outside. Otherwise, those who are guarding outside the hospital, the reporter was afraid that he would break through the hospital's defense and break in like a chicken blood, and the matter would be out of control. Shuiyun, I understand your mood very well. He Shuiyun, who is like a cold jade opposite Su Jianming, persuaded. I am also very angry about what Jin Sheng has done, but, Shun, I always treat you as a daughter, and Jin Sheng is now when he needs you the most. Don't you leave him, okay? Hearing Su Jianming's words, He Shuiyun didn't show anything on her face, but sneered in her heart. Take me as a daughter? Is there a father like you who has unruly attempts to treat her daughter? He Hong's son also spoke up. Shuiyun, Jinsheng's affairs have become so big now. The whole Hong Kong is watching our two families. At this moment, you are asking to divorce Jinsheng. Inappropriate. Although his tone was very plain, both He Shuiyun and Lan Xiongqing, who were familiar with him, knew that He Hongson's meaning was already very severe. This sentence was not so much persuading He Shuiyun, it was more of an order. But He Shuiyun was very surprised, because listening to He Hong's son, he and Su Jinsheng just couldn't get a divorce at this time of the limelight, instead of being unable to divorce Su Jinsheng. Su Jianming also heard the meaning of He Hongsun's words. His brows frowned, and his face looked very ugly. Just listen to He Shuyan said. I cannot divorce Jin Sheng for the time being. But Dad, Jin Sheng and I no longer have the possibility of being a husband and wife. After this incident, I think. This is already the most courageous time He Shuyan has been in front of He Hongsun. In the past, she had only done what He Hongsun said honestly. He Hongsun raised his hand and stopped her words. I'll talk about the future. The most important thing now is to handle Jinxing's affairs. These days, you should take care of Jinxing more and don't reveal anything to others, lest the reporters outside speculated wildly. Although He Hongsun did not directly agree to He Shuyan's divorce request, he did not refuse. After all, he is opposed to his children's divorce and regards it as a shame to his family. But Su Jinxing's current scandal has made everyone know. Compared to He Shuyan's divorce from him, it is much more serious. Moreover, Su Jinxing has now become the most notorious man in Hong Kong. If He Hongsun lets He Shuyan be with him, it will make the He family even more embarrassed. People outside will also say why Shuyan didn't choose her husband in the first place. Knowing people with eyesight led to He Shuyan's marital tragedy. Therefore, he originally thought that his desire to separate from Su Jinsheng would hinder He Shuyan, who was already very satisfied with the result. He nodded silently and did not force any more, and was psychologically prepared. He will be in the hospital during Su Jinxing's stay. I often come to see him, create a wife who cares about him, and try my best to maintain the general image of the daughter of the He family, why the family can restore the reputation and let the general public support him more. Compared to He Shuyan's inner happiness, Su Jianming's expression is much ugly. He knows that once this incident is over, He Shuyan will definitely not stay in Su's house, and he will completely lose the opportunity to kiss her. He knew that the decision-making power of this matter was in the hands of He Hongsun, and said to him, Old Ho, shall we discuss this matter carefully to see if there is still room for change? He Hongsun frowned and looked at Su Jianming, pretending to say with emotion, Old Su, it's not that I didn't think about the relationship between our old friends for many years. I thought that at the beginning, I also had high hopes for Jin Sheng, so I let the snow cloud down. Marrying him, I hope he can take good care of Shuyan, so that Shuyan will be blessed all his life. But now, Old Su, look at what kind of mess he has done. I am so disappointed in him. Old Su, do you know what people outside say about our family? They said that I had no eyesight back then, so I married a great daughter to such a playboy. I, He Hongsun, came out in my teens and made countless decisions in my life. But the decision to let Shuyan marry Jin Sheng was the most unsuccessful. As the saying goes, it's not too late to make up for it, and I can't let my He family's daughter continue to be the subject of others. Old Su, I hope you can understand me. In these words, there was no sign of anger in He Hongsun's tone, but Su Jianming, who had known him for many years, understood that He Hongsun had already made a decision, and for so many years, once He Hongsun made a decision, except for his dead mother and first Mrs. Ren, no one can change. Therefore, Su Jianming could only sigh for a long time, feeling pity and hatred for Su Jinxing's son. When I went back, I saw Su Jinxing who hadn't woke up. He Hongsun and Lan Xiongqing left, and He Shuyan stayed with Su Jianming to look after Su Jinxing. Shuyan, is there really no room for recovery? Su Jianming asked He Shuyan in front of Su Jinxing's hospital bed. He Shuyan looked at the nurse who was helping Su Jinxing's blood pressure on the other side. Thinking that there were outsiders present, Su Jianming was afraid to do anything to herself, so she said, Father, how did you live with Jinxing in recent years? By the way, my tolerance for him has reached the limit, and now he has caused such a scandal again. Do you know how much harm he caused me? Father, you don't need to persuade me. I have already decided on this matter. She took a deep breath. Even if Dad doesn't allow him, I won't be with Jinxing again. What kind of influence He Hongsun has on He Shuyan, Su Jianming knows. She never dared to defy He Hongsun's decision, just like when He Hongsun decided to let her marry Su Jinxing. Even though she did not have any love for Su Jinxing, she did. Still following He Hongsun's words, he honestly married into Su's family. Now He Shuyan dared to defy He Hongsun's words in order to divorce Su Jinxing, which shows her determination. Seeing Su Jianming still wanting to talk, He Shuyan said first, Father-in-law, Jinsheng hasn't changed clothes here yet. I'll go back and get some back. Then He Shuyun did not wait for Su Jianming to agree and hurriedly left the ward. Su Jianming watched He Shuyun leave in a daze, and then his eyes returned to Su Jinsheng, angrily said, "Beast, it's all you. If it weren't for you, how could Shuyun decide to leave our Su family?" The nurse who was still helping Su Jinsheng fiddle with the medical equipment only thought Su Jianming was irritating Su Jinsheng for driving his daughter-in-law away. How could he have thought that he was actually for the perverted in his heart? But at this moment, Su Jinsheng's eyelashes jumped and then slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, the nurse turned around happily and said to Su Jianming, "Mr. Su, the patient is awake. I'll call the doctor over." Su Jianming was also very happy to see that his son woke up, and at the same time, he didn't know how to tell him his condition so that his reaction would not be too intense. Su Jinsheng opened his eyes and saw Su Jianming standing next to the bed and called out weakly, "Dad." With old tears in his eyes, Su Jianming nodded lightly, but when he thought that his son had become an eunuch, the Su family's line might be cut off, and he was overwhelmed with grief. With gazes flowing, Su Jinsheng saw that he was lying in the white ward. He didn't have a trace of strength all over his body, and he was struggling to open his eyes. I vaguely remembered that when I woke up in that back alley, my lower body was bloody, and my waist and legs were sore. Su Jinsheng became worried about his body and quickly asked Su Jianming, "Dad, is my body okay?" According to his own estimation, he should only be temporarily relieved, and there is no major problem. Jin Sheng Yu, alas. Su Jianming sighed angrily, and then asked Su Jinsheng, "You tell me, what did you do yesterday? Why did you lie down naked with a prostitute this morning? In the alley. Last night." Su Jinsheng tried his best to recall what happened last night. His head immediately ached, but he could still recall last night's clips little by little. He immediately recovered. His pale face also showed an extremely angry look, gritted his teeth, and said, "Yesterday the He Shuyun called the servant at home and said that she would not go back at night, and a friend of mine told me she got in a Maserati after Dalianua closed. I knew she didn't own a sports car like Maserati, and I had doubts in her heart, and I knew that she had secretly bought a house in Discovery Bay before, so I went up there to find her." Su Jianming frowned when he heard the words, and he also had doubts in his heart, but he did not interrupt Su Jinsheng's words, but continued to listen. Only Su Jinsheng continued to say, "I went to Discovery Bay, and the He Shuyun was there. Moreover, I also found her adulterer." Su Jianming raised his eyebrows and couldn't hide his shock. He stared at Su Jinsheng and asked, "An adulterer? Shuyun has an adulterer? Who is it? You are not the one who framed Shuyun with nonsense, right? It's Zhou Hao's dog bastard." Su Jinsheng's eyes were full of resentment. "I didn't wrong He Shuyun's harlot. Earlier, she personally admitted to me that she liked Zhou Hao, and she kept saying that she would have a baby for Zhou Hao. Would she be such a person?" Su Jianming muttered to himself, unable to believe that He Shuyun would be the kind of unwilling to be lonely and shameless. Su Jinsheng said again, "The Zhou Hao wanted to kill me when he saw that the adultery was revealed, but he didn't do anything in the end, but he fainted me. When I woke up, I found that I was not wearing clothes, sleeping in that alley. Wait, the doctor said that you took a strong aphrodisiac drug. Did you take it yourself, or someone else gave you an injection?" Su Jianming thought of a question. Su Jinsheng hesitated for a while, but then thought that since He Shuyun and Zhou Hao had already been told, there was no need to conceal that private matter in front of Su Jianming. So he twisted and said, "Dad, there is something I wanted to tell you for a long time. Actually, I and He Shuyun, that woman, have no marriage at all." "What?" This shock really frightened Su Jianming. Wondering if Su Jinsheng had heard the doctor's words before, knew his condition, and was overstimulated, so he went crazy. I don't know why. It is more uncomfortable to tell the most private things about yourself in front of the closest person than to face a stranger," Su Jinsheng said hesitantly. "Out with other women, I don't have any problems at all, but when I was with He Shuyun, I couldn't harden it completely, cannot do that at all. This started from the first day I married her, so I have never touched that woman." Su Jianming also found it incredible. "You mean, when you are in front of Shuyun, will you or will you not lift?" Su Jinsheng's face blushed, but he nodded. As a result, Su Jianming was thinking, Did Su Jinxing's kidney failure and testicular atrophy begin at that time? But Su Jianming thought again. According to Su Jinxing's own words, he would only do this in front of He Shuyun, and there was no problem at all when he was with other women. Su Jinxing has been scandalized over the years, and Su Jianming also knows that the woman around him is like a Crucian carp who crosses the river. If Su Jinxing does not raise any women, it is impossible for no one to tell the truth, so it can be concluded that Su Jinxing is not lying. I know that the He Shuyun has an affair with Zhou Hao, so I wanted to use artificial insemination to let her conceive my baby. Su Jinxing said to Su Jianming. But I am not reconciled. I have never touched it myself. That woman was tried by Zhou Hao. Really, I am also stupid. Knowing that I can't get tough in front of He Shuyun is probably a psychological problem, and if I take Viagra, then it doesn't matter to me no matter how you think about it. Your body will react. He angrily said. If I had thought of this way early in the morning, it would be Zhou Hao's turn for this woman, He Shuyun. When I went to her last night, I ate Viagra in advance. Even if she wanted to be with Zhou Hao, I want to play with her first. Woo, I'm so stupid. Su Jin slapped himself on the head several times. In fact, he also liked He Shuyun very much. He Shuyun, who was born with beauty and gentleness, was the goal pursued by many famous young men in Hong Kong. Su Jinxing knew this. After seeing He Shuyun, he himself was moved. Finally, when he knew that Su Jianming had spent a lot of effort to help him get the marriage, he was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. Unexpectedly, in the end, he lost the capital of a man in front of He Shuyun. Su Jinxing was thinking, if he had thought of using aphrodisiac to overcome his psychological barriers, He Shuyun and himself might now be loving and happy. I'm afraid even some children have given birth. During the years of marriage with He Shuyun, Su Jinxing has become more and more lingering between Huajia and Liuxiang because of his dissatisfaction in his heart. Otherwise, as the people outside said, there is such a beautiful wife as He Shuyun at home. Which man would not return to his wife every night? Su Jianming never thought that there was such a secret between Su Jinxing and He Shuyun. No wonder they had nothing to do after they were married for a few years. Su Jianming always thought that there was something wrong with Su Jinxing or He Shuyun's body. Only now did they know that they had been there from beginning to end. There is no real husband and wife. And now that Su Jinxing had confessed to himself even this most private matter, he was not wronged by He Shuyun. He Shuyun was really involved in Zhou Hao. As He Shuyun's patriarch, Su Jianming was like Su Jinxing at this time. His heart was filled with gritted teeth and hatred of taking his wife. Zhou Hao's young and handsome figure appeared in his mind, and his anger was even more difficult to suppress. According to Su Jinxing, he smashed Zhou Hao and He Shuyun last night and was fainted by Zhou Hao. When he woke up, he was already in that alley. If this is the case, Su Jinxing was really framed, and the person who framed him is obvious, and it is Zhou Hao. Jinxing, there is one more thing I want to ask you. Did you have kidney disease or other reproductive system diseases before? Su Jin's voice was unclear, so he said honestly, why? I only had a physical examination last month. There was nothing except some minor problems with the heart, liver, and spleen. How could there be kidney disease or those diseases? I can't get hard in front of He Shuyun, it's just a psychological problem. It has nothing to do with the body. Dad, why do you ask? I didn't pay much attention just now. Now when Su Jianming mentioned the reproductive system, Su Jinxing subconsciously felt something wrong with his lower body, because he found that his lower body didn't seem to feel anything. Dad, what happened? When Su Jinxing saw his father's face sinking like water, he thought that he had been asking himself about the reproductive system since just now, and he noticed something wrong. Dad, the doctor said my body, what's the matter? Me, how come I can't feel underneath? Su Jianming supported Su Jinxing's shoulder, closed his eyes, and raised his head, and let out a long sigh. Seeing Su Jianming's attitude, Su Jinxing became even more anxious and asked nervously, Dad, tell me. He took a deep look at Su Jinxing. Jinxing, the doctor said that you have kidney failure and testicular atrophy and necrosis. Moreover, because you have taken a strong aphrodisiac, you have been having intense, with the opposite, for a long time, making your congested for a long time. Now, most of the cells in your genitalia are dead. After listening to his father's words, Su Jinxing was completely stunned. The first reaction was to laugh. Dad, stop making trouble. Are you kidding me? Ha 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 ha, this is not funny. Su Jianming didn't smile, but looked at Su Jinxing, turned his head, and said nothing. It's been a long time since Su Jinxing speaks. Su Jianming turned his head to look at him in doubt, and saw that Su Jinxing's face was not a trace of blood, and his eyes were dull and gray. If it weren't for the slight ups and downs of his chest, it would be no different from a dead person. Su Jianming, who originally thought Su Jinxing would make a big noise after knowing his condition, saw him like this, but he became more worried and quickly persuaded. Jinsheng, you cry out will better. Su Jianming's voice was also a little choked. As the saying goes, a man doesn't flick when he has tears. Just because he hasn't reached the point of sadness, no one will laugh at him and cry in such a situation. Su Jinxing did not cry or shed tears. Instead, he laughed at himself, cried out, "Is it useful? It's useless, it's useless, it's useless. It's gone, and it's over." His voice became lighter and softer, and he couldn't hear it afterwards, but it seemed so heartbreaking in Su Jianming's ears. He understood that Su Jinxing was truly desperate. The calmness he showed was actually more sad than crying and making a loud noise. There was a feeling of grief that was greater than death. Suddenly, Su Jinxing raised his head to look at Su Jianming. "Dad, it is Zhou Hao. It must be Zhou Hao who made me like this. Otherwise, how could I get kidney failure and genital necrosis? It must be Zhou Hao." Su Jinxing's calm tone contained an unforgettable hatred against Zhou Hao. Su Jianming also nodded heavily. Now all the evidence points to Zhou Hao. Moreover, even if Su Jinxing's current end is not the result of Zhou Hao, Su Jianming will never let it go because Zhou Hao has taken He Shuyan over. At this time, the nurse who had left before finally brought the doctor. The doctor examined Su Jinxing in detail, nodded and said, "Although the body is still very weak, there is no life-threatening for the time being." The doctor looked back at Su Jianming. "But Mr. Su, I suggest you decide to have the patient undergo an operation as soon as possible. Otherwise, the patient may be in danger of life." He was not sure whether Su Jianming had told Su Jinxing the truth and did not dare to irritate Su Jinxing, so he was euphemistic. Persuaded Su Jianming. "What kind of operation? Is my to be removed?" Su Jinxing asked the doctor directly, and finally a bit of blood appeared on his pale face, but it was a surge of blood caused by emotion. Su Jianming couldn't bear to continue, so the doctor sighed and said to Su Jinxing, "Not only do you have to remove most of the necrotic genitals, but you also need to perform a kidney transplant. Otherwise, in your current situation, I'm afraid it won't last long. And make a decision sooner, and we can also arrange you to queue up for a kidney transplant sooner." Since the supply of healthy kidneys has always been in short supply, patients with severe kidney disease who need to undergo kidney transplantation have to wait for their kidneys. But Su Jinxing is not an ordinary person. Compared with ordinary patients, he has a father who holds hundreds of billions of assets. Sure enough, Su Jianming winked at Huang Zulan, who had just followed the doctor in. Huang Zulan nodded and walked out of the ward to contact the private doctor. It is difficult to jump in line for surgery in a public hospital, and it is not necessary to have a kidney that fits Su Jinxing's body. So Su Jianming immediately decided to use the organ trading on the black market to perform surgery on Su Jinxing. In the black market, there are not only frozen kidneys, but also many people who need to spend money at the expense of selling their own organs. The total cost of organ plus surgery is at most several million Hong Kong dollars, which is nothing to Su Jianming. But he still needs to determine another thing now. "Doctor, my son's kidney failure and testicular atrophy and necrosis. Is it possible that it was caused by poisoning?" "Poisoning?" The doctor said, "Some drugs can indeed cause kidney failure, but those drugs are only used for a long time to cause this result. And we have done a detailed physical examination of Ling Lang, except for aphrodisiacs, and no other suspicious drug ingredients were found on him. As for testicular atrophy, as far as I know, no drugs have been found to cause this. Therefore, the possibility of Ling Lang being poisoned can basically be ruled out." Su Jianming asked again, "However, my son only had a physical examination last month, and there is nothing wrong with his kidneys and reproductive system. Why has it suddenly become like this now? I'm not quite sure about this, and further tests are needed to make a conclusion." The doctor explained. Although the doctor said so, Su Jiaming still believed that Zhou Hao must have done Su Jinxing's behavior. At this moment, a man in plain clothes came in with 2 policemen, with a Hong Kong police ID on his chest. He said to Su Jinxing, "Mr. Su, we want to record a statement with you about your disorderly conduct in public and prostitutes." Just as Huang Zulan, who had just entered, was about to stand up for his master, Su Jiaming raised his hand to stop him. "It's okay. Let them ask." Seeing Su Jiaming's calm expression, Huang Zulan's heart jumped, because Su Jiaming had this expression when he used to make fatal attacks on competitors. Moonlight Club is a high-end club that opened only 2 months ago. It is located in the commercial zone of Causeway Bay. It provides members with services such as fitness, beauty, sauna, massage, and dining. The Moonlight Club is located on the upper floors of Times Square and overlooks the scenery of Causeway Bay. The decoration and equipment inside are very high-end and tasteful. The employees hired are all strictly trained professionals, and the men are tall, handsome, and women. Young and beautiful, he has received a series of concierge training, and his service attitude is very good. The service provided by Moonlight Club is high quality and high-end, and its membership fees are naturally expensive. For the first-level members, the annual fee is 100,000 Hong Kong dollars each year, and the membership fee for 2 years must be paid at once. As for the most senior members, the annual fee will even reach millions. Although the membership fee is so high, the Moonlight Club has attracted many wealthy people with this ability and quickly gained a reputation, opened up the Klook, and became one of the most famous high-end private clubs in Hong Kong in a very short time. The elevator door opened and Zhou Hao came out, followed by 2 temporary bodyguards, Dong Chunlin and Gu Pinggan. There was a beautiful and generous young woman outside the Moonlight Club, but it was Shufan, In Ai Yong's wife. At this time, Shufan was wearing a high-end suit, with her long hair slightly curled up, her face painted with light makeup, and she looked like a successful woman, and there are no traces of being a massage girl in the past. Obviously, after marrying In Ai Yong's school, she has adapted to the status of sister-in-law. As the leading lady of the East Star, one of the 3 major societies in Hong Kong, Shufan must also do a good job of facade work in order to calm the brothers below. Seeing Zhou Hao, Shufan hurriedly greeted him with a beautiful young woman who seemed to be her secretary. Just listen to Shufan's enthusiastic smile at Zhou Hao. "Mr. Zhou, are you here? A school has been waiting for you for a long time." Zhou Hao smiled. "Then let's go in quickly. Don't let a school wait for long." So the group walked into the Moonlight Club, and as soon as they stepped into the exquisite and elegant glass door, there were 4 big men in suits and leather shoes behind them, bending over and shouting, "Annie." Shufan didn't respond and led Zhou Hao inside with a smile. But the 4 big guys didn't dare to straighten up until they passed through the lobby and disappeared into the corner. Their faces were still cold, guarding the door dutifully. Naturally, Zhou Hao could see that the 4 guards at the door had guns, but they were illegally possessed. They seemed to be gunmen in the East Star. However, with these gunmen guarding the gate, the effect is probably better than that of real security guards or even the police. No Xiao Xiao dared to come forward to make trouble. Because the police would never shoot and wound people as a last resort, these gunmen would not pay attention to any laws and would draw their guns to kill the enemy at any time. When passing the gym, Zhou Hao saw the situation inside through the translucent glass wall. This gym has a large area, which is probably bigger than 2 basketball courts. The fitness equipment is also very complete, and the coaches are sufficient. Almost every guest is equipped with a dedicated fitness coach. Without exception, those coaches are tall and mighty muscular men, so most of the guests who work out there are rich women who have too much money to spend. John, who is that handsome guy outside? Why did you even the Moonlight boss personally entertain him? A rich middle-aged woman doing back muscle exercises under the guidance of a fitness coach saw Zhou Hao passing by. Can't help but ask, because as far as she knows, very few guests can disturb Moonlight's proprietress to entertain herself, and even the most senior members rarely receive this treatment. The fitness instructor named John said, "I don't know. I only know that today the boss and the lady boss are going to receive a very important guest. I heard that even the upstairs declined to treat guests today. So awesome. Isn't it true that only the most senior members can go upstairs? The rich middle-aged woman was surprised, but she didn't care too much, letting go of the fitness machine and stroked John's strong chest muscles. May smiled and said, "Don't worry about them, John. I feel so tired today. Let's go to the sauna room. Would you give me a massage? It's a great honor." John smiled slightly and walked to the sauna with the rich woman who was swaying in the heart. Zhou Hao, who was walking upstairs, smiled at Shufan. "It seems that your business here is very good. The rich ladies in the gym just now are all a very promising market." Shufan curled her lips and smiled. "Where do those sorrowful women really come to work out? And which ones are not for our fitness coaches? Women who are old and empty and lonely like them are the most favored by our fitness coaches." Zhou Hao had a dumbfounding feeling. Hearing what Shufan said, those tall and mighty fitness coaches were obviously all cowboys. However, the Moonlight Club is heavily guarded here, and there is E-Star as its backing. No one dares to make trouble at all, but it provides a safe and high-end place for those empty bidders to steal fishery. Moreover, because of the high-end Moonlight Club, no one thought of the inside story here. In this way, the purpose of patronizing male guests here is not simply fitness or massage. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. Although the rule of law in Hong Kong is much stronger than that in the mainland, many times the situation in the two places is still similar. As long as power and money open the way, there will be such places. Seeing the smile on Zhou Hao's face, Shufan seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou, don't get me wrong. We are here in Moonlight, which is different from the Eastern Star, and will not do it. That kind of business. However, if our employees have any appointments with customers after get off work, it will not be within our management." Zhou Hao couldn't help but laugh when she heard Shufan's words, but their method was also very effective, and it was difficult for others to catch them, but it could attract those guests to patronize for a long time. Coming upstairs, Zhou Hao saw that the waitresses here were uniformly dressed in short beige cheongsams. They were tall and gorgeous. Wearing such short cheongsams, the forward and backward figure was even more vivid. Especially the pair of slender and white thighs under the robe dangled so hard that they could not be removed. "Welcome." Seeing Zhou Hao coming in, all the waitresses bent over and shouted in a very respectful manner. School and Ai Yong, who was dressed in a decent suit, also greeted him from the inside and smiled at Zhou Hao. "You fellow, let me wait." Zhou Hao looked around and smiled. "You are an eye-opener here. It's more luxurious than a 5-star hotel." "What 5-star hotel? I decorated it according to the 6-star Peninsula Hotel." When Ai Yong came to Zhou Hao, he put his shoulders on his shoulders, and the two walked in side by side. "Just the decoration, here as it cost me more than 2 billion. Fortunately, the business will pass after the opening, otherwise it will be a loss for me. The guests who come to your patronage are not rich or expensive, but in this society, the best thing to do is the business of the rich." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "If you set the price low, they will not be happy. If it weren't for troublesome management, I would start a business." And Ai Yongxiao smiled and said, "Ha ha ha ha, let's just get together. I'm thinking about opening a branch in Shanghai." At that time, the two came to an elegant dressing room, and two waitresses carefully put them on a set of bathrobes. Although the waitresses here are all beautiful women out of 100, they still can't catch Zhou Hao's eyes, so Zhou Hao didn't resist them changing their clothes without any pressure or evil thoughts. It was the woman who was in charge of serving Zhou Hao. After seeing Zhou Hao's handsome appearance and a strong and sturdy body, she couldn't help but be shocked, especially Zhou Hao's crotch. Even though it was not in combat, it was very scary. The evil dragon made her eyes shine, as if she had seen the most tempting treasure. Hey, don't make Mr. Zhou's idea." And Ai Yong next to the proofreader said to the waitress who was obviously bad-hearted, "Mr. Zhou didn't put you in your eyes, so don't mess around." And Ai Yongxiao's tone was half-warning, and the waitress quickly took her heart back. To Zhou Hao, who was frowning slightly, and Ai Yongxiao said again, "Don't worry, this is just invited back, and it's pretty clean." Zhou Hao nodded slightly. If this is really the kind of woman who has a bit of red lips, even if she just asks her to massage herself, Zhou Hao will feel uncomfortable. Then, he and Ai Yong went to the massage room and lay on their stomachs on a spacious and soft bed. The two waitresses also applied massage oil to their hands and carefully helped Zhou Hao to massage them. Their craftsmanship is indeed very good, which made Zhou Hao so comfortable that he couldn't help humming. It made Ni Yongxiao amused. I said, you guys, you can get massages every day. Do you need such enjoyment? You don't know the women in my family. Even if they are willing, I can't bear to make them so tired. If I invite women outside, I am afraid they will be jealous. Zhou Hao smiled helplessly. So, actually, it's also very depressing. Just show it off. And Yongxiao hummed. Which of your women is not a natural beauty? If someone else has one, they will burn a lot of incense. After chatting for a few words, Zhou Hao said, by the way, thanks to your help that day happened. School and Yong smiled and said, you're polite. Do you still need to say this to me? What's more, I am also very uncomfortable with that Su Jinxing. There are two stinky money and I don't look at him. I should thank you for giving me this opportunity to fix him. On the day of dealing with Su Jinsheng, an Yong school exerted a lot of effort. The prostitute who was contracted with venereal disease was specially found by Yong school, and he recorded a confession for the police to prove that the waiters who opened at the Regent Hotel that night by Su Jinxing were also E-stars. All the members of the society follow Ni Yongxiao's instructions. When Ni Yongxiao, the supreme leader of the E-star, came forward, of course they would not engage in any violations of masculinity, nor would they change their confession under the influence of the Su family. Even if they were eventually sentenced because of the incident, they would have the care of the star, also keeps them moisturized in prison. The guy Su Jiaming has been dancing very happily recently, and he keeps looking for people to do activities for his son. And Yongxiao laughed while enjoying the massage. He also specially found a lawyer team to file a lawsuit against Su Jinxing. I think, even if the police can really convict Su Jinxing, at most it will be fined some money and detained for a while. What can't be done about Su Jinxing? Zhou Hao said, I never thought about sending Su Jinxing to jail. I just wanted people in Hong Kong to know about it. It's so amazing. You even snatched Su Jinxing's wife. If you let those guys who hate Su Jinxing know, I'll take your turn to invite you to dinner. School and Yong gave Zhou Hao a thumbs up. Zhou Hao said, don't think that I did it just to avenge Su Jinxing. My feelings for Shuyan are true. School and Yong waved his hand. I know, I don't know you yet. The whole is a passionate seed. By the way, I heard that Su Jinxing suffers from kidney failure and that atrophy. This is not you. Did you do it? How did you do it? So powerful that you can't even get it in the hospital. Zhou Hao was non-committal and only asked another question. Su Jiaming will definitely not let his son wait for a kidney transplant in the hospital as honestly as a normal person. I think he will definitely buy a kidney through the black market and give Su Jinxing a transplant. He certainly would not have thought that Su Jinxing was not only damaged by the kidneys, but the most important thing was his kidney veins. There was a sneer on his face. The kidney vein is injured. Even if the kidney is replaced, it will not be long before it will fail. At that time, Su Jinxing had to rely on another kidney transplant to save his life. However, with the number of kidney transplants, his body will become weaker and weaker. I don't know how many times he can change. Seeing Zhou Hao's calm expression, and Yongxiao, the underworld leader who has endured the blood and blood, will inevitably shudder. Although he didn't know how Zhou Hao made a healthy person like that overnight, he sympathized with those who were enemies of Zhou Hao. The waitresses who massaged the two of them were all Eastern Star people who were also the confidants of Yong school. They naturally knew what should be kept in mind and what should go in and out of the left ear. At this time, listening to Zhou Hao and Yongxiao talking about these top-secret things, they just assumed that they could not hear anything and served them as if nothing had happened. Zhou Hao believed that Yongxiao would not betray him because his friendship with him could be regarded as a true friend. This is also the reason why Zhou Hao approached Yongxiao instead of Xiang Huaqiang when dealing with Su Jinxing. Although Xiang Huaqiang had a good relationship with him, they also had a lot of business cooperation in the mainland. But Zhou Hao knew that the relationship between himself and Xiang Huaqiang was actually only an interest. By the way, you entrusted our company's investment. The first profit has been returned. The total is 2.6 billion Hong Kong dollars. It will be remitted to your account in these 2 days. Zhou Hao was fishing in the troubled waters of the Korean financial market. In Yong school, he also invested hundreds of millions in pure investment because he trusted Zhou Hao's investment vision. 2.6 billion? I only gave you 4 to 5 billion at the beginning. In less than a year, you gave me 5 or 6 times. Although Ni Yong School knows Zhou Hao's strength in financial investment, but never thought that there could be so much profit. Like Xiang Huaqiang and in Longji, his investment in finance was given to Zhou Hao's Star River, but those were all carried out in the name of a society. Although Ni Yong Xiao could scrape some of them, most of them still have to be rushed. Those investments that entered the Eastern Star account and those investments entrusted by the community to Xinghe were not returned within a short period of time. And the hundreds of millions that he had handed to Zhou Hao were all his own private property, and all the profits he earned belonged to him. Zhou Hao said, "You also know that the stock market in South Korea has plummeted. The more their stock market plummets, the more profitable our profits will be. In fact, I was too late to give you this deal because of mine. The transfer of funds for a period of time is relatively tight and requires your money turnover. However, I also count the interest. The 200 million Hong Kong dollars, I believe it is higher than the interest rates of major banks in Hong Kong. Hey, you helped me earn so much money, and I am embarrassed to ask for your interest?" Ni Yong School was unhappy. "You withdrew me the 200 million yuan, and you made me an Ni Yong School." Zhou Hao had guessed that he wouldn't want it, and he didn't shy away from it. In fact, the money that Ni Yong School invested in was not only used in South Korea, but also in Indonesia. But Indonesia's business is the central government. It was highly confidential. What Ni Yong Xiao knew would be harmful to him and Zhou Hao. So Zhou Hao didn't tell him. He said to Ni Yong, "Now I want to ask you, do you want me to transfer all the money back to your account or continue to put it with me for investment?" "Then you need to ask." "Of course, I let you invest and let you invest for me. It's more profitable and safer than my own businesses. Only a fool will get the money back." Ni Yong Xiao smiled. "But you transfer 600 million of it to my account. The old guys in the club always say that I use the money from the club to make some unknown investments. Now that the money goes back, they can seal their mouths. The money is his own, but the money that Dongxing handed over to Xinghe to invest cannot be returned in a short time, and the old hooligans in the club don't know anything about financial investment. So Ni Yong Xiao is going to use his own first. The money should be accounted for by the investment profit of the society, and the old hooligans will be sealed. In the future, the money from the society will come back to make up for the vacancy on their own side." "No problem," Zhou Hao said. When the two women who helped them massaged, their hands trembled when they heard the two talk lightly about billions of dollars in business. "I thought that as long as I could approach any of these two men, I would not have to worry in my life." Suddenly, Zhou Hao's mobile suit rang, and the woman who was in charge of waiting for Zhou Hao hurriedly took the phone and put it in Zhou Hao's ear thoughtfully. "How?" He Shuiyun called with a cry from the phone. Zhou Hao's heart trembled, and he asked quickly, "Shuiyun, what's the matter?" He Shuiyun sobbed twice. Su Jiaming, he, whoop, he just wants to me." Zhou Hao was shocked, his head roared, and he asked dumbly, Are you okay?" "Well, I stunned him." He Shuiyun was frightened, and after contacting Zhou Hao, his emotions slowly calmed down. But Su Jiaming gave me medicine. I can't walk anymore. How you come soon?" Shujia. Hearing He Shuyun's wheezing breathing, Zhou Hao knew that she might have been given aphrodisiac, and he repeatedly cursed Su Jiaming as a beast. He said, "Be careful, I will pass now." Zhou Hao immediately jumped up from the bed and walked to the dressing room. At the same time, he said to Ni Yong Xiao behind, "I have something urgent, let's go." After changing his clothes, Zhou Hao quickly walked outside, and Dong Chunlin and Gu Ping'an followed closely behind. Xu Fin knew that he was in a hurry, so she refused to be polite to him and hurriedly sent him out. On the way, Zhou Hao saw a few tall foreigners coming from outside. They looked like Russians. The headed man was shorter, only about 1.7 meters in height, but he was very imposing. The Russian man was obviously his bodyguard, and he was accompanied by a Hong Kong man wearing glasses who seemed to be a member of the Moonlight Club, and he should be a tour guide for these Russians. These Russians didn't have any malice. They should have come here to consume. But Zhou Hao had an intuition in his heart when he saw the low-bodied Russian headed him. This Russian is not easy. The Russian also noticed Zhou Hao and cast his eyes as well, but it was fierce and very eagle-like. Zhou Hao was also secretly surprised by the sharpness of his momentum, wondering what the origin of this Russian was. But at this time Zhou Hao didn't have time to pay attention to these unknown Russians, and only walked out with Dong Chunlin and Gu Pingan. When passing by the Russian, both of them looked at each other, their eyes collided in the air, and an invisible firework was shot out. How come there are so many people of unknown origin in Hong Kong? The William Rashid who went to before, now there is this Russian again. Zhou Hao thought in his heart. Gu Pingan's driving skills are both solid and proficient. He drove this Cadillac quickly across busy roads, and soon came to Sue's luxurious villa. Seeing the iron door of Sue's family locked tightly, and there were 2 cold security guards behind the door, Zhou Hao let out a cold cry. Open the door. How did the 2 security guards know who Zhou Hao was? When they saw him coming to Sue's house so late, they didn't inform them of reception by Sue jamming beforehand. They warned, "Who are you? Do you know this is a private place?" Zhou Hao worried he Shuiyun and didn't tell them more. After taking a step back, Dong Chunlin and Gu Pingan next to him walked forward. Without hesitation, they drew their guns and aimed them at the heads of the 2 security guards, shouting, "Open the door." Most of the bodyguards hired by the Su family to take charge of security work have been members of the Hong Kong police, and even the Hong Kong Flying Tigers, and most of them are elites in the Hong Kong police. However, both Dong Chunlin and Gu Pingan came from China's special forces. They are elite soldiers who have endured the blood of battlefields. In particular, Dong Chunlin used to be the commander of a special reconnaissance company in Tibet, but he was able to advance to the Central Guard Regiment, called the Yulin Army. These bodyguards from the Hong Kong police system are not at the same level as Dong Chunlin and Gu Pingan. How can they be compared with Dong Chunlin and the others? The 2 men pointed their guns to their heads and felt the coldness from Dong Chunlin Gu Pingan. Breath. The 2 security guards in charge of the gate felt a palpitation, as if they could still smell a smell. Looking at the posture of Dong Chunlin and Gu Pingan outside, if they don't open the door, I'm afraid they would actually shoot, and these 2 guards all thought that they were just working for the Su family. There is no need to really be loyal to the Su family. Open the door. Dong Chunlin and Gu Pingan stepped into the room, and each shook their hands and exploded the electronic eyes in the hidden places on the 2 trees behind the door. Dong Chunlin reached out and grabbed the guard's belt on the left and pulled it suddenly, and got a small communicator, but it was the guard who wanted to report quietly. Huh. Dong Chunlin threw the communicator to the ground and smashed it with a foot. No need to say hello. Dong Chunlin and Gu Pingan both raised their hands unanimously, hit the 2 guards with their rifle butts on the back of their necks to knock them unconscious, dragged them to a dark place, and then closed the iron door to prevent people outside from suspecting them. The 2 of Dong Chunlin cleared the way for Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao quickly walked through the courtyard to the door of the villa. Without a word, he broke the lock of the door and pushed the door open. Before the bodyguard behind the door could respond, Gu Pingan had already stepped forward, hitting the man's throat with a palm knife, and immediately fainted the man. For fear that the drugged He Shiyun's clothes were disheveled and Dong Chunlin's eyes were seen by Dong Chunlin, Zhou Hao said to both of them, "Go outside the villa and take care of the other bodyguards of the Su family. Be careful not to let those electronic eyes take pictures." Nodding slightly, Dong Chunlin Gu Pingan withdrew and quickly executed the order issued by Zhou Hao, just as he did in the army. Zhou Hao quickly stepped into the hall and saw that there was no one in the hall. He searched all the rooms on the 1st floor before ran to the 2nd floor and finally found He Shiyun in the corridor on the 2nd floor. When he saw He Shiyun, Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief, because He Shiyun's clothes were intact, except for the strange pink on his skin and face, and his eyes were blurred with heavy breathing. There was no trace of being violated. Su Jianming's old beast didn't take advantage of it. Shiyun, Shiyun. Zhou Hao rushed to help He Shiyun sitting on the corridor floor. "Shiyun, I'm here, are you okay?" He Shiyun slowly widened his eyes, and a pair of beautiful eyes that looked like Chiobwa's shearing water looked at Zhou Hao. The spring love and charm revealed in them made Zhou Hao's heart rippling, and at the same time he guessed that He Shiyun must have been charmed. "Medicine. How?" He Shiyun murmured, and the exhaled breath was hot and moist and fragrant like orchids, which made Zhou Hao moved. "What do you think? Are you okay?" Zhou Hao asked He Shiyun's soft body like cotton. She shook her head slightly. Sue. That old guy Su Jiaming didn't do anything to me. He was stunned by me, but I still follow the old guy's way. He is actually in mine. There is medicine in the fragrance of the room. When He Shiyun was speaking, Zhou Hao had injected a trace of real energy into He Shiyun to observe her physical condition, and found that the blood qi in her body moved quickly, and the fire in her heart was very vigorous. She now looks like a spring. The sign is a very strong love potion. However, with Zhou Hao's ability, he could recover He Shiyun as long as he turned his qi a little bit. How? The power of the medicine is very fast. I can't walk, and I'm afraid that Su Jiaming will wake up and treat me badly, so I called you. Well, so hot, so uncomfortable. Lin's eyes Zhou in Hao's arms. The love potion in her body seemed to play faster, so she couldn't help but let her drill into Zhou Hao's arms and kissed Zhou Hao's neck affectionately. In front of Zhou Hao, He Shiyun had never tried to be so proactive, so Zhou Hao put away her idea of getting her back to normal, but only used her internal strength to slightly suppress the love potion in her body, so that she could barely control herself without losing her attitude. What about the guy Su Jiaming? Zhou Hao asked. He saw He Shiyun sitting down in the corridor and guessed that she might have wanted to go to the first floor and leave here, but because of the strength of the medicine, she sat down without any effort. Fortunately, she was here. Otherwise, the bodyguards below must find out that the most popular one has to fall in Su Jiaming's hands. He Shiyun looked at the room at the end of the corridor. Zhu's lips moved but could not speak, and the water vapor on her beautiful eyes became more hazy. Zhou Hao hugged her horizontally and walked to the room. He really saw Su Jiaming, who had fainted behind the door. There was also a stun gun on the ground next to him. It should have been the weapon He Shiyun had used just now. Zhou Hao knew that although this stun gun wouldn't let people die, it was powerful enough to stun a cow, let alone Su Jiaming, an old man in his 50s. At this time, Dong Chunlin and Gu Pinggan had already taken care of the bodyguards outside the villa. After receiving Zhou Hao's order, they rushed over immediately. They glanced at He Shiyun, who fell in Zhou Hao's arms, and Su Jiaming, who fainted on the ground. Probably guessed the cause of the matter. Pick him up and wake him up, Zhou Hao said with a frosty face. Gu Pinggan immediately went over to help Su Jiaming on the ground, and Dong Chunlin used his thumb to press an acupuncture point behind Su Jiaming's ear. With a little effort, Su Jiaming trembled and his eyes slowly opened. Zhou Hao understood that Dong Chunlin was using a special technique in his army, and he was not surprised. He only stared coldly at Su Jiaming, who was awake. Su Jiaming's consciousness was still a little vague, and he opened his eyes to see Zhou Hao. His expression was also very dull, and there was no reaction. It took a while before his sanity recovered slowly. He remembered that he had calculated the time for the power to be used before secretly matching the key to open He Shiyun's room. But unexpectedly, He Shiyun, who was reading in the room, said nothing when he saw him. He said that he rushed over, still holding something like a flashlight in his hand. When he touched him, he felt pain all over and lost consciousness on the spot. Before fainting, he still thought very unwillingly, "That guy lied to me. Didn't you say that the medicine can be used within 30 minutes? That liar." It turned out that he knew that after Su Jinxing's incident, He Shiyun was leaving the Su family as an unchangeable fact. By then, he would not have the opportunity to kiss He Shiyun, and at the same time, he resented He Shiyun for having an affair with Zhou Hao. To be cruel, do nothing, buy a new type of potent aphrodisiac that can be melted into aromatherapy from the black market. Because he knew that He Shiyun had the habit of reading books every night, and when she was reading, she was also used to listening to classical music and turning on electric aromatherapy. Hearing classical music through the eavesdropper installed in He Shiyun's room beforehand, Su Jiaming began to count the time. Once 30 minutes had passed, he was anxious and wanted to betray He Shiyun. Su Jiaming did not expect that the new type of potent aphrodisiac he bought from the black market at a high price was formulated according to the physical condition of normal people. Since He Shiyun had a physical relationship with Zhou Hao and was moisturized by Zhou Hao, his body it has long been different from ordinary people, and the drug resistance is much stronger than normal people, so it takes more time for the aphrodisiac she inhales to occur. It also made Su Jiaming count the wrong time, so that he had been extremely guarded against him. He Shiyun had the opportunity to react and implement self-defense. At this time, I saw He Shuiyun cuddling softly and flushed in Zhou Hao's arms. The charming nose trembles slightly, which is clearly a symptom of an aphrodisiac attack. It happened that He Shuiyun was in Zhou Hao's arms instead of his own, and remembered that Zhou Hao was the culprit who made Su Jinxing worse than death. This new and old hatred made Su Jiaming hate Zhou Hao, who was standing in front of him. Zhou Hao didn't wait for him to speak, so he spoke first. "You old, undead beast. Want to take medicine, and Shuiyun? In name, she is still your daughter-in-law. You old asshole. You. By Zhou Hao's face-to-face exposure of the actions of his beasts, Su Jiaming, who has experienced numerous business wars in all aspects of the mall for many years, also didn't know what to say to shirk his beastly behavior, and said angrily, "You villain Su first. You seduced my son's wife. You also made my son look like he is now inhuman and ghost, which caused the Su family to lose our line. You Su family is not completely cut off blood. Even if Su Jinxing becomes a eunuch, isn't you still there? You can also use artificial insemination to regenerate a child before your sexual function has completely disappeared." Zhou Hao sneered. "But you don't have this chance now." After that, he shot like electricity, hitting Su Jianming's lower abdomen, who had been shocked but had not recovered, and the fierce Zhen Qi immediately penetrated into Su Jianming's body meridians. I saw Su Jianming twitching all over, feeling that his lower body was like an ice cave, with thighs of icy cold constantly coming. At this time, Zhou Hao hugged He Shuiyun and turned around and said coldly, "Now, your Su family has been cut off from now on." To Su Jianming, Zhou Hao's methods were much more swift and harsher than before. Su Jianming's kidney veins were directly broken. Both the inner and outer kidneys, testicles, were determined to be abolished. Moreover, the elderly Su Jianming was worse than Su Jinxing. If you want to be weak, you can live for a year and a half at most, even if you survive a kidney transplant. If it weren't for Zhou Hao's thinking that the fund that Su Jianming secretly created would play a significant role in the upcoming Hong Kong financial war, it would definitely take Su Jianming's life. He also had absolute confidence that he could not be involved in his own situation. Su Jianming died silently. The icy feeling of the lower body made Su Jianming shudder, and in his heart, he also faintly guessed that Zhou Hao did not know what demon method was used to make himself like Su Jinxing. Dong Chunlin and Gu Ping'an let him go. He slumped to the ground softly, raised his head, and stared at the back of Zhou Hao holding He Shuiyun away. He shouted desperately, "Zhou Hao, I will not let it go. Yours. I swear by Su Jianming that day, not to let you die. I swear by Su Jianming not to be a man." After leaving Su's house, Zhou Hao planned to go to He Shuiyun's unit in Discovery Bay. Sitting in the back seat of the car, He Shuiyun pressed tightly against Zhou Hao, subconsciously kissing Zhou Hao's face and neck, and his two jade hands were constantly stroking Zhou Hao's sturdy upper body. Zhou Hao was filled with He Shuiyun's blue breath and constantly urged Dong Chunlin, who was driving in front, to drive faster. Knowing the mood of his chief, Dong Chunlin used his driving skills to the fullest. Dong Chunlin's rigorously trained driving skills in order to cope with various emergencies are much more powerful than those first-class road drivers, and can only be described as supernatural skills in the eyes of ordinary people. In less than 10 minutes, Dong Chunlin had sent Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun to Discovery Bay. Zhou Hao instructed him and Gu Ping, and before they entered the residential building holding He Shuiyun, Dong Chunlin and Gu Ping and also drove away to implement the instructions given by Zhou Hao. Returning to He Shuiyun's unit in Discovery Bay, Zhou Hao didn't need to worry about other people. He went directly into the room with He Shuiyun, lying on his back on the bed, allowing He Shuiyun to play freely under the effect of the love potion. I also want to see what kind of beauty she would look like when she was completely inspired by the love potion. The love potion in He Shuiyun was originally suppressed slightly only because of her physique and Zhou Hao's true energy, and did not dissipate. As time went by, the effect of the accumulated medicinal power on her became stronger. He Shuiyun was too ashamed to say a word, so he closed his eyes and buried his head in Zhou Hao's arms. After being detoxified by Zhou Hao, He Shuiyun's sanity was completely awake, but when she recalled the performance of her being completely active in bed just now, she was so ashamed that she couldn't believe that she would do such a thing. Even better, those actresses in the movie are still open. Although He Shuiyun took the initiative just now, she also consumed all her physical energy after the battle. Zhou Hao took her to the bathroom and washed it again. Of course, Zhou Hao would not be honest in the process, and He Shuiyun because he couldn't resist, and he could only make trouble. Finally, Zhou Hao went to sleep with her in another room, because it turned out that the sheets in that room had been soaked with He Shuiyun's fragrant sweat and body fluid, and it was very uncomfortable to lie down. The next day, bright sunlight poured in from outside the window and hit a pair of people on the bed. He Shuiyun woke up early and saw that Zhou Hao's handsome face looked more charming in the sun, and he was so fascinated that he couldn't restrain himself. She tapped a finger on Zhou Hao's face and nose. Seeing Zhou Hao didn't respond, she quietly leaned over, kissed him on his mouth, and then put her face on his shoulder and turned. She took a more comfortable posture and enjoyed the safety and warmth given by a man a few years younger than her. After more than half an hour, Zhou Hao woke up too. Seeing He Shuiyun staring at him positively, with the expression of a happy little woman, he smiled and said, "What are you looking at? I won't make breakfast when I wake up. Good woman. I don't want to move." He Shuiyun smiled, a little bit coquettish in his expression, and arched in Zhou Hao's arms, expressing his nostalgia for him. Zhou Hao naturally hugged her slender waist with both hands, making her closer to herself, and said to her, "Why don't you go back to Su's house in the future? Today, I will ask someone to help you with Su Jinxing's divorce procedures. It's done." Perhaps after Su Jianming's unruly plot on her last night, He Shuiyun no longer hesitated like before this time, but silently nodded. The two jade arms also hugged Zhou Hao more tightly. At this moment, she just wants to forever stay with this man. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhou Hao took it over and put it in his ear and heard Su Lin say over there, "How? Where are you? What's the matter?" Zhou Hao looked at He Shuiyun, who was holding the bird in his arms, and did not tell Su Lin that he was in He Shuiyun's bed. After all, even though Su Lin had more or less guessed his relationship with He Shuiyun, it would not be easy for Su Lin to tell her directly that he would spend the night here. "A policeman came to see you at home just now, saying that you broke into Su's house last night and beat Su Jianming seriously." Su Lin's tone was a little anxious, but he could keep calm. "Uncle Pei also called. He asked you to be careful some. Because the Su family is involved, the SAR government attaches great importance to it." "Well, I know how to do it. Don't worry about me." Zhou Hao comforted. Su Lin lowered her voice and said angrily, "Bad guys, you know you are getting into trouble. If anything happens, tell me immediately and I can help you." Although the police did not have definitive evidence that Su Jianming was injured by Zhou Hao, Su Lin clearly knew that Zhou Hao did the 9 achievements in this matter, and it must have moved Su Jianming because of He Shuiyun. Putting down the phone, Zhou Hao got up with He Shuiyun and dressed neatly. As soon as he finished washing, the door of the room rang. He Shuiyun went to open the door, and she saw a few plainclothes police officers outside. They immediately showed their credentials to He Shuiyun and said politely, "Mrs. Su, we want you to go back with us to assist in the investigation of a wounding case. Also, is Mr. Zhou Hao with you?" He Shuiyun nodded. "Yes, he is here." Zhou Hao walked out of the facade neatly and smiled at the police officers outside. "Mr. Police, what can I do?" Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun were both neatly dressed, and there was no difference, but the policeman saw that they were alone in the same room, and He Shuiyun was married again. If they were just ordinary friends, I am afraid no one would believe it. It's just that Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun both looked calmly and without guilty conscience, but they were more upright than a proper couple, giving the police the illusion that Zhou Hao and her were officially registered legal couples. These police officers obviously knew that Zhou Hao had a close relationship with Zheng Yingpei, so they weren't as stern as they did with other criminal suspects, but very civilized and polite. "Mr. Zhou, chairman of the Sword Group, Mr. Su Jianming last night, he was seriously injured. He reported to the police that he broke into his house last night and injured him, and his bodyguards were you, Mr. Zhou. So we want to ask Mr. Zhou to come back with us. Under investigation." Zhou Hao nodded and smiled. "Okay." At the same time, he sneered in his heart. That guy Su Jianming came so fast. Zhou Hao was the person who greeted him by the deputy chief of the police department. Of course, these policemen did not dare to take Zhou Hao to the police station with great fanfare. Only a few ordinary cars arrived, without any police badges or lights. When the plainclothes policeman led Zhou Hao down, they didn't put Zhou Hao on the left and right sides as a suspect. On the contrary, he was like an old friend who was talking and laughing, so as not to arouse suspicion from outsiders and cause a big disturbance. Zhou Hao has been very cooperating with several policemen without any complaints or dissatisfaction. He was full of smiles all the way to the police station. It matched well with the quiet and gentle He Shuyun next to him, making the other policemen in the car think these two Biren created by nature. In the police station, those policemen treated Zhou Hao and He Shuyun very politely, making the other suspects who were arrested as rapists very dissatisfied, but they did not dare to say anything. Mr. Zhou, may I ask where you were and what were you doing during the period from 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock last night? In the confession room, a policewoman asked Zhou Hao in a calm tone, without any anger or discrimination. Zhou Hao replied, "At that time I was doing fitness and sauna in the Moonlight Club. The Ni Yong School of the Moonlight Club and his wife could testify for me." "Okay, we will ask them to come back to assist in the investigation." The female policeman asked, "Mr. Su Jianming is still in Princess Margaret Hospital. After a preliminary diagnosis, he is suffering from acute renal failure and a series of acute reproductive system diseases. He reported to our police that you broke into his house last night and beat him like this. He also accused you of knocking out all the 25 bodyguards in his Su family mansion, and 2 of the guards said they recognized you. Look like." Hearing what the policewoman said, Zhou Hao smiled. "Miss Police, you said Su Jianming had acute renal failure, but has there been a case of acute renal failure caused by beatings in the medical history of the world? Also, the more than 20 bodyguards of his Su family should be elites who have received strict military training. There must also be many anti-theft systems in the Su family's mansion. If you want to break into Su's family, I'm afraid that even your police's flying tigers, it's not that easy. Do you think I can do it?" The policewoman also smiled. "It is true, but since Mr. Su Jianming has reported the case, our police always have to investigate. This is our accusation. Please forgive me, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Hao nodded. "I can understand the difficulties of your police. I just laughed that Su Jianming was ridiculous. He had a contradiction with me, so he used this despicable method to deal with me, and your police is burdened." The policewoman smiled and shook her head. Zhou Hao's polite temperament was so charming. It was extremely lethal to a young single woman like her, and she was preconceived when she first saw Zhou Hao. She believes that Zhou Hao will never be the kind of evildoer, especially she has long recognized that Zhou Hao is the Mr. Z, who has been rumored in Hong Kong during this time. After recording the confession quickly, the policewoman turned off the video recording device in the confession room. Her serious face also showed excitement. She said to Zhou Hao expectantly, "Zhou, Mr. Zhou, may I ask, are you that Mr. Z?" "Yes. I hope you can keep a secret from me, because I really hate the paparazzi here in Hong Kong. Looking at the Prince Charming in my heart, the most admired close at hand. This policewoman is full of stars. Mr. Zhou, I like your creation of Love Me Don't Go and Tears of Venice. Can you sign me?" "It's an honor." Zhou Hao smiled. Obtaining the signature of Zi Jun and fulfilling the desire to take photos with the idol, the policewoman took Zhou Hao out with satisfaction and happened to ran into Su Lin and Ni Yong School who had just arrived. "How are you okay?" Su Lin trotted forward to Zhou Hao as soon as he saw Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. "What do you think of this place? Why should I have anything to do?" "It's okay." Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief and said to the chief superintendent who was walking here, "With regard to Su Jianming's accusation against Zhou Hao, I have entrusted the lawyer team led by Mr. Alexander to serve as Zhou Hao's defense lawyers. You can tell them about the legal procedures." The 40-something-year-old chief superintendent quickly laughed and said, "Don't worry, Miss Su. We will definitely act according to the law and will never wrong Mr. Zhou Hao." At the same time, he was very shocked in his heart. He was already surprised when the deputy director called him before and told him to handle this case carefully and not to make any unjust, false, or wrongful cases. Although the deputy director didn't say it clearly, he greeted himself personally, obviously defending Zhou Hao. The Alexandria Lawyers Group currently employed by Su Lin is the most famous lawyer in Hong Kong and the Queen's Counsel, who has been personally awarded by the Queen of England. It is well known in legal circles all over the world. After the transfer of Hong Kong's sovereignty to China, the Queen's Council was renamed Senior Council. Although the name was changed, its status remained unchanged. And seeing the more than a dozen men and women in suits and shoes behind Su Lin, the chief superintendent had a headache, because those are the most famous lawyers in Hong Kong and even Asia, and any one of them can make the Hong Kong legal department anxious. He knew that Su Jianming had hired a powerful lawyer team to sue Zhou Hao, but compared to the luxurious lineup behind Zhou Hao, which could be called the Dream Team, Su Jianming's legal support seemed too small. I saw a 50-year-old British man next to Su Lin approach the chief superintendent and said, "Hello, I'm Andre Alexander, and I'm also the lawyer representing my client. Legal affairs. Regarding Su Jianming's allegations against my client, we reserve the right to sue Su Jianming for defamation." The chief superintendent wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, smiling to deal with the world-famous Queen's Council with a pleasant smile, and at the same time, he looked at Zhou Hao, who was chatting with Su Lin, with a smile, and couldn't help being curious. How sacred is Zhou Hao this time? I thought that facing a tycoon like Su Jianming, he would definitely die without a place to bury him, but he repeatedly alerted the big man to him. Not to mention that the deputy director Zheng Yingpei and the Queen's Council Alexander and other big figures on the White Road. The gloomy-looking man next to Zhou Hao is not an Ai Yongxiao, the leader of the East Star, one of the three major societies in Hong Kong. Now he brought his wife to serve as a time witness for Zhou Hao. At this time, He Shuiyun also finished recording his confession and came out from another confession room. When he saw Su Lin and Ai Yongxiao next to Zhou Hao, he was stunned. He lowered his head subconsciously and did not dare to look at Su Lin. He was very nervous. Walked towards Zhou Hao. When He Shuiyun was drunk and was taken home by Zhou Hao for the night, the first person he saw after waking up was Su Lin. She also knew that Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing were both Zhou Hao's women, and the three of them were intimate in that luxurious half-mountain villa. Cohabitation. At that time, she wondered how a good woman like Su Lin would be willing to work with other women Zhou Hao, and even despise Su Lin from the bottom of her heart. But she did not expect that she would also embark on Su Lin's old road today, and succumbed willingly. By Zhou Hao. Su, Miss Su. When he came to Zhou Hao's side, He Shuiyun bit his head and said hello to Su Lin. Zhou Hao looked at He Shuiyun, then stared at Zhou Hao angrily before smiling at He Shuiyun. "Miss He, are you okay?" Listening to Su Lin calling herself Miss He instead of Mrs. Su, He Shuiyun looked up at her in surprise. From this name, He Shuiyun knew that to a certain extent, Su Lin had already admitted that she was Zhou Hao's woman. "I'm fine." He Shuiyun shook his head happily and looked at Su Lin very much. Before, she never thought that one day she would not hesitate to please other women around him for a man. Su Lin nodded to Alexander at this time, and Alexander said to the chief superintendent, "Supervisor Chen, if there is nothing else, my client will go back." Superintendent Chen nodded hurriedly, hoping that these untouchable thorns left quickly. But as soon as Zhou Hao and his party walked to the door of the police station, they saw a large number of reporters rushing from all directions, like a vicious pack of wolves. Fortunately, because Su Lin was present, He Shuiyun was not embarrassed to get too close to Zhou Hao. Otherwise, Zhou Hao would definitely be exposed by these wolf-like reporters in the first place. As soon as Dong Chunlin and Gu Pingyan saw the reporter, he blocked Zhou Hao for the first time, so that the reporters who had been focusing on He Shuiyun did not notice Zhou Hao. I saw these reporters obstructing the path of the group and desperately putting the microphone in front of He Shuiyun. "Mrs. Su, it is rumored that you were brought to the police station for investigation because of hurting your father-in-law Su Jianming." Really? After all, He Shuiyun was impressive and soon calmed down, facing the camera in front of him bravely, and said, "I can only say that Mr. Su Jianming was injured not by me. I came to the police station to assist them in their investigation." Some keen reporters immediately caught the difference in He Shuiyun's words and immediately asked, "Mrs. Su, why do you call your family member Mr. Su Jianming? Is this too strange to Su Jianming?" He Shuiyun stood there firmly, looking resolutely said, "Because I have decided to divorce Su Jinsheng. In my mind, Mr. Su Jianming is no longer my father-in-law. I have decided to divorce Su Jinsheng, so in my mind, Mr. Su Jianming is no longer my father-in-law." As soon as He Shuyan said this, the reporters present were all in an uproar, and then there was even more intense excitement. They madly pressed the shutter of the camera to take pictures of He Shuyan's clear and determined face. The lenses of more than a dozen cameras also targeted He Shuyan. Refused to move. A responsive female reporter hurriedly asked He Shuyan before the others came back. "Sue. Oh no. Miss He. What drove you to make this decision? Was it due to some time ago Su Jinsheng who used prostitutes and exposed himself in public places?" He Shuyan sighed and said faintly, "I can only say that I decided to divorce Su Jinsheng because I don't think we are suitable for maintaining this marriage anymore, nor for being together. I will entrust me with related matters." To explain on behalf of a lawyer. Just as He Shuyan was about to turn around and leave these reporters, a male reporter in the crowd asked loudly, "Miss He, there are rumors that Mr. Su Jiaming had revealed after his injury last night that you had an affair very early and injured him. The suspect is your lover. Is this true?" The power of this sentence is even greater than that of He Shuyan's decision to divorce Su Jinsheng just now. The reporters also surrounded He Shuyan more excitedly, like a group of wolves who were about to tear up their prey. Seeing the menacing reporters in front, He Shuyan was also at a loss, while Su Lin behind pulled her back at this moment. At the same time, several fierce men came out from behind and stopped these reporters. "Everyone, Miss He has explained it very clearly just now. She decided to divorce Su Jinsheng because she felt that the two of them were not suitable for being together. As for the extramarital affairs, it is pure rumors. Please look at me. Don't embarrass Miss He anymore." And Yongshao stood behind the big guys and smiled at these reporters. Although his expression was kind, the menacing reporters immediately stopped when they saw him. They know exactly who Yongshao is, especially the underworld has a greater influence in the media world. The bosses behind many entertainment magazines are simply gangs. Therefore, these reporters who even dared to break into the police station were very afraid of Yongshao, the leader of the East Star. After all, the police still have laws to follow, but the underworld has no such scruples. I saw Yongshao looking at the male reporter who spoke just now. His eyes and tone were very sharp. "You are a reporter for Sudden Week, huh? I remember you, and I will pass the slander you just did against Miss He. Legal means will investigate your magazine to the end." Although Yong said that he would use legal means, everyone present knew that Sudden Week and the male reporter were dead. Sure enough, after listening to Yongshao's words, the male reporter went on his horse and turned away without saying a word. Yongshao whispered a few words to a man next to him, and the man left quickly, obviously to chase the man. Reporter. Within Yong's school blocked, He Shuyan no longer encountered any obstacles, got into the car with Zhou Hao and Su Lin, and hurriedly left the police station. This is ATV's large commercial vehicle. The space is very spacious. In addition to Zhou Hao, Su Lin, and He Shuyan, there are also Shufan, Yong's wife, and the Queen's Counsel Andre Alexander. Zhou Hao and both of them knew that the male reporter who had exposed He Shuyan's extramarital affairs should have been instigated by Su Jiaming. The purpose was obviously to destroy He Shuyan's reputation and to pave the way for him to avoid his misconduct against He Shuyan. Because after the public knows that He Shuyan has an extramarital affair, if He Shuyan talks about Su Jiaming's unscrupulous animal desires for him, the public will easily think that He Shuyan is revenge on Su Jiaming and shirk responsibility for his extramarital affairs. In this regard, He Shuyan has never thought about telling Su Jiaming what he thinks about him, because this kind of thing is so ridiculous. Even if it is said, no one will believe it, and it will expose himself to gossip. In the whirlpool, Alexander, Shuyan wants to divorce Su Jinsheng immediately. What is the success rate? Zhou Hao asked Alexander straightforwardly in the car. After all, he is not familiar with Hong Kong laws. It is better to consult professionals. Alexander is very dedicated and has no interest in the entanglement between He Shuyan and the Su family. He only analyzed through his own professional knowledge. If you submit a divorce petition to the family court now, and there is no dispute between the man and the woman, you need at least 4. In May, Miss He and Su Jinsheng formally separated from their husband and wife. Zhou Hao frowned. So long. This is only when there is no dispute between the two parties. Alexander added, if Miss He unilaterally files a divorce application to the court, the success rate is very high because Su Jinxing's private life after marriage is extremely irregular, and now it is even more affected. The court sentenced the crime of prostitution, so the evidence of his unfaithfulness to Ms. He is very sufficient, and he has no right to oppose the divorce. On the other hand, although Ms. Ho and Su Jinxing have no children, and there is no dispute over child custody rights, Ms. He and Su Jinxing are both from famous families. Their divorce is bound to arouse great controversy in Hong Kong society. It cannot be ruled out that this factor will affect the court's promulgation at the time of the divorce order. Moreover, matters concerning alimony are also a problem. He Shuyan said, "I just want him to leave my world. I don't care about money." Zhou Hao sneered, "Don't do it for nothing, not counting the grievances you suffered in the Su family. The Su family has delayed your years for so many years, so you must get some compensation back. Moreover, if you give up alimony, who knows outside? Do those people think you are a guilty conscience?" He looked at Alexander. "In your estimation, how much alimony can the Su family pay at most?" Alexander said, "Because Su Jinxing is at fault, coupled with the negative impact his behavior has brought to Miss He has a great advantage in alimony. I think Miss He can get the most from Su Jinxing. 1 billion Hong Kong dollar alimony. Well, it's a bit less, but it's good for the Su family to suffer some losses." Zhou Hao smiled. Now that he has decided to divorce Su Jinxing, He Shuyan no longer needs to deliberately go to the hospital to take care of Su Jinxing to act, and he does not want to stay at Su's house anymore. So Zhou Hao accompanies her to Su's house to retrieve his belongings. When they came to Su's house, they found that the police were still here. After explaining their intentions, a female commander on the scene explained to He Shuyan, "Miss He, we are only doing on-site evidence collection so that other colleagues can make it easier. Investigate the case, but our evidence collection has been completed, and you can always get back your belongings." He Shuyan said, "Thank you," and went to her room with Zhou Hao and Su Lin, and took away personal documents such as ID cards and passports. She had a lot of clothes. She didn't want to take them all, but only took some back. Just a change of clothes. Zhou Hao was worried that Su Jianming or Su Jinxing would use her clothes to do nasty things after He Shuyan left. After He Shuyan heard Zhou Hao's explanation, he also had worries in this regard. After all, he would not let his personal belongings stay here, Zhou Hao. So let people take away He Shuyan's clothes, luggage and other things. Even if they are thrown away, it is better than putting them here. The servant of the Su family mansion had also heard that He Shuyan was about to divorce Su Jinxing, and now watching the young lady take her luggage, she did not stop it, but instead obeyed He Shuyan's instructions to help. When Zhou Hao was about to take He Shuyan away from Su's house, he saw 2 luxurious Lincoln cars driving into Su's courtyard, and a few big men wearing sunglasses walked out of them. Seeing these stern men, He Shuyan's expression changed and said to Zhou Hao, "It's my father's bodyguard." The big guys walked straight forward without looking at Zhou Hao, but said to He Shuyan, "Miss Shuyan, Mr. He told us to take you back." When deciding to divorce Su Jinxing and break up with the Su family, He Shuyan already knew that she was going to face He Hongsun after all, because now the trouble is so big. Even if He Hongsun allows her to leave the Su family, she probably won't. Let her be with Zhou Hao, so that no one would say that the daughter of the He family didn't keep her wife's way out of the wall. But now that I saw the bodyguard representing He Hongsun, He Shuyan, who had lived in the shadow of He Hongsun for more than 10 years, felt scared after all, and subconsciously grabbed Zhou Hao's arm, with a look of confusion and fear on her face. "Miss Shuyan, please don't make us embarrassed. Mr. He has instructed us to take you back," the tall bodyguard said coldly. These people didn't know how to take He Shuyan away. Seeing that, even if He Shuyan was unwilling, they would force her away. How could Zhou Hao agree? Zhou Hao took a step forward and let out a cold snort. His aura exploded in vain. These bodyguards are not masters of internal strength, and I don't know what kind of strength Zhou Hao's explosive momentum shows. But because of Zhou Hao's powerful mental power, he feels heavy pressure, as if being held down by a mountain. "I can't even breathe. What if she doesn't follow you?" Zhou Hao squinted as he watched these bodyguards. As a member of the He family's guards, these people sent by He Hongsun are not from the police force like the regular bodyguards of the Su family, but are directly mercenaries who have experienced battles, and even some gangsters. These people are far more fierce than regular bodyguards, and they are very efficient. Sometimes they even ignore the law, because strictly speaking, they are desperados. The reason why He Hongsen finds these murderers to serve as his guard is that he is more likely to come into contact with criminals such as gangs than other rich people. His gambling kingdom is based on the gray area between the ground and the underground world from beginning to end. He Hongsen would never have achieved what he is today. And the leader who was ordered by He Hongsen to bring He Shuyun back this time was one of He Hongsen's henchmen. Naturally, he knew more or less the reason why He Hongsen wanted He Shuyun to go back, because now there are rumors about divorce and extramarital affairs. After seeing Zhou Hao standing in front of He Shuyun, the person headed by the guard understood that the rumor that He Shuyun had an extramarital affair was probably not groundless. It's just that he also knows that the lovers of his own lady are not those little white faces who eat soft food. Although he didn't understand internal strength, he could also clearly feel the pressure radiating from Zhou Hao. The intuition that he had only after hard work on the battlefield told him that the love man in front of him was an extremely dangerous person. Those behind who were also mercenaries also felt the threat Zhou Hao brought to them, and instinctively put their hands on the guns on their waists, ready to pull them out and fire them at any time. The leader knew that his subordinates had entered a state of tense combat readiness, so he waved his hand to signal them not to act rashly. At the same time, he looked at He Shuyun, who was protected by Zhou Hao. His expression was much more serious than before. "Miss Shuyun, please don't let us be embarrassed. Mr. He has instructed us to take you back." He Shuyun heard that person's words and looked at Zhou Hao with a frosty face, knowing that he had to choose between Zhou Hao and He Hongsen now, and it was still a choice to decide his own destiny. If you choose Zhou Hao, the He family will completely abandon her, and she and Zhou Hao will immediately face the fierce revenge of the He family. If he chooses He Hongsen, then Zhou Hao will probably no longer place hope on her, and may even leave her from now on. Comparing the two, He Shuyun didn't need to weigh and hesitate at all. If Zhou Hao didn't want her, she wouldn't know if she could survive in the future. So after the person asked questions, He Shuyun didn't speak, but leaned closer behind Zhou Hao, answering them with his actions. Although Zhou Hao's face was cold and frosty, a smile flashed in his eyes, because He Shuyun finally chose himself. With this premise, even if you have to face the entire He family alone and the power behind them, I am confident that this family that dominates the Asian gambling industry can be turned to the ground. The head of the guard naturally understood what He Shuyun meant, and the expression on his face became more cold, and said faintly, "Miss Shuyun, we understand what you mean, and please understand our difficulties. After all, Mr. He's order is not to be disobeyed, it is offended." After speaking, he stepped back 2 steps, and immediately behind 2 guards came forward, with a black and shiny pistol in his hand. Naturally, they were not using a pistol to deal with a weak woman like He Shuyun, but to restrain Zhou Hao. But without Zhou Hao's actions, Dong Chunlin and Gu Pingyan behind him were already guarding him. They also had pistols in their hands, but they were modified low-pitched pistols with less movement and greater power, and Dong Chunlin's in the other hand. He held a black metal rod about 30 to 40 centimeters long, with the blades standing on 3 sides, which looked very strange. The leader of the He Zhou team never ignored Dong Chunlin and Gu Pingyan, who were behind Zhou Hao from the beginning. The keen sense of the mercenaries told him that the 2 shameless men were obviously on the same battlefield as himself. From now seeing the strange weapon in Dong Chunlin's hand, he frowned and said, "Triangular thorn? Is it a Chinese soldier?" The guards behind him also drew out their guns and aimed at Dong Chunlin and the others. The atmosphere on both sides was very tense, and it could be said to be about to happen. Although Dong Chunlin and Gu Pingyan had only 2 people, they still stood as a mountain when facing these guards who were not kind. The bravery alone was admirable. Seeing that the He family and Zhou Hao both drew their guns openly and confronted each other, the servants of the Su family had long been frightened, and several of them immediately ran back to the house to call the police. The head of the guard stared at Zhou Hao closely and said coldly, "No matter who you are, but you have to know that the daughter behind you is Mr. He Hongsen's daughter. At any time, offending Mr. He is not a wise choice. It doesn't matter who you are, and it doesn't matter how much energy He Hongsen behind you is." Zhou Hao also sneered. "But if you want to take her away from your side, You must first ask me if I agree. The leader of the guard sneered. Hey, he was a mercenary who had survived the dead. The bloodthirsty and ferocity in his bones were already very strong. Now, in front of Zhou Hao's tough attitude, his cruelty is agitated. When he got up, especially Dong Chunlin and Gu Pingyan, two people who were clearly of the same kind as him, aroused his excitement. Right now, he wanted to have a head-on and battle with Zhou Hao and the others. As for whether it is illegal or not, he has never thought about it. But at this moment, the sound of the car's engine came from outside Su's house. The head of the guard knew that this was not an ordinary car when he heard the sound. Looking back, he saw 3 black Hummer off-road vehicles and 2 van. I saw the side doors of the 2 vans slid backwards, and from the inside of the van they rushed down and attacked 20 hideous-faced big men, all with Black Star pistols in their hands. Looking at their movements, the head of the guard knew that these people were gunmen of gangsters, and they were all murderers who had killed people and were stained with blood. But what shocked him most was the people who got off the 3 Humvees. Although none of them wore military uniforms, the temperament of those people clearly told him that they were all well-trained elites. Especially the weapons in those hands are not just light weapons such as pistols. Several people actually hold the extremely powerful Type 95 automatic rifles made in China. The head of the guard knew that although China's Type 95 automatic rifle was not as good as the Russian AK-47 or the American M16, it was very practical on the battlefield, especially in the streets or lanes of the city. Also, the head of the guard saw a faint tip of a certain weapon in the rear compartment of one of the Humvees. Based on his knowledge of weapons, it was clearly a Chinese-made 87 Type 12.7mm large caliber equipped with armored vehicles. Heavy machine gun. After all, Hong Kong is an international city, and its control of firearms is very strict. Even through the activities of He Hun San, these guards can only carry ordinary pistols, but unexpectedly these people can be equipped with such heavy weapons. This has to be hidden from the Hong Kong government. It is impossible. The gunmen of the gang and those who got off the Hummer quickly surrounded the guards, and the muzzles of the 95 Type automatic rifles were pointed at them. The leader of the guard wisely let his subordinates put down their weapons and raise their hands, because he knew very well that if he had a fight with these guys, he would not have any chance of survival. At the same time, he also thought that these people must be related to the Chinese military, and maybe people from the People's Liberation Army stationed in Hong Kong. Now, he is more curious and surprised about Zhou Hao's identity. It is possible that even He Hong Sun would not be able to allow these gangster gunmen to assist with the military at the same time. Of course, he would not have thought that those holding Chinese-made weapons were Zhou Hao's bodyguards. As for those weapons, Zhou Hao bought them from the People's Liberation Army stationed in Hong Kong through Liu Zhenwu. With Liu Zhenwu's care, the Hong Kong government treats those who hidden arms can only open one eye and close one eye. Turning away the people tightly surrounded by He Jiawei, Zhou Hao also stepped forward from there. Go back and tell He Hong Sun, he said to the leader of the guard. Xu Yun's decision to divorce Su Jinxing will not change. As for her and me, I will come to the door to explain clearly to him later. The leader of the guard looked solemn, thinking that his boss seemed to be a terrible person. After those people left, the Hong Kong police also rushed to hear the news. The servants of the Su family called to the police that someone had drawn a gun and confronted them. The police were very nervous. At this time, seeing the weapons in Zhou Hao's hands, they were shocked. So, I quickly notified the headquarters to request the dispatch of the Flying Tigers to come to support. Seeing the policemen standing in the distance as if they were facing an enemy, Zhou Hao couldn't laugh or cry, while Dong Chunlin said, Chief, let me explain to them in the past. I have the documents given by General Liu, which will be more convenient. Zhou Hao nodded, and Dong Chunlin walked over to the police and took out the documents issued by the PLA troops stationed in Hong Kong to the police to calm the storm. Zhou Hao ignored the policeman who scared him, but smiled at He Shuyun, who was not very emotional around him. It seems that your father is very nervous about your affairs. I think we should also go to him and make it clear. He Shuyun nodded and hugged Zhou Hao's arm even more. Thinking that Zhou Hao had to face the whole He family for herself, her heart was sweet and uneasy. He Hong Sin generally lives in a company in Macau. Apart from Macau, his longest stay is in his independent manor house in Repulse Bay. After all, Although Macau is a world-famous casino, its area is still too small to accommodate too many real estate developments. And wealthy businessmen in Macau often like to buy real estate properties in Hong Kong, as does He Hongsun. In addition to himself, several wives also own valuable mansions in Hong Kong. For example, the second wife, Lan Xiongqing, owns a luxury villa worth hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars in Jardines Lookout, Hong Kong. In recent days, Su Jinxing woke up naked in a back alley with a prostitute and was prosecuted by the Hong Kong police for prostitution, and Su Jianming was attacked at home late at night. He Shuiyan suddenly announced to the media that the divorce from Su Jinxing was all speculative. There was a lot of rumors, and the He family also received a lot of attention. It was common to see reporters waiting outside the houses of several aunts and wives. The media would like to know the attitude of the He family towards He Shuiyun's announcement of divorce, to see if He Shuiyun's decision is supported by He Hongsun. He Hongsun and anyone in the He family have never responded, as if He Shuiyun is not from the He family. Today is He Hongsun's 77th birthday. In previous years, his three wives would celebrate his birthday separately. This year, he sent a message to his family, asking the wives and children of several rooms to go back to the He family mansion in Repulse Bay. Birthday celebration can be regarded as a special family gathering, and the guests invited are all important friends of He Hongsun except for dignitaries. The number of guests is relatively small, and they are not as big as before. The people in the 4 rooms of the He family are speculating that He Hongsun wants everyone to gather together this year to celebrate his birthday. The reason is probably He Shuiyun, and they are more gloating about He Shuiyun. According to He Hongsun's temper, he hates the family members who corrupt the door, and the punishment will be extremely heavy. In the evening, the He family mansion in Repulse Bay was brilliantly illuminated, and invited dignitaries came one after another, and all kinds of luxury cars were parked in the spacious courtyard. He Wang, congratulations, I wish you every year and today. This is a 50 or 60-year-old man with a short stature and gray hair and a smile on his face. But he is the dominant rubber industry in Malaysia. Xie Taiwang is also an old friend of He Hongsun for many years. You're polite. I'm sorry to ask you to drive over from Malaysia. He Hongsun wore a tailor-made black suit tonight. His figure is already tall, so even though he is nearly 80 years old, but he still looks radiant. Xie Taiwang smiled and greeted the 3 aunts who were with He Hongsun again. The 3 sisters-in-law are good. I haven't seen each other in a few years, but they are younger than before. As a wealthy lady, the 3 ladies of the He family naturally knew how to maintain their image in front of outsiders, so they reserved Xie Taiwang with a smile and nodded in thanks. But Xie Taiwang suddenly said sadly, "Oh." In the blink of an eye, Wanjin's sister-in-law has passed away for more than 20 years. Time flies so fast, but He Wang, you are still as energetic as then. I envy it's tight. He Hongsun was also a little bit disappointed when he heard his friends talk about his wife, who had died for many years. After all, his relationship with Yuan Pei Liang Wanjin was very good. Even if she has passed away for many years, He Hongsun is still unforgettable. Although Lan Xiongqing's 3 concubines were favored by him, they have always accompanied him as concubines. The faces of the 3 Lan Xiongqing were not so good-looking. Although the 3 of them fought openly on weekdays to make the backyard of the He family lively like an ancient harem, they all knew the status of Liang Wanjin's big house in He Hongsun's heart. They were all very jealous. Now that Xie Taiwang mentioned it, even though he was angry at him, he didn't dare to show it. By the way, I heard that something happened in your house during this time. Xie Taiwang said to He Hongsun. He Hongsun naturally knew that he was talking about He Shuiyun and the Su family, so he smiled and said, "It's okay. It's just that the children are naughty and disobedient." Xie Taiwang laughed. You can manage hundreds of billions of large consortia, but you can't manage your own children. You can't compare to me in this respect. Although he knew that Xie Taiwang was only joking and had a very good relationship with his friends, He Hongsun was still very unhappy after hearing what Xie Taiwang said. He Shuiyun, the culprit of this incident, became even more angry. Huh? Isn't that your governor of Macau, Wei Chili? Let's go over and say hello to him. Xie Taiwang said. He Hongsun nodded and walked with Xie Taiwang to the governor of Macau, Wei Chili, but he was a little worried. Macau will return to China next year. He Hongsun's fortune is related to the colonial government. It can be said that he is able to slowly develop his family into a local snake entrenched in Macau because of the support of the Portuguese government. And now Macau is about to return to China. Although He Hongsan has already contacted the central authorities early and wants to maintain the development of the He family by moving closer to the central government. However, even though the central government's attitude towards He Hongsan was very good, He Hongsan himself knew that the central government did not make any promises to him like the Li family and Guo family before Hong Kong's return, which made He Hongsan very disturbed. Sir He, congratulations. I wish you as old as a pines and cypresses and a longevity than Nanshan. Wei Qili speaks good Chinese, and the reason why he called He Hongsan a knight is indeed because He Hongsan has the Portuguese Grand Cross. Genuine nobility. He Hongsan smiled faintly. Thank you, Governor. At this time, He Hongsan's sons came over and greeted Wei Qili one after another. Wei Qili smiled to He Hongsan and said, "It's better for you Chinese to say that the tiger father has no dogs. Sir He, your sons are very good. Keeping your company in order has also made a great contribution to the economic development of Macau." The governor passed the award. They are still very tender. I don't know when they can really take over from my family. He was not deliberately modest, but his sons really failed. How satisfied he is. After all, he hasn't grown up from the stage of starting a family from scratch. Compared with himself, he is still far away. Many big decisions in the company still require him to make the final decision by himself. In the face of He Hongsan's reprimand, all the princes of the He family bowed their heads to receive training. Even though they are wild and unscrupulous outside, they are more obedient than the most docile cats and dogs in front of He Hongsan and dare not disobey He Hongsan. At this moment, He Hongsan caught a glimpse of a middle-aged man wearing a gray-white tunic suit appearing at the entrance of the hall, followed by two upright guards. He was immediately overjoyed and said to Wei Qili and Xie Taiwan, "Let's go over. That is General Liu Jinwu, commander of the Chinese People's Liberation Army garrison in Hong Kong." He Hongsan certainly knows how high Liu Jinwu's position in the Chinese military is. As the first commander of the armed forces after the return of Hong Kong, he must be a heavyweight general in the Chinese military. Liu Jinwu is now less than 50. At his age, he is already a young cadre in the Chinese military, and his future will certainly be broader. If you can have a good relationship with Liu Jinwu, it will be extremely beneficial to the development of the He family. Since the Hong Kong garrison is very close to Macau, Liu Jinwu has become He Hongsan's primary target. It's just that He Hongsan had repeatedly sent greetings to Liu Jinwu before, but Liu Jinwu refused his request for seeing him with his busy schedule. This time He Hongsan sent Liu Jinwu an invitation card that was hopeless, but Liu Jinwu actually came in person, making He Hongsan feel that he had great hope for relying on the central government to consolidate the status of the He family. "General Liu, welcome." He Hongsan held Liu Jinwu's hand very enthusiastically. "I really didn't expect General Liu to come in person. I was really flattered." Compared with He Hongsan's enthusiasm, Liu Jinwu looked a little cold, gently withdrew the hand held by He Hongsan, and smiled calmly. "Mr. He's birthday party. Liu always wants to enjoy his face." "Oh, yes, this is the first time Liu meets with Mr. He. Please accept this birthday gift to show his respect." The person behind took out a small glass box and handed it to He Hongsan. Inside the glass box was a green jade methria. "General Liu, you are really, alas, then I'm not hypocritical, just accept it. Thank you, General Liu." He Hongsan smiled and accepted the jade methria and enthusiastically invited Liu Jinwu inside. Compared to Liu Jinwu, a key figure in whether the He family can maintain a stable foothold in Macau, the others at the banquet seemed insignificant. He Hongsan used his communicative methods that he had trained over decades to try his best to please Liu Jinwu, and let his three aunts introduce Liu Jinwu one by one to show the He family's closeness to him. He Hongsan is a giant in the gaming industry. He travels all over the world and has extraordinary experience. He has accumulated nearly a century of experience. Chatting said that the Earth can be very inspiring and rewarding. Liu Jinwu always looked calm, and the calm temperament of being a senior general was another expression of charm. He Hongsan also tried to test the attitude of the central government towards the He family while talking about it. He also hinted to Liu Jinwu several times, hoping to get his help. But Lu Junwu didn't know if he didn't understand He Hongsun's words or did it deliberately. Even if He Hongsun broke his mouth, he still kept dripping and did not make any statement. At this time, a servant came to He Hongsun and whispered to him, "Master, Miss Shuyun is here." Naturally, He Shuyun came with Zhou Hao. After Zhou Hao sent He Hongsun to find her guards and drove away, He Shuyun knew that sooner or later he would face He Hongsun and clarify his affairs with Zhou Hao. She was mentally prepared, but she did not expect Zhou Hao would deliberately pick He Hongsun to visit on the day of his birthday. You know, He Hongsun called all his wives, concubines, and children back for this year's birthday party. In addition, all the guests invited by the He family were nobles. On such occasions, if Zhou Hao and He Hongsun head-to-head, then his conflict with the He family would have no room for change. How? Or else, let's come again later. Tonight is my father's birthday party. When he came to the courtyard of the He family mansion, He Shuyun was still in the car persuading Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao squeezed her round chin and smiled. "I just want to make it clear about our affairs while everyone in your He family is here. Why are you scared? This is different from the Shuyun I know." The Shuyun I know is very strong." He Shuyun gave Zhou Hao a white look, but at this moment he recovered the calm temperament of the past, and at the same time said sadly, "You know that, for my father, I am still a little scared, especially afraid that he will be against you. Speaking of speaking, don't you just have no confidence in me? Don't you feel so insecure by my side?" Zhou Hao grabbed her hand and held it tightly. "You can rest assured, anyone has to deal with it. It's not so easy for me. It doesn't matter, just listen to you." He Shuyun smiled, enjoying the feeling of being sheltered. After getting out of the car, Zhou Hao and He Shuyun walked to the villa. As soon as they entered the lobby, they saw the people inside carrying the two of them. Their eyes were very strange, especially when they saw that they were wearing white long suits. He Shuyun in the evening dress took Zhou Hao's arm, and the expression in his eyes became even more strange. Some people clearly looked at Zhou Hao and He Shuyun with gleeful eyes. The guests invited to He Hongsun's birthday banquet are not expensive but rich. In addition to high-ranking government officials in Hong Kong and Macau, there are also a handful of wealthy individuals in Hong Kong and even in Asia. Even if their parents did not come, many of them sent the children came to wish He Hongsun his birthday. Zhou Hao saw Li Yingjie, the eldest son of Li Zhaoji, chairman of the Henderson Group, who he had met at the charity gala of TVB before. Among the few wealthy members Zhou Hao knows, the one who has a good impression of Li Yingjie. After all, Li Yingjie is much better than a dude like Su Jinxing. I saw Li Yingjie in formal wear standing with a tall young woman. That woman should also be the daughter of the rich family, because her temperament was obviously different from those of the female stars. Seeing Zhou Hao and He Shuyun coming together, Li Yingjie smiled at Zhou Hao from a distance, with a look of admiration in his eyes. Because everyone knows that He Shuyun is the daughter of He Hongsun. Although it is not from the He family's four-room house, and her status is not as high as that of the children of the four-room house, He Hongsun is notoriously strict in his children's discipline. He Shuyun and Su Jinxing have spoken out. It is easy for everyone to imagine how He Hongsun would react when he went to He Hongsun's birthday party with a strange man. He Shuyun is the daughter of He Hongsun after all, but Zhou Hao is not a member of the He family. Everyone can guess how He Hongsun would treat Zhou Hao. That's why Li Yingjie admired Zhou Hao, and even He Hongsun's daughter dared to abduct him. He Hongsun was sitting with Lu Junwu in the inner hall at this time. Although he was still talking and laughing with Lu Junwu, he was very unhappy after the servant came in and told him He Shuyun was here. He Hongsun's feelings for He Shuyun, this daughter, are still very complicated. It is not true that he does not care for his children. But just as Zhou Hao thought, decades of living aloft made He Hongsun's personality a bit like those ancient emperors who acted arbitrarily. He liked to control everything, including his own family. He didn't like it or not. People and things under their control. When He Shuyun married Su Jinxing, He Hongsun really wanted the He Su family to get close together and join forces in the shopping mall, but it was not completely disregarding He Shuyun's lifelong happiness. It was He Hongsun who was too confident and firmly believed in the husband-in-law he had chosen for He Shuyun. It's the best. Now that He Shuyun and Su Jinxing have made this situation, He Hongsun has not reflected on his original decision, but thinks this is Su Jinxing's self-willing fall. As for He Shuiyun's decision to divorce Su Jinxing, He Hongsun agreed in his heart, because Su Jinxing is now infamous, and when He Shuiyun divorced him, people outside would not think it was the fault of the He family. He hated it because He Shuiyun didn't follow his original decision and broke up with Su family peace after the storm subsided. Instead, he announced the news to the media without authorization, making He family the center of public opinion. Especially after Su Jianming was injured and sent to the hospital on the same day, he immediately called He Hongsun to complain, saying that He Shuiyun did not guard his wife's way and went out of the wall, and even colluded with her lover to murder her husband and family husband. In He Hongsun's concept, it is romantic for men to celebrate outside, but for women to commit crimes outside. So he didn't object to his married sons looking for women outside, as long as they didn't do anything shameful because of women. But it was different for the married daughter, so He Hongsun was extremely angry about He Shuiyun's extramarital affairs. And when the person he sent out came back and told him that He Shuiyun's lover was not easy, the gloom in He Hongsun's heart became more intense. In the inner hall, apart from distinguished guests like Lu Jinwu, Wei Qili, and Xie Tai Wang, as well as He Hongsun's confidants, the 3 wives of the He family and the daughter-in-law of Sifang were present. Although these 20 or 30 people were standing or sitting everywhere, their attention was focused on He Hongsun in the middle. "Master, Miss Shuiyun is here," a servant said respectfully to He Hongsun. I saw Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun appear at the entrance of the inner hall together. Zhou Hao was as tall as a pine and handsome, and He Shuiyun was also glamorous and indispensable. The appearance of the two of them was really made in place and became the most eye-catching in the hall. Hot spot. However, everyone in the He family knew that Zhou Hao was He Shuiyun's love man. They don't know how the guards of He Hongsun came home, and they don't know the details of Zhou Hao. Now seeing Zhou Hao's handsome appearance, they already positioned him as the little white face trying to climb the He family. However, they admired the courage of Zhou Hao's little white face, and even dared to follow He Shuiyun to see He Hongsun. The 3rd son of the He family used to bring home a woman who was outside to see He Hongsun, hoping that the He family would recognize that woman's status, but was driven back by He Hongsun. Soon after, the woman left Hong Kong and Macau, and the 3rd son was also exiled by He Hongsun to Myanmar to open up the market, where he stayed for 3 years before returning. He Hongsun saw that He Shuiyun actually shamelessly brought Zhou Hao this lover. It was indeed outraged, but in front of Lu Jinwu and Wei Qili and other guests, he was not willing to attack him unscrupulously, but with a cold look on his face. He Shuiyun, and Zhou Hao walked in slowly under the strange gazes of everyone in the He family. It was the first time that Zhou Hao saw these brothers and sisters of He Shuiyun and witnessed their look of waiting for a good show. In the bottom of his heart, Wei Shuiyun felt sad. The family affection in this rich family is really as thin as paper. In order to fight for power, it will be unscrupulous and deceitful. It is more cruel to do things that fall into the ground than to treat the enemy. Perceiving He Shuiyun's uneasiness next to him, Zhou Hao patted her hand gently and offered a warm look and smile, which made He Shuiyun calm down in an instant. He only felt that he was with Zhou Hao. Even the sword is fearless. When he finally came to He Hongsun, He Shuiyun said softly, "Dad." Looking at He Shuiyun, He Hongsun snorted coldly. "I don't dare to be it. Do you still have me as a dad in your eyes?" Zhou Hao did not say hello to his quasi-father-in-law, but looked up and down at the gambling tycoon who was almost 80 years old but still upset, the actual manipulator of Macau. When he touched Zhou Hao's undaunted and even mocking gaze, He Hongsun almost couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. When would any young man dare to look at him unscrupulously like Zhou Hao and scorn him with his eyes? At the same time, Lu Jinwu was looking at He Shuiyun, and from beginning to end, he was indifferent to He Hongsun, but now he rarely said, "Good girl. Mister, he has a good daughter." Lu Jinwu's sudden remarks surprised He Hongsun and others, because I saw that Lu Jinwu, a taciturn general, was so overwhelming that even He Hongsun's face would not be sold, so he could only be polite to Vekli, who represents the Portuguese government. Now that Lu Jinwu took the initiative to say this, everyone couldn't figure out what he meant. He Hongsun's eyes rolled, and he smiled. "This is my shameless daughter, but General Lu made you laugh." After that, he turned his head and scolded He Shuiyun lightly. I haven't come to see General Liu. He Shuyan nodded to Lu Jinwu immediately and said respectfully, General Liu, hello. Lu Jinwu waved his hand, and there was a kind smile on his original face that was not angry and prestigious. Don't be polite, little girl. You are the daughter-in-law of Su Jiaming's family, and I have also heard a little about you. As soon as Lu Jinwu said this, the faces of everyone in the He family became strange, especially He Hongsun. Lu Jinwu's words meant that the matter of He Shuyun and Su Jinsheng had reached him and even the big bosses in the central government. Lu Jinwu also seems to be indirectly accusing He Hongsun of being ineffective in his children. I saw He Hongsun's face pale. He originally came to see He Shuyun in Lu Jinwu's face to show his closeness to Lu Jinwu, and he reprimanded He Shuyun in front of Lu Jinwu because He Hongsun believed that a military officer like Lu Jinwu had a certain idea. Will be more conservative, and this concept is also a common expression of many central officials, especially when it comes to treating women. He Hongsun's move is clearly that Lu Jinwu knows that his He family does not indulge their children like other wealthy families. His He family style is very strict and conservative. In this way, He Hongsun was not only telling Lu Jinwu that he had the same conceptual standpoint as these important officials, but also a signal to get closer to the central government, because the central government attached great importance to the issue of political stance. This is also the main reason why He Hongsun has strict requirements on his children recently. Even his sons don't dare to go out and mess with flowers anymore, trying hard to build a positive image of his family. Therefore, to a large extent, He Shuyun has become a tool of He Hongsun, and He Hongsun's punishment of her will become his vouch for fame to the central government. However, He Hongsun also knew that if those things between He Shuyun and the Su family really spread to the Central Committee, then the image of the He family in the Central Committee's mind would be affected. He Hongsun hurriedly smiled at Lu Jinwu. General Liu, the thing was caused by this shameless girl, but it made you laugh. As the saying goes, the fault of the father or the father is my fault. Lu Jinwu looked at He Hongsun, who was trying to please him. His indifferent eyes surprised He Hongsun. When he was about to figure out what Lu Jinwu meant, Lu Jinwu had already said, Mr. OK. I have also heard that Su Jiaming's son is not a good destination. It is rare for the daughter to stand up bravely and fight for her own happiness. It also has the revolutionary spirit of our Chinese sons and daughters to fight bravely. Including He Hongsun, everyone in the He family did not expect that Lu Jinwu would say such a thing, especially the three aunts and wives who were waiting for a good show. Seeing that Lu Jinwu seemed to admire He Shuyun very much, they were very surprised, even in their hearts. Did Lu Jinwu fall in love with He Shuyun? And He Shuyun felt flattered by Lu Jinwu's admiration. He didn't understand why this general, who had never met him, would say good things for himself in front of He Hongsun. But she still politely said to Lu Jinwu, Thank you, General Liu. Lu Jinwu waved his hand and said nothing, but with the kind smile on his face, anyone could see his love for He Shuyun. Moreover, since Lu Jinwu has set a revolutionary tone for He Shuyun's announcement of divorce from Su Jinsheng, even He Hongsun, the parent, dare not say anything. However, He Hongsun's other children looked at He Shuyun with eyes mixed with jealousy and disdain. They are already guessing when He Shuyun got on the backer of Lu Jinwu. Otherwise, how could such a taciturn, iron-blooded general like Lu Jinwu praise her so much? Master, it's time to sit in. The servant came to He Hongsun just now and said to him. He Hongsun made an inviting gesture to Lu Jinwu, Wei Qili, Xie Taiwang, and other guests. Everyone, the banquet is ready. Let's take it in. Lu Jinwu nodded with Wei Qi and got up and followed He Hongsun. The three aunts of the He family and all the sons and daughters of the He family also hurriedly followed. Zhou Hao and He Shuyun were soon left in the inner hall. He Shuyun saw that He Hongsun hadn't called herself into the banquet and was hesitating whether to follow, but Zhou Hao had already led her to the banquet. At this point, He Shuyun didn't think much anymore, leaving everything to Zhou Hao to take care of, as long as he stayed with him to advance and retreat together. The place where the banquet is held is the courtyard behind the He family's mansion. It is very spacious and located high facing the ocean. The environment and landscape are very good. Compared with banquets and luxury hotels, it has a different flavor, especially when present. Which of the people are not frequent guests of those luxury hotels? There are some hotels that I've never been to. On the contrary, this kind of open-air banquet makes them feel fresh. Today is my birthday. Thank you for taking the time to congratulate me in your busy schedule. Here I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to you. He Hong-sin smiled to the surrounding guests while standing at the main table. At the same time, he raised the champagne in his hand. Come on, I will drink it first. The guests also raised their glasses and stood up to congratulate He Hong-sun. Lu Jinwu, Wei Qili, and Xie Taiwang were all sitting on the chair with He Hong-sun. Apart from them, there were only He Hong-sun's 3 aunts and 2 sons with the highest status. Zhou Hao and He Shuyan sit in the 3rd seat on the left. The second generation of the He family who did not participate in the management of the company and only eats leisurely meals will not be put into the cold palace. The status of the He family is the so-called compared with the above, there is more than the below. Although these people are far inferior to the 2 sons of the He family who are sitting at the main seat, they have a strong sense of superiority towards outsiders or family members who are not favored in the He family, and they feel superior to others. He Shuyan's mother is one of He Hong-sun's many unidentified lovers. Therefore, in the eyes of these people, He Shuyan is the descendant of prostitution, which is fundamentally different from these family members who have identity. Especially He Shuyan's side, there is also a little white face who has no blood relationship with the He family. In the face of these second-generation members of the He family who feel good about themselves, He Shuyan is not as shackled as he did when facing He Hong-sun. Not to mention that she had felt the warmth of the human relationship very early in the He family, so the ridiculous eyes of these people in the room cannot affect He Shuyan. She was only considerate and waited for Zhou Hao to eat. As long as Zhou Hao's eyes turned to the pot of vegetables, she would immediately put it on him, without Zhou Hao's hands. And watching He Shuyan treat Zhou Hao's little white face so favorably, the second generation of the He family, who was sitting at the table, was even more contemptuous. He Hong-sun, a daughter of over 20 years old, looked at He Shuyan and Zhou Hao, and said in a weird manner, "Haha, Sister Yun, you are so kind to that person. I am afraid that even brother-in-law has never enjoyed your service like this." Others in the table laughed, and an 18-year-old boy over there echoed, "That's right, and brother-in-law seems to be still lying in the hospital now. I didn't often see the news a few days ago that Sister Yun, you gave soup to brother-in-law. What about food? Why haven't you been divorced these days? Although Sister Yun, you have already decided to divorce your brother-in-law, the formalities have not been completed yet. You are the Su family's daughter-in-law after all. The so-called one-night husband and wife by Yin. Sister Yun, you can't empathize so quickly." Listening to these ill-intentioned daughters ridiculing He Shuyan as much as possible to slander, He Shuyan never responded, and Zhou Hao's quiet and undisturbed temperament made Zhou Hao nod secretly. However, Zhou Hao could easily think that He Shuyan could face the ridicule of these brothers and sisters indifferently, probably because she had been used to this kind of life since she was a child. Even if she felt angry and sad at first, she is still numb now. Under the table, Zhou Hao gently held He Shuyan's jade hand and gave her his warmth. At the same time, he seemed to be muttering to himself, "Shuyan, you brothers and sisters are very young. Your dad seems to be 77 or 78 years old this year. So if you count it, those who gave birth to you brothers and sisters at that time, your father was afraid that he was 50 or 60 years old." He Shuyan didn't know why Zhou Hao had this question, but he nodded and listened to Zhou Hao's words. "I heard that the development of those babies will be affected at advanced age, especially the development of the brain." He nodded his forehead and continued, "So I thought it was just a rumor, but now seeing you brothers and sisters, I think this statement still makes sense." He Shuyan could naturally hear the meaning of Zhou Hao's words. He couldn't help but laughed out with a pouch, then gave him a blank look, thinking that if you said that, wouldn't I even scold him? You know, I was born when my dad was in his 50s. Those second generations of the He family heard that Zhou Hao was scolding them for underdeveloped brains, and each of them turned blue with anger, and the word brain disability has not yet appeared, otherwise they might immediately attack Zhou Hao. Up. The woman who took the lead in mocking He Shuyan pointed at Zhou Hao and said angrily, "You, tortoise who eats soft rice, is also qualified to talk about us? If our brains are underdeveloped, then you are a shameless scum. Superling, how can you be so rude?" He Shuyan frowned and looked at her. Didn't my father teach you to treat guests with courtesy? Your behavior just now embarrassed our He family. He Shuyun was able to endure the slander and insult from these people, but did not allow them to humiliate Zhou Hao. So he immediately countered her sister, He Chaoling. He Chaoling was also confused by He Shuyun's words. He Hongxin is indeed very strict with his children, especially today is He Hongxin's birthday banquet. If He Hongxin knows what she did just now, I am afraid she will not be able to eat. But she was not reconciled to just succumbing to He Shuyun, raising her eyebrows and sneered. You are also qualified to say that I lost the face of the He family? Who is really embarrassed? I don't know which shameless guy has an extramarital affair. The family's reputation is discredited. When He Chaoling said this, not only He Shuyun herself, but also the others in Xi's face changed. Because they ridiculed He Shuyun, but this matter was a taboo in the He family. Except for He Hongsun and his 3 aunts, no one dared to expose it and lift the fig leaf of He family. She seemed to be aware of her failure to speak. He Chaoling hurriedly turned her head to look at the main table and saw He Hongsun's majestic and stern gaze. But it turned out that she was very angry just now because of her anger. There are several tables nearby. Everyone heard it, including those invited guests. The atmosphere of the people at these tables immediately became a little weird. No matter it was the family members of the He family or other guests, they pretended that they could not hear anything, but their eyes were tightly locked on He Shuyun and He Hongsun, watching. Things change. In He Hongsun's fierce gaze, He Chaoling, who was still domineering just now, sat down timidly, the expression on her face even worse than crying. She was not He Hongsun's most beloved daughter. If He Hongsun was really angry, she would have to go to the cold palace, just like her unloved brothers and sisters. And in order to prevent He Hongsun from turning his anger on him, the other people in He Shuyun's table immediately stopped talking, sitting there quietly, and had long lost the excitement about He Shuyun's falling into the ground. Zhou Hao saw all these people's changes in his eyes, sneered in his heart, and at the same time was secretly vigilant. The assets he holds now are growing very rapidly, and he believes that it won't take long to surpass an industry giant like the He family and become another huge business kingdom. And Zhou Hao's confidants are not in the minority. In the future, he might think that He Hongsun is full of children and grandchildren. At that time, if Zhou Hao doesn't handle it well, the family members may be intrigued like the He family. In this case, Zhou Hao absolutely cannot let it appear. Otherwise, even if he wins the whole world, what's the point? Wouldn't it be the ancient dynasty that rose and fell? As if guessing Zhou Hao's mind, He Shuyun's hand and Zhou Hao's hand were held together, giving him a warm look. When he came into contact with He Shuyun's warm eyes like a spring day, Zhou Hao felt a warm heart. From He Shuyun's eyes, he could see that this woman who had decided to give up everything for herself did not have the heart to fight for favor. Sure enough, He Shuyun leaned into Zhou Hao's ear and whispered, "Don't worry, if we have children in the future, we will never be like them." Zhou Hao took the opportunity to tease her and said, "You thought of going there to have children." Secretly squeezing Zhou Hao's thigh under the table, He Shuyun was very agitated at this enemy's untimely teasing. Next, the members and guests of the He family gave He Hongsun birthday gifts one after another. The gifts were different, including precious medicines, exquisite jewelry, valuable calligraphy and painting, etc. When it was He Shuyun's turn, everyone saw He Shuyun giving a small purple brocade box to He Hongsun. He Hongsun accepted it blankly and didn't care what He Shuyun gave him, just wanted to give it to the servant around him. Lan Xiongqing deliberately smiled and said, "Hun-sun, Shuyun must have spent a lot of thought on the gift that Shuyun gave you. Just open it and take a look. I think everyone must be very curious." He Hongsun glanced at Lan Xiongqing, because her name, He Shuyun, neither had a job nor was loved by herself. Except for the dowry prepared by the family when He Shuyun got married, she had not much money in her hands, which was more expensive than other favored children. A lot of constraints. Therefore, most of the birthday gifts given to him by others are worth tens of millions, but He Shuyun cannot have so much money to spend. Lan Xiongqing's move clearly wanted to make He Shuyun embarrassed in public. Although He Shuyun was the one who made the embarrassment, but in the eyes of outsiders, He Shuyun has always belonged to the He family, and it was the He family who was ultimately ashamed. However, since Lan Xiongqing had already said that, He Hongson couldn't turn around temporarily, so he opened the little brocade box. I saw a piece of paper quietly placed in the small brocade box with the names and dosages of medicinal materials, such as beetles and astragalus written on it. He Hongson didn't understand, so he raised his head and looked at He Shuyun with a little doubt and dislike in his eyes. He Shuyun immediately explained to him, "Dad, this is the prescription that Zhou Hao personally prepared. It is very effective for nourishing qi and health. As long as this prescription is taken once a week, it will be very good for the body." He Hongson snorted coldly when he heard Zhou Hao's prescription. He was originally very dissatisfied with He Shuyun's act of using this medicine of unknown origin as a birthday gift to himself. Now that he knows that this medicine was actually matched by Zhou Hao, he is even more annoyed. He Hongson was born with a romantic nature. Although he was old, he often searched for famous doctors to prescribe medicine to nourish his body. He had seen quite a few old Chinese doctors. He did not believe that Zhou Hao, who was young, could prescribe an excellent prescription. In front of everyone, He Hongson was not good enough to curse Zhou Hao directly, but he closed the brocade box blankly and handed it to Lan Xiongqing next to him without a word. Others of course also know that He Hongson is not happy with Zhou Hao, but this is someone else's family affair, and they will not take care of it. But Li Yingjia, who has a good impression of Zhou Hao, feels upset about Zhou Hao's experience. After disturbing all night, the banquet broke up. Other guests left one after another. Lu Zhenwu was retained by He Hongson. Xie Taiwan would stay here for 2 days before returning to Malaysia. At the end of the banquet, He Hongson said to Lan Xiongqing and the others, "Our family has not been as crowded as they are now in a long time. Today is just right. Let's all go to the side hall on the 2nd floor to get together. I will go with General Lu first. Let's chat." Then he turned his head and smiled at Lu Zhenwu. "General Lu, there are 2 bottles of Laojiao wine in my study that are more than 100 years old. Are you interested in trying it?" Lu Zhenwu did not accept He Hongson's kindness and waved his hand. "I don't like drinking very much, so let's avoid it." That. He Hongson looked embarrassed. "Aren't you going to listen to family meetings? The so-called Qi family rules the country and the world is peaceful. Mr. Ho can control such a huge business kingdom. I also want to see Mr. He's Qi family's way. I don't know if Mr. He will mind." "Don't mind or mind," He Hongson said with a busy smile. If someone else made such a request, He Hongson would have been driven out, but Lu Zhenwu's request indicated that he was willing to get close to the He family. "May I ask, even the He family's family meeting attended, isn't that close?" Xie Taiwan didn't lag behind. He smiled and said that he wanted to observe how He Hongson taught the juniors so that he could go back and teach his prodigal sons. He Hongson also readily agreed. So, the group went to the side hall on the 2nd floor of the villa. Seeing that Lu Zhenwu and Xie Taiwan were both present, He Hongson's children thought that He Hongson would not let go and teach them in front of the guests. They were relieved, but they didn't know that He Hongson had already decided to show his closeness to Lu Zhenwu. You can teach your children what they should do. It would be better if Lu Zhenwu taught the younger generations with him. So when He Hongson and Lu Zhenwu sat on the high-back chair made of Wang Wali on the left side of the hall, He Hongson suddenly said to He Shuyun, "These days you and the Su family are in trouble, and Su Jianming also called me to complain, saying that you raised a wild man outside, which corrupted the reputation of the Su family and the He family. Tell yourself what is going on." Seeing that He Hongson suddenly changed back to the overwhelming patriarch in the other rooms, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Those who were sitting so carelessly immediately straightened their posture, only daring to put half of their on the chair. He Shuyun was also a little flustered by He Hongson's sudden attack, but seeing Zhou Hao still beside her, she calmed her mind, met He Hongson's sharp gaze, and whispered, "My marriage with Su Jinsheng is no longer, maybe it will continue. He never regarded me as his wife. Me, I never liked him. I know what Su Jinsheng that kid did. I didn't intend to stop you from divorcing him." He Hongson's tone became more severe. "But what is the matter of you going out of the wall? That bastard. It's the savage man you provoke outside, because you have the courage to bring it home on my birthday? Have you taken the reputation of our family to your heart? Do you know how many pairs are out there? Eyes are staring at us. How many people are waiting to see our jokes?" When He Hongson called Zhou Hao a little bastard, Lu Zhenwu and Xie Taiwan beside them couldn't help frowning but didn't say anything, and He Hongsun, who was showing his patriarch's image, did not notice them. Facing He Hongsun's reprimand, He Shuyun trembled all over, but immediately tightened Zhou Hao's hand, met He Hongsun's gaze again, gritted his teeth, and said, "Dad, I don't like Su Jin's voice. I liked him. The reason to marry him was just to follow your instructions. However, I can no longer bear Su Jinsheng, and I will never stay at Su's house anymore. I like Zhou Hao. I want to stay with Zhou Hao." He Shuyun's clear and determined voice reverberated in the pian hall. After she had finished speaking, she felt as if she was relieved of her strength and almost fell down, but her heart was extremely relaxed. After telling He Hongsun her true intentions, she felt that the boulder that was pressing on her heart had disappeared, and the cage that bound her was broken. He Hongsun was overwhelmed by He Shuyun's statement of the uprising. Just as he was about to get angry and scolded, he saw Zhou Hao, who had not said a word, assisting He Shuyun, and sneered at him. "He Hongsun, listen. When it comes, Shuyun has already chosen her own destiny, and you are not qualified to manipulate her life. Later, she will be my responsibility." Zhou Hao's words can be said to be shocked to everyone. He Hongsun was startled, but he didn't laugh. Instead, pointing to Zhou Hao and said, "Did you kid take medicine? Do you know where this is? Do you know me? Who is it?" Originally saw Zhou Hao followed He Shuyun to his house, but he didn't show a panicked look. He didn't have the self-consciousness that a little white face should have. He Hongsun only thought that he had a thick skin and a shameless personality. He Shuyun had an extramarital affair and dared to talk to herself like this. Therefore, He Hongsun's first reaction was that Zhou Hao might have taken mental drugs such as ecstasy, which caused him to become unconscious. Zhou Hao met He Hongsun's gaze without fear and smiled disdainfully. "Of course I know who you are. Aren't you an incompetent father who treats his daughter's life as a trifle?" His words caused the He family members present to gasp fiercely, thinking that Zhou Hao was crazy and even dared to speak to He Hongsun like this. In fact, there are also reasons why Su Jianming is pregnant with ghosts. In fact, how much Su Jianming knows Zhou Hao's details. If nothing else, the relationship between Zhou Hao and Zhao Rixin is enough to frighten a large group of people. After the hatred that might have been resolved, of course, knowing that it would be difficult for him to deal with Zhou Hao on the basis of his Su family, so naturally he wanted to use the He family's sharp knife to help. Since Macau has not yet returned, and although He Hongsun wants to move closer to the central government in advance, why is his family looking for a new backer? But he has always been unable to get his wish, let alone the Hong Kong wealthy like Su Jianming, who went to Beijing to get the central government. The leader was interviewed. Therefore, He Hongsun didn't know Zhou Hao's relationship with the Zhao family at all. Su Jianming was afraid that He Hongsun would be afraid of the Zhao family when he knew Zhou Hao's details. He would even turn his head to win over Zhou Hao, so he never revealed Zhou Hao to He Hongsun. How situation? After He Hongsun and Zhou Hao had their faces completely torn apart, then even if He Hongsun understood everything, he had to send an arrow on the string. In this way, the He Su family could be completely tied to the same boat to advance and retreat together. With He Hongsun's contacts, he now wants to move closer to the central government, so he can naturally find out the situation of several central leaders. I have also heard that Mr. Zhao has a godson surnamed Zhou. However, because of the preconceived relationship, how could he associate the little white face who hooked up his daughter in front of him with Father Zhao's son? Okay, very good. He Hongsun patted the back of the chair heavily, turned his head and smiled at Lu Zhenwu next to him. "General Lu, to be honest, no one has ever accused me of this. People say that I am incompetent and treat my children's lives as a trifle." Lu Zhenwu was non-committal and did not make any comments. He Hongsun asked his other children again, "You tell me, as a dad, have you ever been irresponsible to you? Have you treated your life as a child's play?" The He family members present shook their heads naturally, and several others accused Zhou Hao of talking nonsense. The concubine group headed by Lan Xiongqing also pretended to be righteous and reprimanded He Shuyun. "Shuyun, look at your relationship. What kind of friends do you have? How dare you say such things to your father? Or are you saying these things are from your heart? You ungrateful dead girl. But don't forget who brought you up for teaching and teaching. Now not only has it ruined the door of our He family, but also brought such a little hooligan back to insult your father who raised you. Do you still know decency justice and shame you. It's exactly like your mother. Enough. He stopped Lan Xiongqing's words with a scolding. But it was not He Hongsan, but He Xiun, who had always been gentle and weak, which made He Hongsan stunned. Although He Hongsan felt that Lan Xiongqing had said too much, but Lan Xiongqing was He Shuyun's elder after all. He Shuyun could not help but stop drinking like this, and said with a calm face, "Where have you lost the etiquette taught you for so many years? Who allowed you to speak to the elders in this tone?" But seeing He Shuyun, who was originally afraid of He Hongsan, and said that the declaration of wanting to be with Zhou Hao is already the limit, at this time, he looked at He Hongsan head-on, and said angrily, "Is she allowed to insult me like this? Mother, should I tolerate it too? I have tolerated it for so many years, it is enough." No one thought that He Shuyun dared to speak to He Hongsan like this, challenging He Hongsan's authority once again. Zhou Hao is right. In my eyes, you are indeed an irresponsible father and a failed partner. You can't give me motherhood, and you can't let her be buried in your wife's name. I don't blame you for that. However, you know that my mother was forced to death by the three of them. Not only did you fail to get justice for my mother, you were even happy with other women when my mother was seriously ill. Mom considers you the most loved man in her life. But what about you? What kind of status is my mother in your mind? Tears have already rolled out of He Shuyun's eyes, and 2 tear marks were drawn on his white face. After my mother passed away, I have been dependent on my grandmother for life. That's right, the money you gave us is enough for us to live a worry-free life. But what I want is not this. What I want is the care of parents, your care, not your money. Occasionally take me back, but did not stay with me for a day, let my so-called brothers and sisters beat me, call me a wild species. When I needed my father the most, you were never by my side. Also, after my grandmother died, you simply sent me to the UK and left me alone to fend for myself. What kind of father are you? Later, you asked me to marry Su Jinsheng. Although I didn't have any feelings for that person, I still did what you said. But, do you know how wrong my Su family was? Do you know that I was frightened in Su's family? No, you don't know. You only know that you want me to maintain the image of everyone. You only know that I want to hug the face of his family. In your eyes, my lifelong happiness is not as important as He-Jia's face. Sad crying echoed in the luxurious side hall. He Hunson's face was ashamed and angry, and the faces of Lan Xiongqing's 3 aunts and wives were blue and red. Among He Hunson's children, those who were innocent lovers, the students were also concerned about He Shuyun's cries, and some of them shed tears in the same way. Zhou Hao held He Shuyun's hand tightly. Only now did he know that He Shuyun had so many grievances, and he also knew that now, she was the only person she could rely on. Reverse, reverse, really reverse. He Hongson's voice changed from small to loud, and finally turned into a roar. He originally wanted to show his discipline to his children in front of Lu Junwu, so as to show the rigorous style of the He family, and why the image of the family in the center would add points. Originally, why Shuyun would obey his own lessons as always. After her backlash would be so fierce, it also made him lose face in front of Lu Junwu and Xie Taiwan. He Hongson furiously pointed at He Shuyun, trembling with anger. "You disobedient girl. You are really not afraid." "I am not afraid of me." I saw Zhou Hao putting He Shuyun in her arms as her most solid support, and facing He Hongson awe-inspiringly said, "What are you afraid of? Today, Shuyun and I have come to tell you clearly, Shuyun and Su Jinsheng have decided not to divorce. It will change, and she will be with me in the future. You have to be clear. We are just telling you now, not asking for your consent, because your opinion has no meaning to us." Presumptuous. He Hongson's eldest son, He Yaolong, stood up and pointed at Zhou Hao and shouted, "Who do you think you are, dare to talk to my father like this? He Shuyun is a member of our He family, and death is the ghost of our He family. Do you think you can be with her casually?" Zhou Haolong laughed, disdainful of He Yaolong's words. "Do you really think you are the emperor's house? He Hongson is really the emperor, whatever he wants. Besides, Shuyun is a citizen of Hong Kong, and Hong Kong is our Chinese territory and is governed by our Chinese sovereignty. Yu Hihun's son is a resident of Macau, and you are still under the jurisdiction of Portugal. Would you dare to violate my Chinese law and interfere with the personal freedom of our Chinese people?" You, He Hongson and He Yaolong were both speechless by Zhou Hao, because Zhou Hao was telling the truth. If this matter is magnified, He Hongsen's interference with He Shuyun would indeed constitute an offense. He Hongsen's third aunt Chen Wanqi sneered at Zhou Hao at this time. Even if you are telling the truth, He Shuyun herself said just now that it was our He family who brought her up and offered her to study in the UK. The funeral of her grandmother was also done by our He family. According to your current Chinese law, we have fulfilled the obligation of raising He Shuyun. So does she have to fulfill the obligation of raising us accordingly? Humph. Want to leave our home like this? It's not that easy. Zhou Hao didn't get angry and laughed instead. Isn't it just a matter of money? Then I will take a look at how much money should be given to you before Shuyun has fulfilled this so-called maintenance obligation. Seeing that He Hongsen didn't speak, Chen Wanqi didn't object to herself, so she deliberately pretended to be thoughtful, and then said, Shuyun has enjoyed the life of a wealthy daughter since she was a child, and the cost of studying in the UK is also a lot, plus the jewelry that our He family bought for her and the dowry given to her when she got married, 1 billion. Zhou Hao sneered and said, You are selling your daughter. Billions? It's really a lion. Zhou Hao sneered. Can I take out 1 billion and take Shuyun away from your home? I won't have anything to do with you in the future. Keep talking. Chen Wanqi's smile was full of contempt and sarcasm. It is so arrogant at a young age. We are talking about 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, not Vietnamese dongs or Korean won. I'll just say it straight, if you can take it out. 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. We will let you take Shuyun away and will never interfere with your affairs from now on. Zhou Hao snorted. That's why I said that the 1 billion alimony you want is different from selling your daughter. He Shuyun leaned on Zhou Hao and heard Chen Wanqi's repeated claims to trade herself with 1 billion. He Hongsen and the others in the He family did not say a word, obviously tacitly acquiescing to this decision. She seemed to hear something falling from her heart, falling into shatters all over the floor, unable to heal anymore. With her head buried in Zhou Hao's arms, she said in a nearly pleading voice, How? Take me away. Take me out of here. I don't want to stay here anymore. This is not my home. There is no my family here. I'm going to leave here. Take me away. Zhou Hao didn't know the pain in He Shuyun's heart, but he was originally trying to let He Shuyun recognize He Hongsen and their true colors and completely sever ties with the He family, who was one of the Golden Jade. He embraced He Shuyun's increasingly weaker body and looked up at He Hongsen and the others coldly. Okay, 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. I will give it to you. This money should be Shuyun's alimony to you, and it should be out of your family. Fortunately, from now on, Shuyun's matter has nothing to do with you anymore. From then on, Shuyun and your He family have been separated. He Hongsen's face was terribly cold, and without saying a word, he stared at Zhou Hao sternly. The other He family members also cast their eyes on Zhou Hao, the man who made the He family turbulent, and seemed to be waiting. He took out the money. Lan Xiong smiled sharply and said, sounding so grandly, You are actually taking out the money. I don't have so much money with me. Zhou Hao said lightly. Everyone in the He family showed contemptuous smiles when they heard the words and regarded Zhou Hao as a big talker. But Zhou Hao said, I didn't bring so much money, but my friend did. Friend? Where? Are you telling me? Who is your friend here? Chen Wanqi covered her mouth and laughed. The other He family members also burst into laughter, mocking Zhou Hao for being affectionate. Zhou Hao did not speak, nor paid attention to the faces of these people, but saw that Xie Tai Wang, who was sitting next to He Hongsen, suddenly took out a checkbook from his chest, and then took out a delicate pen to write on it, and then handed it to He Hongsen in disbelief. He Wang, here is 150 million US dollars, which should be worth 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. This is a check from HSBC. You can get the money at any time. Xie Tai Wang said with a smile. He Hongsen couldn't react for a while, and smiled. Old Xie, don't joke at this time. It's not fun. Xie Tai Wang shook his head and put away his usual kind smile. He Wang, I am not kidding. I am indeed a friend of Xiaoyu Zhou, and honestly, I think you are too much on this matter. He Hongsen's eyes immediately turned cold. Old Xie, you must stand up for this little white face who eats soft rice. We are old friends who have known each other for decades. He Wang, you don't understand. Xie Tai Wang shook his head again. Also, if you insult my friend like this, your friendship with me will end here. He Hongsen's face twitched slightly, and as a result of the check, he said angrily, "Okay, you and I will never have friendship anymore." Xie Taiwang shook his head and sighed with regret. I don't know if he regrets He Hongsen's narrow temperament or regrets that he has severed the relationship with his friends. Then, he walked to Zhou Hao, nodded and smiled at Zhou Hao. "Xiaoyu Zhou, I have tried my best to help, and I also admire your courage." Zhou Hao also smiled at him. "Thank you, Xie." Xie Taiwang smiled and shook his head. "I'll go back first. Anyway, Hewen would not welcome me to stay here." He also refused to mention the money just now, because Xie Taiwang knew that the money was not a big sum either to Zhou Hao or to him. "Take care. Please greet President Pang and his elders for me," Zhou Hao said. "Definitely." Xie Taiwang smiled and walked out of the side hall. Seeing Xie Taiwang's back disappearing outside the door, He Hongsen's chest was violently ups and downs, because the relationship between him and Xie Taiwang was sincere, and the two were also rare confidants. But now Xie Taiwang did not hesitate to cut him off because of Zhou Hao friendship, not even a hint of hesitation. "Okay, now I have given you the money, and Shuiyun will have nothing to do with your He family in the future. I will publish this in the newspaper tomorrow, lest you be shameless when Shuiyun does something in the future. Jump out and say this and that." Zhou Hao said that he was about to turn around and leave this place without family warmth. "Stop for me." He Hongsun yelled violently, and everyone in the He family was shocked. At the same time, they saw nearly 20 big men rushing in from the outside and surrounded Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun in the center of the hall. They are all holding guns. Hun's son don't need it. As the gambling king's woman, Lan Xiongqing is also very familiar with the underworld. She has no cowardice at such a scene, but pulls He Hongsen's hand, fearing that this will offend him. Lu Zhenwu, who was also present. He Hongsen understood what Lan Xiongqing meant, and turned his head and smiled at Lu Zhenwu. "General Lu, please forgive me. That guy named Zhou Hao is a member of a criminal syndicate. Now he wants to abduct my daughter again. I can't be such a wicked person. Let it go." When Lu Zhenwu didn't speak, He Hongsun was happy and determined that Lu Zhenwu had acquiesced in his behavior. With Lu Zhenwu, the guarding general, He Hongsun was bolder and looked at Zhou Hao with contempt. "Last time you drove the person I sent back, I knew that you must be a member of a criminal group. It may be a criminal group that smuggles arms. I have notified the Hong Kong police to conduct a thorough investigation on you, and asked them to take a picture of the flying tigers. If you can't escape, you can catch me with your hands." Before, He Hongsun sent someone to bring He Shuiyun back, but he came back unfailingly. Although the leader of the guard told He Hongsun that those with powerful firepower may have something to do with the Chinese military or directly belong to the Hong Kong garrison, He Hongsun, but it was scornful, and now the commander of the Hong Kong garrison is here. How could Zhou Hao be such an official person? I guess that Zhou Hao may not be an ordinary little white face, and there may be a huge criminal group behind it. Zhou Hao was very calm, and he didn't change his face when facing the muzzles aiming at him. This courage made the He family members who evaded Sanxi in the distance also had to admire him. Just listen to Zhou Hao sneered at He Hongsun. "You are so embarrassed and angry? Whatever you say." He Hongsun waved his right hand. "No one has ever been so presumptuous in my He family. I want you to know what will happen if He Hongsun offends me." But at this moment, a servant hurriedly came to He Hongsun, holding a mobile suit in both hands, and seeing He Hongsun frowning, the servant hurriedly said, "Master, this is Director Zhang of the Hong Kong police force." He Hongsun thought that the Hong Kong police had found Zhou Hao's criminal deeds, so he gave Zhou Hao a sneer, then answered the phone and smiled. "Director Zhang, it's been a long time since I saw you. You're so busy, even me. Laui's birthday party isn't coming either. I've even prepared many shows for you." Zhang Yingpei on the phone said, "He Hongsun, I heard the assistant director said that you want to check Zhou Hao's details." He Hongsun didn't understand why Zhang Yingpei, who was very close to him, would suddenly call his name, but he still said, "Yes, my bodyguard said that Zhou Hao's subordinates possessed a large number of powerful firearms, and also hijacked my daughter He Shuiyun. Director Zhang, such an extremely dangerous person poses a great threat to Hong Kong's public security." "Huh. He Hongsun, you played a big game this time." Zhang Yingpei sneered on the phone. "I tell you that Zhou Hao is the least likely to be a criminal, and you asked Deputy Director Liang to dispatch Flying Tiger without authorization. It's illegal for the team to arrest Zhou Hao. He Hong's son was startled, but Xing Yingpei had already hung up the phone. At the same time, the mobile suit in He Hongsen's arms also rang. He Hongsen subconsciously picked it up and brought it to his ear to answer it. He heard a man anxiously say, Sir, I'm Superintendent Li Changdong, the commander of the Flying Tigers. Our troops have arrived at your address in Repulse Bay. However, an army stopped us. It is a special unit of the Hong Kong garrison. They won't let us in. Hong Kong, garrison troops? He Hongsen stared at Lu Zhenwu, who was beside the old god. At the same time, 20 soldiers in field uniforms rushed in from the outside, tightly surrounding the He family bodyguards who surrounded Zhou Hao. They were holding automatic pistols that were much more powerful than those bodyguards. Rifle. Lu, General Lu. What are you? He Hongsen didn't understand what Lu Zhenwu meant. Lu Zhenwu stood up slowly, pointed at Zhou Hao not far away, and said coldly to He Hongsen, That is the son of my teacher. I regard it as a brother. You let someone point a gun at me, brother. I should ask you what you mean. Everyone in the He family was overwhelmed by Lu Zhenwu's words. Even He Shuyun, who was already ashamed of He Jiasin, was very surprised when he heard Lu Zhenwu's words. He looked at Zhou Hao in amazement, but Zhou Hao was full of warmth when he touched him. Gaze. He Hongsen only felt that his head was noisy, and some of them couldn't recover, but he never thought about the result. Now he also understands why Lu Zhenwu has such a favorable impression of He Shuyun. He is not in love with He Shuyun at all, but because of Zhou Hao. And the leader of his guard told him that Zhou Hao had something to do with the military, and He Hongsen still sneered at it. Now I know that Zhou Hao is indeed a nasty person. He understood that Lu Zhenwu himself was already a high-ranking senior general, and it was the senior elders who could do him. Lu Zhenwu said, I told you before, I am not here to celebrate your birthday. He couldn't help but smile. He Hongsen felt that he was really wishful thinking, because he thought that Lu Zhenwu came here because the central government took the initiative to send a friendly message to him, thinking that his relationship with the central government could finally make great progress. Well, Zhou Haoqian has also been given to you, and the words have been made clear. Please stop interfering with him and Miss Shuyun in the future. Lu Zhenwu looked at He Hongsen and said, Although Macau will return to the motherland next year, however, if you dare to move my brother and younger siblings, don't blame me for using unconventional means to deal with you. After that, he walked to Zhou Hao's side. The He family bodyguards who surrounded Zhou Hao and He Shuyun were also taken from the special forces with their pistols, and they were taken out one by one. These people were thugs or mercenaries of the gang. In Hong Kong, Lu Zhenwu wants to deal with these people. No one dares to say anything. Zhou Hao took a deep look at He Hongsen and his 3 aunts, and walked out of the side hall with He Shuyun behind Lu Zhenwu. Although he didn't leave any words, he knew from the look in his eyes that even if He Hongsen didn't do anything to him, the relationship between him and the He family would not stop like this. Xie Taiwang and Lu Zhenwu, 2 guests whom He Hongsen attached great importance to, left one after another, and they were all for Zhou Hao. This went far beyond He Hongsen's expectations, and He Hongsen also understood that his attempt to move closer to the central government was completely destroyed. He sank weakly on the chair, finally showing his old attitude, a far cry from the old gambling king. Dad, He Xuanlong and He Hongsen's second son, He Xuanlin, immediately came to He Hongsen and looked at his father worriedly. It was the first time they saw their father suffer such a big loss since they were born, and they knew for the first time. His most admired father is not omnipotent. Lan Xiongqing and Chun Wanqi were afraid to talk at this time, because they humiliated Zhou Hao and He Shuyun just now, but they did a lot of effort. They were afraid that the responsibility of He Hongsen and Lu Zhenwu would fall on themselves. He Hongsen said with a tired face, I think I know who Zhou Hao is. He Yunlong and He Yunlin were all taken aback, and then heard He Hongsen say, Lu Zhenwu is a member of the Zhao faction. The Zhao faction is one of the most powerful political factions in China. The head of the Zhao faction is a member of the Politburo Standing Committee and the Central Military Commission. Vice Chairman Zhao Rixin, Lu Zhenwu used to serve under Zhao Rixin's command, so the teacher he referred to should be this famous person. Because Macau is about to return, He Hongsen has made a very detailed study of the political situation in China that he thought he had dismissed before. He said, I had heard that Zhao Rixin had a godson surnamed Zhou, but he never thought of this person. It is the man Xuyun brought back. Lan Xiongqing and He Yunlong were both taken aback. Lan Xiongqing lost his voice. Hun's son, did you mean that the little white face was the godson of the old man of the Zhao family? He Hongsen took a tired look at his second aunt, with a strong resentment in his eyes, because he would cause such a situation, and the women like Lan Xiongqing cannot be contributed. Seeing He Hongsen's eyes, Lan Xiongqing and Chun Wanqi both trembled, bowing their heads, and dared not speak. And He Hongsen's other children are even more afraid to speak at this time. He Chaoling and He Hongsen's daughters are deeply jealous of He Shuyun in their hearts. They are jealous that she actually leans on such a big peer. The He family, who had suffered a battle, no longer cared. He Qiulong said to He Hongsen, "Dad, when Su Jiaming returned to Hong Kong, he went to Beijing with the Li family and the Guo family. He probably knew Zhou Hao's identity a long time ago, but he didn't tell us, and he deliberately asked us to clean up. Zhou Hao, Su Jiaming is a bastard. His heart is shameful." He Hongsen nodded. "Yes, this time I was calculated by the guy Su Jiaming. Their Su family has already forged an unresolvable grievance with Zhou Hao, and it is clear that the Su family alone must deal with Zhou Hao very much. When it's difficult, I deliberately pulled He's family into the water, forcing me to join hands with him. Alas, I don't think He Hongsen calculated all my life, but in the end I was killed by this villain. Dad, let's now." He Qiulin looked at He Hongsen. I saw He Hongsen sit up again, his face still tired, but his eyes showed shining excitement. He waved his hand and said, "It's useless to talk about anything now, since I've been with Zhou Hao. It is more likely to be controlled by others if you cringe. Why do I have to humbly and proactively go to the central government? Our family is the biggest local snake in Macau. The stability and prosperity of Macau cannot be separated from the cooperation of He family. I want the central government to take the initiative to show my favor to He family. Although they offended the powerful Zhao faction and made everyone in the He family see the unprecedented pressure, seeing He Hongsen renewed their fighting spirit, they also regained confidence. He Qiulong and He Qilin, the most respected successor of He Hongsen, there was also an urge to fight Zhou Hao aggressively. On the other side, after Zhou Hao and Lu Zhenwu left the He family mansion, they saw the special brigade of the Hong Kong garrison and the well-known Flying Tigers outside. It's just that now the Flying Tigers lacks the mighty power of a tiger, and the chief superintendent as the commander is also depressed, because the internal investigation section of the Hong Kong police and several high-level police officers have all arrived. The secretary scolded him and accused him of arbitrarily dispatching the Flying Tigers without checking the situation. At the same time, the senior police officers also apologized to the captain of the special brigade of the Hong Kong garrison. After seeing Lu Zhenwu come out, one of the operations chief who had seen him immediately greeted him and said, "General Lu, I'm very sorry, we don't know you are here." Lu Zhenwu glanced at the Flying Tigers, with live ammunition and covering their faces, and said lightly, "It's such a big scene. Could it be that terrorists have been found here?" Hearing Lu Zhenwu's understatement of sneers, the head of the operations department was red with embarrassment, and he hated the chief superintendent in charge of the Flying Tigers even more. He decided to report to him after he decided to go back. Sanction. Those Flying Tigers also stood upright after seeing Lu Zhenwu, because after the return, the Flying Tigers could no longer be trained by the British military, but in the special operations of the Hong Kong garrison. The troops conduct training. Before the return, the Flying Tigers, who were very disdainful of the Continental Army, have completely changed their views on the Chinese military after a period of training. They are surprised that the strength of the Special Operations Forces and their own combat qualities have also improved a lot. The Special Operations Forces were in deep awe, so after seeing the Special Forces guarding here just now, they didn't have to wait for the commander to order, and they stopped consciously and did not dare to conflict with them. "Don't worry, General Lu. After we go back, we will definitely deal with the responsible personnel, this time seriously." The director of the operations division promised Lu Zhenwu, patting his chest. Lu Zhenwu and Zhou Hao, He Shuyun, and the others got in his modified Cadillac, and at the same time said to the director of the operations department, "I can rest assured of your Hong Kong police system. but I hope you can learn from this matter. Lessons, especially the flying tigers, is the most elite force of your police. You cannot be sloppy. After all, Hong Kong's law and order must be maintained by you. Yes, yes, we must remember it in our hearts. The chief said busy. When Lu Junwu's car left, and the Hong Kong garrison also left, the director of the operations department sank and pointed to the commander of the Flying Tigers. The opponent said, "Take him back for internal investigation, as well as the members of the Flying Tigers who went on the mission this time. All have been punished." In that Cadillac, with Lu Junwu in it, He Shuiyun was too embarrassed to be too close to Zhou Hao, and he was a little restrained. She still knows a little bit about Zhou Hao being the son of old man Zhao. The reason why she didn't tell He Hongsun before was because on the one hand, there was no chance, and on the other hand, she didn't want He Hongsun to think that she was after Zhou Hao's background. Just stay with him. Brother Lu, thank you just now. Zhou Hao smiled at Lu Junwu. In front of Zhou Hao, Lu Junwu would naturally no longer be as powerful as he was in front of outsiders, and smiled heartily. You stinky boy, you know you are in trouble. This time, even He Hongsun's daughter dared to abduct it. I don't know what to say about you. Who made them deceive the He family too much? Zhou Hao rolled his lips indifferently and said, furthermore, Shuyun's experience is indeed pitiful. Who knows that the envious daughter of everyone is actually just a canary who is only imprisoned in a cage and cannot even dominate her own life. Lu Junwu also sees too much of the He family's rectification marriage. Even the people in his own family can decide how much of their marriage matters are in their own hands. He Shuyun is undoubtedly fortunate to meet Zhou Hao. She was the man who threw the entire sky over. Lu, General Lu, thank you just now. He Shuyun saw that the relationship between Zhou Hao and Lu Junwu seemed to be much closer than he thought, and he was not so restrained. But Zhou Hao smiled at her. What General Lu? Like me? You have to call him Big Brother Lu. Oh, Brother Lu. He Shuyun was very obedient to Zhou Hao, and he called out from Lu Junwu with a little shyness. Hey, this Big Brother Lu is heartwarming. Lu Junwu smiled kindly. That's why I said this is a good girl. I don't know what the old fellow He Hongsun thinks. Such a good daughter is willing to sacrifice. Mention He Hongsun. He Shuyun's face was a little sad again. Zhou Hao put her arms around her shoulders to show her comfort. She also smiled at Zhou Hao, so that Zhou Hao should not worry about herself. By the way, Xiao Hao, do your sisters know about this? Lu Junwu suddenly asked Zhou Hao. Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao's true relationship. Zhao Rixin and Zhao Dingzhou did not seem to be aware of it, perhaps because they were obsessed with the authorities. Only when Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao are sisters and brothers. Lu Junwu could see better when he was on the outside, knowing that Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin were not as pure as they seemed on the surface. However, the personal affairs of the son and daughter involved the family affairs of his old leader. Lu Junwu was not easy to intervene. What's more, he still agreed with Zhou Hao in his heart, and he was more than worthy of Zhao Yuqin, so he did not oppose them. However, Zhou Hao's sentimental Lu Junwu has also seen him. Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing both know him, and naturally they also know that they are Zhou Hao's confidants. Most of the men who have considerable achievements in their careers are romantic. Whether it is a tycoon who is the best in business or a high-ranking official in the officialdom, most of them are similar in this respect, but most of the officialdom are very low-key. This is also the reason why few officials at or above the departmental level will take their style of life as an attack point. Therefore, Lu Junwu doesn't care much about Zhou Hao, who has achieved extraordinary achievements despite his young age, and doesn't pay much attention to the problems of his private life. It's just that Zhao Yuqin is his very beloved sister, and he still cares about Zhao Yuqin's feelings. When it comes to Zhao Yuqin, Zhou Hao is somewhat ashamed, but Zhao Yuqin has always been tolerant of his mercy from beginning to end, which makes it difficult for Zhou Hao to control himself if he is emotional, and his self-control ability is getting worse and worse. He shook his head and said, Sister, they don't know yet, but if the sister knew what happened to Shuyun, she would definitely not be blamed. He Shuyun also knows that Zhou Hao's sister is Zhao Yuqin. She had seen it when she was in Venice, and also knew that the honeymoon trip between Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin was originally in Venice. Now that she has become Zhou Hao's woman, she can't help but feel anxious about what attitude Zhao Yuqin will use to treat herself. Yuqin knows the overall situation, so she shouldn't blame you too much. Lu Zhenwu also said, but He Shuiyun was relieved. However, this time there is a lot of noise. I'm afraid the old man will also know about it. Although Qin spoils you, the old man will not be so easy to deal with it. After all, Macau is about to return, and the issues there are still very sensitive. Especially the He family is the veritable first family in Macau. Zhou Hao nodded. Before he decided to fall out with the He family, he knew that he couldn't hide this from Elder Zhao. For the time being, he still doesn't know the true attitude of the central government towards the He family. But from the time He Hongxin has not received the signal from the central government, the central government is not as affectionate to He Hongxin as it did to the big families in Hong Kong. Send Zhou Hao, He Shuiyun, and the others back to Discovery Bay. Lu Zhenwu is about to return to the base. Before leaving, he said to Zhou Hao, "Take care of Miss Shuiyun. As you said, her experience is very bad, so I need you more." Yeah. Zhou Hao nodded solemnly. Back at He Shuiyun's house, only two people were left alone. He Shuiyun no longer needs to care about others, and said apologetically to Zhou Hao, "Hao, I'm sorry. You must be very embarrassed for my business." Holding He Shuiyun's beautiful face, Zhou Hao smiled. "What are you doing at this time? If you really feel ashamed of me, you might as well do something practical." He Shuiyun naturally knew what Zhou Hao meant by actual things, and her white cheeks immediately turned red. And Zhou Hao couldn't help but think about it. He leaned in and kissed her lips, and his hands were walking around her soft body. After today's turmoil in the He family, He Shuiyun can be said to have completely severed her relationship with the He family, and there is no worries about it anymore. He can be the little woman next to Zhou Hao with peace of mind. The love potion was almost the same before, and the enthusiasm is like fire and ecstasy. Once again, they had a full taste of He Shuiyun's beauty. After a fierce intestinal battle, the two lay on the bed next to each other. He Shuiyun lay in Zhou Hao's arms, and his slender fingers gently stroked Zhou Hao's solid chest. "How? After your sister and your godfather know about us, will they blame you?" He Shuiyun said with some worry. "Don't destroy your relationship with them for me." Zhou Hao hugged her and smiled. "Don't worry, it's okay." He Shuiyun nodded, enjoying the security of having a man carrying everything for her, and muttered, "How? Thank you, really." Zhou Hao smiled, thinking of what He Shuiyun had confided in his home, and felt distressed for her experience. In addition to the irresponsibility of the He family towards He Shuiyun, the reason why he had such a stalemate with He Hongxin was partly because he did not see the kind of father who had no sense of responsibility. He knew the feeling of lack of fatherly love very well, so in order to understand He Shuiyun's pain, as expected, Zhao Yuqin and the others quickly learned about it, and Zhou Hao received a call from Zhao Yuqin the next morning. "Huh, you stinky boy is very capable. Even He Hongxin's daughter dare to kidnap." Zhao Yuqin said to Zhou Hao on the phone, "Sister is not by your side. You are unscrupulous to go to the flowers and grass. Let Brother Lu help you wiping your ass. You can't rest easy." Although Zhao Yuqin was blaming Zhou Hao, but the charming voice sounded no anger. As Lu Zhenwu said, Zhao Yuqin was very fond of Zhou Hao. It is estimated that even if Zhou Hao is in a catastrophe, Zhao Yuqin will not blame it. "Sister, I'm sorry," Zhou Hao said, somewhat lost. Okay. You know that my sister doesn't want you to be sad the most," Zhao Yuqin said warmly. "You still think about how to talk to Dad. He's not as good as me." Indeed, Zhao Rixin called Zhou Hao not long after Zhao Yuqin. But unlike Zhao Yuqin, he didn't talk about the He family as soon as he opened his mouth, but kindly asked Zhou Hao, "Is you used to living in Hong Kong?" His tone was full of elders. Childcare. Godfather, Xiao Hao has a very good life. Zhou Hao smiled. He knew that Mr. Zhao's feelings for him were very sincere. "That's good. I heard Jinwu and Zheng's brothers say that you are making trouble in Hong Kong. I am still worried that you will cause trouble." Old man Zhao laughed. Zhou Hao knew that Elder Zhao was waiting for him to speak, so he took the initiative to confess. "Goddaddy, I'm sorry. Xiao Hao really got into trouble." "Hey, little slick." The old man Zhao laughed unchanged. "It's about the He family. Jinwu told me that the little girl is a good girl. But Xiao Hao, then He family, it's a bit more complicated with the Su family. You must handle it properly and don't get angry. Like the He family, Father Zhao also attaches great importance to fame, but not like He Hong's son or Run Run Sha. But because of the high status of the Zhao family in China, it is one of the most prominent red families at the top of the political arena. Few people in China dare to talk about the style of these families, but some hostile forces often create topics for their family members and slander their family reputation. This has risen to the level of the country, and it is impossible for Mr. Zhao not to pay attention to it. So Zhou Hao is allowed to deal with it carefully. Of course, Zhou Hao understood the key to this and said to Mr. Zhao, "God, I can handle public opinion well. It's just from the He family. Macau is about to return, and the He family is the #1 in Macau. The central government prepares. How to treat Hijia. The attitude of the central government towards the He family is very important in Zhou Hao's eyes, because if the He family gets the attention of the central government, it will be difficult for them to deal with them. Even if they use the power of the Zhao family, they will be restrained. The He family is a very important factor in the stability of Macau, and it is also a member of the country. How will the country treat them? Your question is really superficial," Mr. Zhao said to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao knew that the old man's remarks were actually just official accents, and certainly not the true attitude of the central government. "Sure enough, I heard the old man say. However, since Macau is a part of the country, it is natural not to allow it to have a mountain that dominates the other side. After all, stability and unity are the country's policy." Although Mr. Zhao was talking about stability and unity with such a wide range of words, Zhou Hao knew that in the domestic political circles, at least the Zhao faction had already defined the He family. That's right, the Ho family is the first family in Macau in the true sense, and it controls almost all of Macau's economy. But that was the situation before the return of Macau. Macau was a Portuguese colony. Since Macau itself is above mainland China and most of its population is also Chinese, it is impossible for Portugal to settle too many Portuguese in Macau. In order to govern Macau, it is necessary to rule China with China. The He family is the best tool Portugal uses to manage Macau. He Hongsen's fortune also depends on the support of the Portuguese government. However, after the return of Macau, the central government will absolutely not allow this situation to continue. No matter which place it is, the central government is most afraid of the fact that the local power will be strong, which will cause the country's policies to fail to go up and down. Zhou Hao already knew at this time why the He family did not get the approval of the central government after exhausting their efforts, because the He family's roots in Macau were too deep, which had a considerable impact on the central government's governance of Macau. So now the He family is in the central, there is already a barrier in his eyes. This situation arises because Macau is too small. Although Hong Kong also has local power, because Hong Kong has a much larger space than Macau, the local power is far more than one, which creates a relatively balanced situation, which instead allows Hong Kong to maintain stable. Macau is now one of the 3 largest gambling cities in the world, and the largest and most famous gambling resort in Asia. Mr. Zhao's voice came again. Since the late 1980s and early 1990s, there have been many in our country. People are attracted to Macau. The Chinese people gamble is known all over the world, and this bad hobby has caused many problems. Zhou Hao was quite surprised, but did not interrupt Mr. Zhao's words. He only heard Mr. Zhao continue to say, especially after a large number of Hong Kong businessmen and Taiwan businessmen have invested in the mainland. In order to more smoothly explore the mainland market, those businessmen took local officials to Macau. Using gambling to corrupt those local officials and eventually lead them to no return. I can hear that although Mr. Zhao's tone was plain as water, there was a lot of anger in it. At that time, we had contacted He Hongsun and negotiated with him to see if we could cooperate with us to pull out the black sheep and to a certain extent, transfer back the money that originally belonged to the people of our country. At this time, Mr. Zhao said this, and Zhou Hao knew that He Hongsun and the Central Committee had such a twist. It is not necessary for Mr. Zhao to speak out. Zhou Hao can guess that at that time, He Hongsun must have been reluctant to let go of the big customers from China and the huge profits brought to the casino and rejected the request of the central government. Sure enough, Mr. Zhao sighed and said, a businessman who only knows how to profit can't distinguish between the big and the wrong, and even unscrupulously squeezes the interests of the people. It will be difficult to achieve good results after all. Zhou Hao was a little surprised. With these words of Mr. Zhao, The end of the He family was almost doomed. Zhou Hao finally knew why in his previous life. After the return of Macau, the SAR government immediately opened up gambling rights. In addition to breaking the He family's monopoly, this clearly meant to suppress the He family. After understanding this, Zhou Hao said to Mr. Zhao smoothly, "Godfather, the reason why the people of the He family are so domineering, I think it is because they have the sole gambling power in Macau and formed a monopoly. I think if the Macau government is allowed to open up gambling rights." Before Zhou Hao finished speaking, Mr. Zhao interrupted him with a smile. It's a little bit early to talk about this now. New year, let's take care of your business first. Also, don't jump too high. It's always bad to be too conspicuous. Zhou Hao reacted immediately. It is actually very sensitive to talk to Mr. Zhao about the opening of gambling rights, especially now that Macau has not really returned. Even if the central government has really decided to open gambling rights to break the monopoly, it is absolutely confidential. Can't reveal the slightest. As for Zhou Hao's brain, I believe that some people on the central government have noticed it. Before, Mr. Zhao used to tap on Asia TV to remind Zhou Hao to stay back and not to be too sharp. Who knows that Zhou Hao is now playing tricks again? Such a thing is not enough if you can't think of it. However, Zhou Hao also heard that Mr. Zhao didn't mean to blame himself too much, so he relaxed a little. After chatting with the old man for a while, Zhou Hao ended the call, and He Shuyun, who was sitting next to him, also asked nervously, "Yes, it's the old man Zhao?" Zhou Hao nodded, and He Shuyun said anxiously, "He knows what happened to you? Does he blame you?" "No, my godfather still loves me very much." Zhou Hao hugged He Shuyun on his lap, put his hands on her willow waist, and smiled. "Don't be afraid that your godfather will have any opinion on you. Listen, my elder brother said, Godfather was very romantic when he was young, and he still wouldn't blame me for such things." With that said, Zhou Hao was actually a little worried in his heart. It is true that the old man has no opinion on his fascination. After all, this is a common problem of men, and the only difference is whether he has strength. But this was also the case when the old man didn't know the relationship between Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. If the old man knew that his beloved daughter was also Zhou Hao's pillow, I'm afraid he would not indulge Zhou Hao so much. And these worries, Zhou Hao naturally wouldn't tell He Shuyun, lest she think randomly. Sure enough, He Shuyun let out a long sigh of relief when he heard Zhou Hao say that the old man didn't care about it, and moved in affectionately to rub his ears with Zhou Hao, gently rubbing his face. The tenderness in his eyes was enough to make any iron stone the hard-hearted men are turned into soft fingers. How? Don't make trouble. This is still during the day. He Shuyun twisted and groaned when he noticed that Zhou Hao's hand went through the hem of his clothes to take the softness on his chest. By the way, Shuyun, what plans do you have in the future? You can't really be the kind of yellow-faced woman who stays at home and cooks and washes every day. He Shuyun leaned her head on Zhou Hao's chest and said softly, "I'm your yellow-faced woman. Don't you like it?" "I like it, but I don't want to bury your talent like this." Zhou Hao put his arms around the jade person and said, "I know your talent is not worse than any man. If you really trap you at home and be a yellow-faced woman, I'm afraid I will be condemned by God." He Shuyun was touched by Zhou Hao's words, because for most men, especially successful men, they don't like their women to show up. For them, women should stay at home to cook and take care of their children. Even if the wife's ability is stronger than their own, those men will feel jealous and force their wives to stay at home. He Shuyun smiled and asked Zhou Hao, "Then what do you want me to do?" "You say, I do what you want me to do. I remember what you learned in London was financial analysis and statistics." Zhou Hao said, "Yeah." He Shuyun nodded, "Mainly econometrics and capital markets, as well as other economic subjects." "What? Do you want me to help you with financial accounting?" Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. "Isn't it a problem for you to be a financial accountant? I want to give full play to your talents." Then, Zhou Hao took He Shuyun to the headquarters of the Galaxy Investment Company, located in the Landmark in Central. He Shuyun often came to the Landmark for shopping and shopping, but he never knew that there would be such an investment company on the Landmark. At the same time, he was shocked because the office of Galaxy occupies an entire floor and the office rent of Landmark is notorious. It is expensive, reaching hundreds of millions every year. An investment company of this size is impossible to go unheard in Hong Kong, especially when He Shuiyun went inside and saw the analysts and operators of different nationalities and races. She was even more surprised. She knew how strong funds are needed to recruit so many foreign employees, and contacts with the government are also essential. Moreover, as a professional in finance, she noticed that these operators and analysts are all elites in the industry, and any employee here is a high-tech talent in the investment company's struggle to break the ground. Behind one of the female operators, seeing the data displayed on the computer screen in front of her, He Shuiyun couldn't help but whispered out, "A single person can operate a transaction value of more than 600 million US dollars. After a few more turns, He Shuiyun saw that the transaction volume manipulated by each operator here was hundreds of millions. He Shuiyun had only done simulation models to manipulate financial transactions of this scale. She now knows that the scale of this Galaxy investment company is much larger than the surface. How here is? He Shuiyun was so startled that he couldn't close his mouth, staring at Zhou Hao in a daze. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "This is one of my companies and my biggest source of funds." What? He Shuiyun was even more surprised. Originally, she only thought Zhou Hao was at most one of the shareholders of this investment company. Most of the investments made by my Xinghe are financial, including stocks, futures, oil and gold crops and other futures, and will not be limited to a certain region. Zhou Hao smiled to He Shuiyun, "But I have to deal with a lot of things, and I can't manage this Xinghe all the time. My sister used to take care of me, but now she wants to help me look at the domestic Tina beverage group, and it's hard to be separated. So I want you to help me manage this Star River." In the office of the general manager of Xinghe, He Shuiyun was sitting at his desk looking at the information about Xinghe intently, operating the computer to quickly browse the relevant data, and flipping through the large pile of information on the desktop. Song Jiahao and Willie Worth, the two directors of the Galaxy, also stood respectfully on the opposite side, ready to deal with He Shuiyun's questions at any time to help her understand the situation of the Galaxy. Zhou Hao sat on the sofa over there, quietly admiring the charming intellectual temperament that He Shuiyun exudes when he works hard. When Zhou Hao said that she wanted her to manage Galaxy Investment Company, He Shuiyun did not make hypocritical excuses. Instead, he accepted the challenge very confidently and immediately entered the working state. The first step is to understand the specific situation of Galaxy. The more he understood the situation of Xinghe, the more shocked He Shuiyun was. Using her professional knowledge, she made a preliminary estimate of the capital manipulated by Xinghe and found that this infamous Xinghe actually controlled nearly 106 billion US dollars of capital, and it is still growing in the financial market. It's like a snowball that is getting bigger and bigger, forming a hidden and powerful capital force in the financial market. And no one, including the many wealthy people in Hong Kong and Macau, including the Li family, Guogua, Su family, and He family, knew that there was such a financial investment company hidden on the landmark, which controlled such a huge amount of funds. Not inferior to any giants in Hong Kong and Macau, or even worse. It's incredible. Since its establishment in early 1997, Galaxy has never made a mistake in its investment. Even gold, oil, steel, aluminum, and other highly volatile futures have been predicted so accurately. It is incredible. He Shuiyun's bright eyes reflected the constantly changing data, and he couldn't help but cried out. Opposite Willie Worth said, "It's all the boss's investment plans that are extremely accurate. We old employees have watched Xinghe develop step by step to the present, so we know very well that Xinghe can achieve the results it is today. The credit." He Shuiyun raised her head in amazement and looked at Zhou Hao, who was sitting on the sofa leisurely over there. What he said is true. Isn't he flattering you? Miss He, although you are now our general manager, we don't like to hear what you say. Song Jiahao said seriously, "When the boss was an idol that all employees in our company admired, this is not to please the boss, but the boss's talent in financial investment is a rare genius in a century. In our opinion, even the predators of Soros are far behind our boss. Ms. He, you can look at the information, how much money our company made under the leadership of the boss during the first and second waves of the Asian financial turmoil." Seeing the very serious look on Song Jiahao and Willie Worth's faces, He Shuiyun knew that they were not lying. However, He Shuyun did not expect Zhou Hao to possess such outstanding talents in finance, and Zhou Hao had not mentioned it to her before. He Shuyun has always thought that although Zhou Hao has the Zhao family as a backer, he should just do some monopolistic industries like other red second generations to make huge profits. The financial market, especially the international financial market outside of China, cannot be affected by the domestic red families. So Zhou Hao's achievements are entirely dependent on his own strength. She knew that Zhou Hao was only 18 years old this year, but she already had over 100 billion Hong Kong dollars worth of assets in her hands. She was able to build a family from scratch by relying on her own ability. No one would believe what she said. She had always loved Zhou Hao so much. Now that she knows that Zhou Hao has such an outstanding talent, she is even more grateful that she has met her lover. As for Zhou Hao's failure to tell her before, it seems to He Shuyun that it was also caused by Zhou Hao's unbridled frankness. He didn't blame him at all, but some beauty in the eyes of lovers. How about, are you confident to help me manage this industry? Zhou Hao smiled kindly. He Shuyun hesitated. After all, this was a huge asset comparable to the gambling kingdom of the He family. But soon she nodded confidently, not only because she had enough confidence in her abilities, but also because she didn't disappoint Zhou Hao's trust in her. Zhou Hao, go out and look at the people below. The stock market in Hong Kong is a bit volatile today. Keep your eyes on it. Just let Willyworth stay here to help Shuyun. Zhou Hao said, I see, boss. Song Zhou Hao turned and left the office. Knowing what Zhou Hao meant, Willyworth took out a floppy disk from his arms and gave it to He Shuyun. He Shuyun looked at the floppy in a puzzled manner, and then saw Zhou Hao nod to herself before inserting the floppy into the computer. A series of data immediately appeared on the monitor. This is... He Shuyun looked at the data on the monitor with confusion. Ruble? This is Russian currency market transaction data. How are you? Willyworth gave another file to He Shuyun, and He Shuyun immediately read it. The more he looked at it, the more surprised he became. Oh, Russia will have a stock market crash? Why, how? The Russian government is now trying to stabilize them in the financial market, and they are about to change terms. How can turmoil in the financial market be allowed? These reasons naturally did not require Zhou Hao to speak out. Willyworth immediately explained why Shuyun in detail, and his views were what Zhou Hao told him before. After He Shuyun heard about it, he admired Zhou Hao's bold prediction and his terrifying inference power even more. Only I and Willyworth know the full details of this investment plan, and even Zhou Hao knows nothing. Zhou Hao said, because I am also from the Zhao family, I have a very close relationship with the central government. Now the relationship with Russia is very delicate, so my investment in Russia will become sensitive, and if I am not careful, I will be caught by others. Since you will help me manage the galaxy in the future, this naturally, I can't keep things from you, and I also need your professional knowledge to help me share my worries. He Shuyun nodded hurriedly. He Shuyun is very willing to share Zhou Hao's secrets and share his worries. He Shuyun was busy in the office until after 6 o'clock in the evening, and He Shuyun stopped work under Zhou Hao's persuasion and promised to come back tomorrow. Otherwise, because she had been holding back the energy for more than 10 years, it is estimated that she would have to spend the night tonight. All the information is not away. How? You see that none of the employees of the company are off work. Isn't it good for us to leave like this? When he walked out of the office, seeing that none of the employees of the company had finished get off work, He Shuyun stayed and continued to struggle. Willyworth next to him smiled and said, Miss He, we are all used to this. Once we start to work, we often forget the time. It is also the boss who sympathizes with us not to let us go too far, and it is mandatory to leave the company before 7 o'clock in the evening. These employees are afraid they will do it day and night. Zhou Hao also said to He Shuyun, you can't get into their bad habit when you work here in the future. You must leave work on time at 5 o'clock in the afternoon every day, otherwise I will remove you as the general manager. He Shuyun understood that Zhou Hao was caring about his body. After all, working too hard would hurt his body, so he nodded sweetly. Leaving the landmark, He Shuyun sat in Zhou Hao's Maserati. Seeing that there were no outsiders present, he immediately got into Zhou Hao's arms and said with a flushed face, How? Thank you. She was grateful to Zhou Hao for giving herself this opportunity to display her talents, and Zhou Hao asked her to help deal with the investment matters in Russia. It also made He Shuiyun feel that she knew Zhou Hao's secret and was closer than other women. I'm just a man doing my best. Zhou Hao laughed. To be honest, I'm exploiting a rare talent like you, but you still say thank you to me. What a fool. I'll be your fool. He Shuiyun's smile suddenly became naive, and she had a completely different beauty from the usual ladylike appearance. In order to completely get rid of the ties between the He family and the Su family, with the help of Zhou Hao, He Shuiyun issued a statement to the media the next day, formally going through the divorce procedures with Su Jinsheng, and asked Su Jinsheng for 10 through the representative lawyer Andre Alexander. Alimony of 100 million yuan. In this regard, the He family rarely remained silent and did not make any comments, which was regarded as acquiescing to He Shuiyun's actions. He Shuiyun's move was like dropping a heavyweight bomb in Hong Kong's public opinion, setting off a stormy sea. Most of the public opinion in the public tends to support He Shuiyun, and Su Jinsheng's reputation is so stinky that it has almost become a pronoun for men's scum. As for Su Jiaming's accusation against Zhou Hao for injuring him, it was difficult because Zhou Hao had Ni Yongxiao and others as his time witnesses. Instead, he was sued for defamation by the luxurious lawyers behind Zhou Hao. On this day, Zhou Hao brought He Shuiyun and Su Lin to the Grand Hyatt Hotel for dinner. He wanted to bring Liang Xiaobing also. However, the movie Love in the Afterlife, in which Liang Xiaobing participated, needs to be filmed in Yunnan and Guizhou in China. The staff of Polaris left Hong Kong by plane. Like He Shuiyun, Su Lin are both talented and beautiful women, and they have more contact with each other. Therefore, with Zhou Hao's cooperation, they quickly become good friends. They are not at all intrigued like He Hongsen's aunt, and He Shuiyun is relieved. In the restaurant on the top floor of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, Zhou Hao saw a person who was interested in him, but he was a Russian who had a relationship with the Moonlight Club of Ni Yong School before. Zhou Hao knew at first glance that he was not an ordinary person. Russians. When he was in the Moonlight Club of Ni Yong School, Zhou Hao had a relationship with the Russian. At that time, Zhou Hao felt that the Russian was not an ordinary person, and the big guys who acted as bodyguards around him also made Zhou Hao clearly feel the bitterness of his breath. He was clearly of the same type as Dong Chunlin and Gu Pinggan. How, what's the matter? Seeing Zhou Hao looking at the Russian at the table in the distance, Su Lin followed his gaze. I saw the Russian sitting in front of a table by the window. Next to him was a big Russian man in a suit and leather shoes with a cold face. There was also a table of 6 big Russian men behind. Although there was no communication with the Russian, he took a look. I knew that the 6 big men were the bodyguards of the Russian. The Russian ordered a table of Chinese food and ate it with relish. The big guy next to him didn't eat anything. His eagle-like eyes were constantly watching the changes in the surrounding environment. How? Do you know that foreigner? He Shuiyun also saw the Russian, but didn't know him at all. Zhou Hao shook his head. I don't know each other, but I've seen one before, and I am quite impressed. He saw that the Russian bodyguards were not ordinary security guards at all. Although the big guys were very restrained, Zhou Hao could feel that they were secret agents, which showed that the Russians were unusual. The Russian seemed to have noticed Zhou Hao's gaze, so he raised his head and looked over. When he saw Zhou Hao, he was taken aback, then smiled at Zhou Hao Yao and raised the tea in his hand to signal to Zhou Hao. Feeling the Russian's vigilant eyes with a little kindness, Zhou Hao also smiled faintly and also raised the tea to signal to him. After a while, one of the big guys at the table behind the Russian walked over, nodded politely to Zhou Hao, and then said in fairly fluent Chinese, Hello, our husband wants to invite a few people over. Dinner together. Can you accept our husband's invitation? Zhou Hao was also very curious about the Russian, so he nodded and smiled. It's better to be respectful than fate. So Zhou Hao walked over with Su Lin and He Shuiyun, nodded and smiled at the Russian before sitting opposite him, and the waiter of the restaurant immediately came to add tea and tableware to the 3 of them. We have met once. Zhou Hao smiled at the Russian in English. The Russian also smiled back in English with a Russian accent. I recognize you. When the 2 parties communicate directly in English, the bodyguard who can understand Chinese is not used as an interpreter for them, which is much more convenient. Zhou Hao extended his right hand towards the Russian, with a friendly smile on his face. Zhou Hao. The Russian held Zhou Hao's hand and smiled similarly. Flamiker. Then he smiled at the 2 beauties beside Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao communicated with Flamiker, and Su Lin and He Shun didn't intervene casually, but silently added tea to the two of them. They looked very decent and generous, and he nodded repeatedly when he saw Vlamiker. Mr. Vlamiker is the nobleman in Russia, right? Zhou Hao asked deliberately. In fact, there are very few real nobles in Russia now, because most of the nobles in Russia originated in the Tsarist era. After the February Revolution and a series of great changes in the First World War, those nobles it was destroyed, except for a handful of nobles with a keen political sense who became the heroes of the Soviet Union because of their support for the Soviet regime and can be passed down. All the other nobles have fallen. Although the nobles who succeeded in speculation were able to survive, they were severely damaged when the Soviet Union disintegrated. They no longer had the strength of nobles. A very few nobles survived tenaciously and became a member of a certain area in Russia. The existence of oligarchs continues to retain and develop their influence. This Vlamiker has so many agents to guard him. If he is not an important official of the Russian government, he must be a powerful oligarch. That's why Zhou Hao asked. Just listen to Vlamiker laughing. I am not a nobleman. My blood is the most ordinary common people. There is no place to be called noble. Mr. Zhou, are you a member of the Red family in China? Tang family, Zhao family, or He family? Vlamiker seemed to know the high-level political circles in China very well, and even knew the three most powerful factions in the political circles, which made Zhou Hao even more curious about his identity. As for why Vlamiker guessed that Zhou Hao belonged to the Red family, it was because when he brushed shoulders with Zhou Hao at Moonlight Club last time, he also noticed that Dong Chunlin and Gu Ping and beside Zhou Hao were the same as his own guards. He is a very elite special agent. Zhou Hao didn't hide it and smiled slightly. I am a junior in Zhao's family. Ha 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 ha. If there are talents like you in the Zhao family, I am afraid that in the next 20 years, it will not decline. Flamykeel smiled with a pun. He mistakenly thought Zhou Hao was the politician in Zhao's family. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. Mr. Vlamiker passed the award, but I am not a member of the system. I am in business. Business. Vlamiker was startled because he looked at Zhou Hao's temperament and was clearly no different from those high-ranking officials. In China, he thought Zhou Hao was the future leader of the Zhao family, but he didn't. Thinking that Zhou Hao had chosen a business path, he said with regret, It's a pity. It's a pity. I thought Mr. Zhou you are. Business is nothing. In fact, business is also very good. You have not been doing business in China all these years. Do you emphasize economic development? Good business. Hearing the inadvertent ridicule in Vlamiker's laughter, Zhou Hao knew that he was a little scornful of China's economic development policy. But Zhou Hao didn't make any excuses, and now he was almost certain that the unsurprising Vlamiker was an important member of the Russian government. Although China and Russia are the two most powerful countries in the socialist camp today, they have experienced a series of twists and turns, but the relationship between the two countries is subtle. The overall cooperation is precautions, but it is not as good as Zhou Hao in North Korea. The relationship is close, and the views of Vlamiker and Zhou Hao on China's relevant policies obviously have their own national concepts. If Zhou Hao insists on arguing with Vlamiker, no one will be able to convince anyone in the end. Instead, it will cause discord. So Zhou Hao just smiled and took a sip of tea with a calm face. And when Vlamiker saw Zhou Hao's calm look, he felt that he was in the same position, and he was secretly ashamed, wondering why his self-cultivation skills could not even match the young man in front of him. However, Zhou Hao's image in his heart has also improved a bit, making Vlamiker feel that the person from the Zhao family is really different, so calm at a young age. After that, the two did not continue to struggle with China's policies. Instead, they chatted with each other, talking about Britain's old-fashioned and non-enterprising behavior, about the meddling of the United States, and about Japan's domineering. Sir, your Qingyang Dompa meat. At this time, a male waiter walked to the front of the table with a dish, bent over and put the Qingyang Dompa meat on the table, and said to Zhou Hao and Vlamiker, Everyone, please taste. But when he straightened up, the left hand that was originally placed behind the back was wiped silently towards the back of Zhou Hao's neck, and a sharp silver light flashed between his thumb and middle finger, stabbing like a poisonous snake. Xiang Zhou Hao's neck is critical, but the male waiter's polite smile on his face forms two extremes with the insidious gestures on his hand, so that everyone can't think that the waiter with a beautiful smile is actually killing the guests. However, when the silver light pierced the back of Zhou Hao's neck, the smile on the male waiter's face immediately stiffened, because he felt that he had taken a strong blow and could not penetrate Zhou Hao's skin. He is holding a silver needle thinner than a hair on his finger, and it is very tough. He has been trained to pierce even 2 or 3 layers of specially treated rhino hides, but at this time it can't penetrate the circumference. Hao's skin was no different from ordinary people. The silver needle just touched the back of Zhou Hao's neck and couldn't get in any more. Under the power of the male waiter, the silver needle was also compressed and bent. Don't waste your effort. But Zhou Hao turned his head and sneered at the male waiter with a sullen face. Just grab it with your hands. The big Russian man next to Flammaker has also found out what's wrong. He peeped his right hand into his arms, and there was an extra low-pitched pistol in his hand, and he was afraid that the killer would be against Flammaker, nothing else. Said and pulled the trigger. Just hearing a tweet, the bullet hit the killer's left shoulder bone. The assassin shook, already pinching a few silver needles in his right hand, turning his wrist and threw it towards Flammaker and the others, and at the same time, turned around to escape from here. The bodyguard next to Flammaker picked up a porcelain plate on the table and swiftly stopped in front of Flamikeel, hearing only a few subtle sounds of ding, ding, ding. A few silver needles. The bodyguard was blocked. At the same time, 2 flying knives slammed from behind, took the assassin who had escaped for a few meters, and thrust them directly into his waist. According to Zhou Hao, those 2 knives stabbed the assassin's lumbar spine, and the attack was very precise. Sure enough, the assassin who had suffered a lumbar spine fell to the ground without taking 2 steps, and there was no sensation in his lower body. When the surrounding guests saw this situation, they fled the restaurant screaming, and the scene was suddenly chaotic. Flammaker frowned and looked at the bodyguard behind him with a flying knife, blamed him for causing the riot, and then said to Zhou Hao, "Mr. Zhou Hao, it is not convenient for us to stay here, so we left first." Without waiting for Zhou Hao's answer, he hurriedly left the restaurant under the protection of his bodyguards. Zhou Hao was very calm about this sudden assassination, but Su Lin and He Xiun, who had never experienced it, were frightened. They touched Zhou Hao nervously and made sure that he was not injured. Sighed. Undoubtedly, if Zhou Hao had any shortcomings, it would be more serious than their own injuries. The assassin disguised as a restaurant waiter was put on the lumbar spine by Flammakair's bodyguard, and his entire lower body was abolished. Even if he was lucky not to be sentenced to death, he would end up with hemiplegia. But this assassin was fierce enough. Zhou Hao was afraid that he had only 1 hand left to move and would fight back. So he walked over and tapped his acupuncture points, which not only stopped the bleeding for him, but also restricted his activities. Ability. Looking around, the guests and the waiters in the restaurant have all escaped, and the original chic restaurant has also been messed up. Zhou Hao shrugged to Su Lin and He Xiun and said with a wry smile, "I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing even after eating." Su Lin looked at the assassin who was lying prone on the ground and couldn't move, and frowned. "What's the matter? Is this a professional assassin? How could he admitted the wrong person? Professional killers are very cautious. If this can also recognize the wrong person, then he would be too unprofessional." Zhou Hao smiled. He thinks that Su Lin is right. This guy is a professional killer, and he is also a professional killer with rich experience and skill. It can be seen from his ability to play a high-end restaurant waiter so vividly and unsuspectingly. Moreover, he did not carry guns with him like the killers in the movie, because in fact, the control of guns and other arms is very strict in many places. This not only makes the killer inconvenient to carry, but also easy to leave clues after use. Increase the risk of exposure. Therefore, a truly clever killer, unless it is to take the life of the target from a long distance, otherwise, usually use close weapons such as knives. The killer who assassinated Zhou Hao this time used fine needles, a more difficult to detect weapon. Zhou Hao picked up a thin needle that was blocked by Flammakair's bodyguard and looked at it. He estimated that the thin needle must have been smeared with a poisonous throat, which would greatly increase the success of the assassination. Rate. If Zhou Hao's flesh and skin were not much stronger than ordinary people, even bullets of ordinary calibers were difficult to pierce, and he had a physique that was not invaded by poisons, I am afraid it would be the way to go. Soon, The police who received the report rushed over. Dozens of policemen rushed in from several entrances and exits of the restaurant at the same time, aiming at the three of Zhou Hao and Su Lin and He Xiun as if they were approaching the enemy, for fear that they were killers. Fellow party. When the report was just received, the Hong Kong police were very nervous because during the 1980s and 1990s, several groups of criminals from the mainland called provincial and Hong Kong raiders by the Hong Kong people raged in Hong Kong. Some of those criminals were originally the militia or retired soldiers in the mainland who have received military training and possess powerful weapons such as AK-47. They unscrupulously looted banks, jewelry factories, and other places in Hong Kong. They even used the streets as battlefields, fiercely with the Hong Kong police. Rushing has caused a lot of casualties. Since then, the Hong Kong police have attached great importance to extremely dangerous persons such as gunmen or professional assassins, and have strengthened their response training for ordinary police officers and the Flying Tigers. Therefore, after receiving news that suspected professional killers appeared in the restaurant of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, the police immediately dispatched a large number of police forces. Under the guns of the policemen, Zhou Hao frowned. Neither he nor Su Lin and He Xiun were ordinary citizens, so they both acted very calmly at this time. Instead, the policemen with guns in both hands were sweating nervously, saying this. A few of the most vicious killer groups in the world, right? Just listen to Su Lin said to the police. I am Su Lin, the chief executive of Asia Television Broadcasting Corporation. These two are my friends. That one is the killer. I want to talk to your commander. Su Lin said that. Some police officers really recognized this TV queen, who can be compared with Fang Yihua of TVB. A man in a suit and leather shoes also walked out from behind the policeman and raised his hand to let the policemen put down their guns. At the same time, several police officers rushed to the killer who was lying prone on the ground and pressed him tightly. The man in suit and leather shoes and another woman in administrative uniform came to Zhou Hao and said to them, Hello, I am Song Liheng, Senior Inspector of the Crime Squad of the Hong Kong Police Hong Kong Island Division, Wanchai Division. This is Miss Jian Xianxian, Senior Inspector of Interpol Hong Kong Branch. Su Lin shook hands with them separately and told them the situation just now. That Jian Xianxian looked at Zhou Hao and said, Mr. Zhou, it seems that we are going to ask you to go back with us to assist in the investigation. According to my observation, this person who assassinated you should be a real professional killer who is extremely dangerous. I want to know who has such a big grudge against you and dispatched such a person to kill you. Zhou Hao smiled. I also want to know about this, but I think the Hong Kong police alone may not be able to deal with this matter. Seeing Song Liheng and Jian Xianxian both showing unhappy expressions, Zhou Hao smiled again. Because I suspect that this may involve some of our Chinese secrets, this case should be handled by the military or the Ministry of National Security. When Song Liheng and Jian Xianxian heard the words, the unpleasant expression on their faces immediately disappeared. They all knew that Su Lin was a celebrity, so her friends were definitely not ordinary people, more likely the descendants of those big figures in China. If this case really involves national security, then their Hong Kong police is indeed unable to handle it, and once it is dealt with, they will have to face investigation by the central authorities. Seeing their solemn expressions, Zhou Hao smiled and said, If you can't decide, you can report to your superiors, and I will greet them without embarrassing you. Song Liheng's expressions were even more shocking when they heard this. From these words, they clearly have friendship with their upper-class bosses. Song Liheng smiled slightly and said, Then trouble, Mr. Zhou, but this assassin is very dangerous, so I want to bring him back and control him before the relevant departments take over. Naturally, Superintendent Song is really fulfilling his duties, and it is really fortunate for Hong Kong people to have a talent like Supervisor Song for the Hong Kong police. Zhou Hao said with a reserved smile. As a result, the killer was sent to the hospital for treatment under police surveillance. Zhou Hao and the three went to the police station of Hong Kong Island with Song Liheng to record a statement for the police. At the same time, they called Lu Zhenwu and Zheng Yingpei respectively. Zhou Hao was assassinated here in Hong Kong. Both Lu Zhenwu and Zheng Yingpei were shocked. Even the Hong Kong special administrator, who knew Zhou Hao's background, was very nervous. How about the assassination of relatives of central officials in Hong Kong? Didn't it point to loopholes in Hong Kong's public security work? If the central government really blames it, especially the SAR government is now discussing the issue of the senior official accountability system, then the special administrative officer and the police will not be able to take responsibility. When Zhou Hao recorded the confession to the police, the Commissioner of Police Su Qian and Deputy Commissioner Zhang Yingpei came to visit in person, frightening Song Liheng and the police officer who recorded the confession to Zhou Hao. Backing. Zhou Hao also met with Su Qian before. They met under the introduction of the Zheng family brothers, but they didn't have a deep friendship. Xiao Hao, are you not injured? Have you ever gone to the hospital for an examination? Su Qian asked, concerned when he saw Zhou Hao, then turned to look at Song Liheng and said in a severe tone, "What's the matter with your Wanchai branch? You actually let dangerous people like killers come in and out furiously. And what is the Grand Hyatt Hotel? It is a gathering place for celebrities and foreign tourists. You let such dangerous people appear there." When he was directly scolded by the one brother of the police, Song Liheng didn't dare to refute. He had to lower his head and be disciplined obediently, feeling quite aggrieved. However, Zhang Yingpei and Zhou Hao understood that Su Qian was indirectly protecting the reputation of the police and allowing him, the Commissioner of Police, to take a more active position. Since they have given enough face, Zhou Hao naturally didn't hesitate to cooperate and said with a smile, "Uncle Su, don't blame Officer Song and the others. In fact, this is not their responsibility. After all, no one can predict this kind of thing. Besides, Uncle Su, you also mentioned the high-end venues like the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Is it really necessary to send police officers to stay 24 hours a day? I was on the scene at the time." Officer Song and the others rushed over shortly after the incident. They dispatched the police very quickly and were very efficient, much better than ours in the mainland. I believe that Hong Kong is still one of the safest cities in the world. Both the SAR government and your police have contributed. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Su Qian returned to a smile again. Zhou Hao's meaning was already very clear. He did not intend to pursue the SAR government and the police. Su Qian also thought that Zhou Hao deserves to be a handsome man from the Zhao family. He is much more mature than his peers in dealing with others, and he can make people feel refreshed in communication. Song Liheng was also very grateful to Zhou Hao, thinking that Zhou Hao really had everyone's demeanor, especially seeing Su Qian showing a respectful attitude towards Zhou Hao. Song Liheng was even more curious and admired for Zhou Hao. And Zhang Yingpei was more sincere to Zhou Hao than Su Qian and asked directly, "Xiao Hao, who do you think was the one who bought it? That guy clearly wants to kill you." The question of Zhang Yingpei can be said to be a hit. Zhou Hao also thought before whether it was because of Vladimir that he was smashed. After all, Russia is in a sensitive state of changing political power between the old and the new. During the period, the changes in its political situation can be said to be turbulent, and if that Vladimir is involved in a struggle for the interests of which faction, it is not surprising that he was assassinated. However, the target of the assassin just now was clearly not Flamikeel, and if he knew Flamikeel, it would be impossible not to know the strength of his bodyguards, and he definitely did not dare to carry out this assassination single-handedly. So Zhou Hao can be sure that the person the other party wants to kill is indeed himself. However, this killer is obviously just a tool for killing, and the culprit behind the scenes is the key. And Zhou Hao knew that he had too many enemies. For example, he had recently formed a completely hostile and uncompromising enemy with the He Su family. He really couldn't think of someone who had enemies with him to assassinate him. "Xiao Hao, for your safety and Ms. Su's safety, why not arrange for our police to protect you?" Zhang Yingpei suggested. Su Qian also nodded in agreement. Yes, we Hong Kong police are still very experienced in security work." Zhou Hao smiled and declined their kindness. On the one hand, he originally had special forces such as Gu Pingan as the guards. Even if the people who came to the assassination were armed with powerful martial arts, they could break through Gu Pingan's protection circle. With Zhou Hao's own strength, it is easy to subdue him, unless the person who comes is an invaluable master such as Wind Demon Kotaro or Mohandas, can they pose a real threat to Zhou Hao. On the other hand, Zhou Hao really has no confidence in the Hong Kong police. The police in Hong Kong can handle general violent cases, but once they encounter really brutal thugs, it will be a bit hanged. At this time, Su Qian's assistant came from outside and handed him the mobile phone. At the same time, he whispered in Su Qian's ear, "It is General Liu of the Hong Kong garrison." Su Qian's eyebrows twitched, and he quickly answered the call. "General Liu? Hello? Hello, I'm Su Qian." Both Xing Yingpei and Zhou Hao knew that Lu Zhenwu had trouble listening to Su Qian when they called. Zhang Yingpei asked Song Liheng, "How is the situation with that killer?" Song Liheng quickly reported, "Director Zhang, the assassin is being treated at the Prince of Wales Hospital. The hospital has just sent us a preliminary diagnosis. The assassin is still in a coma due to excessive blood loss. His left shoulder bone he was wounded by a gunshot, and his lumbar spine was also severely injured." Zhang Yingpei nodded. "Let people watch him carefully to prevent his comrades from going to the robbers. Also, you must handle this matter in terms of public opinion. Don't let the public panic. At the same time, pay attention to protection Mr. Zhou's identity information, lest those murderers would be against Mr. Zhou." "Yes, Chief Zhang, I will." Song Liheng gave a salute and immediately arranged for Zhang Yingpei's instructions. And Su Qian also ended the call with Lu Zhenwu and said to Xing Yingpei and Zhou Hao, "General Liu said that their military has officially taken over the case, but we also need more cooperation from the police." I could see that he was very relieved, because the pressure on the police was much less after sending this hot potato out. After that, Zhou Hao took Su Lin and He Shuiyun away from the police station after recording the confession and called Lu Zhenwu. In addition to explaining the situation at the time, Zhou Hao also deliberately mentioned Flammaker to Lu Zhenwu. Flammakaire. Lu Zhenwu was obviously also very concerned about the group of Russians. "According to what you said, those old men should not be ordinary people. Listen to your description. That Vlammaker's bodyguard misses Russia very much. The KGB's agent is now the Russian Federal Security Service." Zhou Hao nodded. He had previously guessed that those bodyguards were all secret agents. Then Lu Zhenwu said, "Flammaker, since he is a member of the KGB, what he told you may be a pseudonym. Otherwise it would be impossible to be so honest with the person he just met." He groaned and said, "When did Hong Kong come to such a bunch of old boys? Those guys are definitely not here to do business." Then Lu Zhenwu also scolded Zhou Hao. "I said before that you kid would have a rest. Look, now it's trouble. Even the killer has come out." Zhou Hao could only smile bitterly about this, and when he ended this call, when he just wanted to put down the phone, the music rang again. He looked at the number, but it was very strange. Zhou Hao said, "Hello, this is Zhou Hao." "Head." Dong Chunlin's voice came over the phone. "The William Rashid you asked us to monitor was stranded in Hong Kong these days." He was finally impatient. "We monitored that he contacted a British-Chinese antique. The businessman made an appointment at Kwai Chung Pier. I guess he might want to leave Hong Kong by smuggling." "Huh? Big fish is finally about to move." Zhou Hao smiled. "What's the movement of the other group of people watching them?" Dong Chunlin lowered his voice. "Not yet, but I guess they will never be indifferent. William Rashid is going to Kwai Chung Pier tonight, and they will definitely follow suit." Zhou Hao said, "Well, you hang behind them first and wait for an opportunity. I will also go with you tonight." "Yes, the chief." Dong Chunlin's suppressed voice was faintly excited, because he had heard of Zhou Hao's heroic deeds and knew that his chief was not a dude who had no power to restrain the chicken. And being able to act with Zhou Hao just allowed him to see Zhou Hao's style. Because he was afraid that the person who hired a murderer to assassinate him would hurt He Shuiyun and the others, Zhou Hao did not dare to leave He Shuiyun alone in Discovery Bay. Instead, he let her stay with Su Lin in his villa in the middle of the mountain and ordered the bodyguards to protect them. "How? Be careful. Don't forget that we are waiting for you at home." He Shuiyun grabbed Zhou Hao's hand and said softly. Su Lin next to him also stared at Zhou Hao deeply. The tenderness entangled Zhou Hao, almost unable to leave. "Get out of this villa." William Rashid, like Jonathan and other members of the Philharmonic Orchestra, lives in Hong Kong's Regal Oriental Hotel in Kowloon City. This 5-star hotel is not high, with only 14 floors. It also facilitates Dong Chunlin and another intelligence organization to find a high spot in a nearby commercial building to monitor William Rashid. If the Philharmonic Orchestra lives in hotels in those skyscrapers, it will be much more difficult for Dong Chunlin to monitor him. Dong Chunlin and Gu Pinggan, the team responsible for monitoring William Rashid, rented a unit to serve as a small workshop in a factory building next to the Regal Oriental Hotel. Through the window, you can see the hotel where William Rashid is located. Room. Dong Chunlin and the others used a very sophisticated infrared lens to monitor. Even if William Rashidella puts on the curtains, he can see his actions clearly even across the wall. Moreover, Dong Chunlin and the others also used the positioning equipment commonly used in the Special Reconnaissance Brigade to locate and monitor William Rashid's room through the Hong Kong telephone network and have a clear grasp of William Rashid's external information exchange. Chief, this William Rashid is very cautious and cunning. We found that whenever he came back from a trip, he would search the room with an electronic signal jammer hidden in his electric guitar to prevent someone from installing an eavesdropper in his room. Dong Chunlin said to Zhou Hao. Also, he would call his home in the United States every 2 days. Although every time he said it was his current situation, it seemed that there was nothing suspicious at first glance. But, after our observation and analysis, he was actually whistling to the U.S. Zhou Hao said, he used a secret code? Gu Pinggan beside him nodded. Yes, but what he used is not an ordinary Morse code or other military codes, but a more secret and advanced code. He looked at a team member who was in his 20s and under 30 years old, and the team member explained to Zhou Hao. We found that William Rashid reads the X file every time he calls the U.S. The videotape. Later, when he left the room one time, we pretended to be the cleaning staff and waiter of the hotel and brought back a videotape from his room. After many experiments, we knew that it was not ordinary. The videotape is processed by advanced technology. When it is played, it will release a high-frequency sound wave that cannot be heard by human hearing, just like the sound wave emitted by a bat. We estimate that the American side will use special equipment to record this sound wave when answering William Rashid's call, and the information can be translated after their own processing. Speaking of this, he showed a look of regret. Unfortunately, we can't crack the CIA code. Otherwise, we will know the connection between William Rashid and the United States. In order not to let him find out, you have to put the videotape back in place as soon as possible. Otherwise, as long as there is enough time, I have the confidence to crack the codes. Zhou Hao was stunned. He didn't expect that modern intelligence warfare had developed to such an incredible level, and the strength of Dong Chunlin and his intelligence team exceeded Zhou Hao's expectations. Although this team member said lightly, he had to steal the videotape from William Rashid's room, not only to avoid touching the various traps that William Rashid set up in the room, but also to avoid the other one. It was too difficult to monitor the site of the mysterious organization of William Rashid, and finally put the videotape back in place. Being able to complete this series of actions unconsciously shows that Dong Chunlin's reconnaissance abilities are indeed top-notch. After monitoring for this period of time, Dong Chunlin and the others were already sure that William Rashid was a spy sent by the United States, and it also proved that Zhou Hao's intuition was correct. And the other mysterious organization that closely monitored William Rashid also made Zhou Hao more curious, because if William Rashid is an American spy, it is unlikely that the organization that monitors him will be the United States or other pros. Western countries in the United States are most likely to be countries in the socialist camp like China and have a hostile attitude toward the United States, such as Russia or North Korea, or an armed organization in the Middle East that is hostile to the United States. Chief, come and see, William Rashid is packing things. Gu Pinggan said to Zhou Hao while watching William Rashid through the lens in front of the infrared telescope. Zhou Hao hurried over to the camera, and he saw William Rashid in the guest room of the Regal Oriental Hotel in the distance, scanning the videotapes, televisions, telephones, fax machines, computers, and other electronic equipment with some kind of equipment. Dong Chunlin next to Zhou Hao explained to Zhou Hao. That is an instrument that can emit strong electromagnetic waves, which can completely destroy electronic devices, such as computers and telephones. Also, he just used thinners such as thinner for himself. The past teacups, mouthwash cups, razors, clothes, and even toilets were wiped, destroying all the organic matter he left behind. William Rashid was destroying all traces so that he could leave with confidence. Zhou Hao said, "Those videotapes hide the passwords of their American intelligence organizations. If we can get them back, we can crack them." It is of great significance to the country's intelligence collection. Let him destroy it. Pity. The team member who explained the videotape to Zhou Hao just now laughed and said, "The chief, don't worry. We used a special material containing lead to process the videotapes in his room before, so as to protect the tapes inside. The electromagnetic pulse destroys. After William Rashid leaves, we can wait for the opportunity to bring those videotapes back to study and crack." Zhou Hao also felt very excited when he heard this, thinking that Dong Chunlin and the others were really useful as scout talents, and he was very fortunate to be able to recruit such talents. Although Zhou Hao invested hundreds of millions of dollars on Pluto every year to purchase arms and other high-precision instruments, it seems that these investments are worthwhile. He also intends to merge Pluto with the Internal Investigation Department under the control of rats. One of them has outstanding talents in military intelligence, and the other has rich experience in business intelligence. If they cooperate together, they can complement each other. Look at William Rashid. In fact, he didn't pack anything. He only carried a set of clothes in his carry-on bag and put a total of more than $100,000 in cash in his wallet, belt, socks, underwear, and his arms. Inside the bag, and then went out. A team member over there who was responsible for monitoring the other mysterious organization said at this time, "Head, team leader, the people over there are also moving. They want to follow William Rashid." Dong Chunlin looked at Zhou Hao immediately and waited for his order. Zhou Hao said, "With the ability of that mysterious organization, it should not be thrown away by William Rashid. Then we will hang behind them." At this time, Zhou Hao saw through the infrared lens that William Rashid met a person as soon as he went out, but it was Jonathan, the lead singer of the Philharmonic Orchestra. Jonathan apparently knew nothing about William Rashid's spy work. Judging from the way he talked with William Rashid, he was very contemptuous of the drummer of William Rashid. "That guy should think William Rashid went out to the club." Gu Pingon sneered. "That Jonathan is really an unlearned guy. He brings women back to fool around almost every day, or he just follows others or taking drugs in the room." Others also showed expressions of disdain. It seems that Gu Pingon and the others looked down on Jonathan. Zhou Hao saw William Rashid and Jonathan chatting for a while and then went to the elevator together. Obviously, he was going out together because Jonathan should think William Rashid, as Gu Pingon said. "I wanted to go out to play, so I wanted to go together." Zhou Hao saw William Rashid's face a little gloomy. When he looked at Jonathan, a flash of murderous intent flashed in his dark blue eyes. After all, if Jonathan was there, he would flee Hong Kong. The risks are much greater. Hell, with the burden of Jonathan, William Rashid might be more difficult to get rid of tracking. Zhou Hao sneered and asked the person responsible for monitoring the other organization over there, "How about it? That guy, has anyone acted?" "There has been action. They only left 3 people there, and the rest went out to follow William Rashid." Zhou Hao nodded and said, "Well, let's set off. Chunlin, you are in charge of the command." "Yes." Dong Chunlin replied righteously and commanded the team members' actions decisively and skillfully. He left 5 people here to monitor the organization. At the same time, he looked for opportunities to get back the tapes in William Rashid's room. The others followed him to follow William Rashid and the organization. Zhou Hao was also there. This line. In order to prevent the target from being tracked, Dong Chunlin and his group's vehicles can be described as a variety of vehicles, including ordinary private cars, trucks disguised as logistics company transport vehicles, motorcycles, taxis, and even a red 16-seater minibus. Zhou Hao and Dong Chunlin were sitting in a taxi together. One of the crew members was in charge of driving, and the car skills were very good. In addition to tracking the mysterious organization, other people also tracked William Rashid and Jonathan, so as to avoid emergencies that would make William Rashid get rid of tracking. According to Dong Chunlin's explanation, Zhou Hao knew that the yellow Spiker sports car in front was one of the trackers of the mysterious organization. Zhou Hao originally thought that the organization would not use eye-catching vehicles such as brand-name sports cars in order to hide its whereabouts. Dong Chunlin said, "Because the sports car is eye-catching, most people think that intelligence organizations will not use it, so they do the opposite. Moreover, the sports car is not only excellent in performance, but can also stay behind the target for a long time, even if it is discovered by the target. Most of them think that in the sports car is the kind of rich family who is eager to provoke others and is not too suspicious. It turned out to be like this. Zhou Hao suddenly realized that these intelligence personnel are really proficient in psychology and other things. They pretend to be trouble-loving rich guys and can hang behind the target just right, but we are taxis. There shouldn't be a taxi driver who would deliberately provoke the sports car. So if we follow that sports car for a long time, they will find out. Dong Chunlin pointed to the Spiker sports car in the distance and smiled. Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. He saw the crew in front drove the two taxis he was on to the overpass in front, and the crew members who were driving other vehicles continued to follow the Spiker sports car, taking turns to minimize the chance of being spotted. Dong Chunlin and Zhou Hao did not continue to follow the mysterious organization or William Rashid, but went straight to the Kwaicheng Wharf to wait for the rabbits, because William Rashid would definitely come to Kwaicheng Wharf if he didn't have an accident. Obviously, Dong Chunlin and the others had made preparations at the Kwaicheng Wharf before, and they used the tallest container in the east as the commanding height for surveillance. And after waiting here for half an hour, they finally saw William Rashid and others coming. If you follow the normal route, it will take too long to come to Kwaicheng from Regal Oriental Hotel. Obviously, William Rashid deliberately went around in a circle in order to get rid of tracking and came here because he thought he was safe. William Rashid drove an old Lincoln station wagon, and Jonathan was with him. Seeing William Rashid coming to Kwaicheng Wharf, Jonathan said dissatisfied, "Hey, William, aren't you going to Lan Kwai Fong? How come you come to such a dull place? How are you? It's a smuggling business." William Rashid ignored him, pressing the button of the headlights and using the length of the light to make a signal until the light on the loading dock opposite also came with a signal. He got out of the car. Jonathan was surprised by William Rashid's behavior and got out of the car and cursed at him. "William, what are you doing? Come to the pier to FCK. Mr. William." At this time, there was a man's voice not far away, and then more than a dozen people came out from behind the container over there. The leader was a middle-aged Chinese man with a cane, coming to this side lamely. "Mr. Ouyang, hello." William Rashid nodded slightly to the middle-aged man. That Mr. Ouyang came to William and shook hands with him. He smiled and said, "The ship is ready. Let's go to Taiwan first, then to Japan. Haha. Our journey is about to begin. Mr. William, you bring the ticket yet?" William took out a cuboid tightly wrapped in newspaper from his shoulder bag and threw it to Mr. Ouyang. Mr. Ouyang handed it to the man behind him. The man opened the newspaper and saw that there was a thick pile of dollars inside. "It is a 100 yuan face value. At a glance no less than 200,000. Mr. Ouyang squinted at Jonathan, and his tone became hazy. "Mr. William, you never said before that there are two passengers." Mr. Ouyang was obviously dissatisfied with William Rashid bringing a passenger over. He touched the crystal agate stone on the crutch and said with a smile, "Mr. William, you should know, bring two people. Going out and taking someone out is not as simple as 1 + 1. The risk I have to take is not as simple as you seem, especially if you are an American and a public figure. It is much more eye-catching than taking an ordinary person. Up. I know this very well." William Rashid said, "This is not a passenger, so you can rest assured, Mr. Ouyang. Since it's not a passenger, why did you bring him here?" Mr. Ouyang laughed happily, and there was an indescribable coldness in the laugh. "Didn't I say that you can only come by yourself? You need to know I am a legitimate businessman, and I have a good reputation in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia. If people know that I still have such a business, then I will be in danger." Following Mr. Ouyang's words, the men behind him already touched his arms or waist, and the eyes looking at Jonathan were extremely unfriendly. Jonathan also noticed something was wrong at this time, and hurriedly shouted at William, "William, what are you doing with these people? What are the passengers, and what's the journey? These guys, no, they are not good people." William ignored Jonathan at all. He was completely different from the enthusiasm and flattery of the past. He only heard him say to Mr. Ouyang, "The boat is ready. I must leave Hong Kong before dawn." Mr. Ouyang smiled slightly and turned to the side. The men behind also gave way to both sides, and further back, in the deep night, you could faintly see a 5,000-ton freighter. William nodded and walked over there. When passing by Mr. Ouyang, he said. No one else knows about him coming out with me. Mr. Ouyang immediately understood what William meant, and his eyes became even colder when he looked at Jonathan, and his two subordinates also took out a sharp knife with cold light from their waists. What do you want to do? No matter how stupid, Jonathan knew that he was in a dangerous situation. He quickly took out a mobile phone from his trouser pocket, and at the same time, he got into the car and locked the door tightly. But he was flustered. I tried many times but failed to get the Hong Kong police number, 999. Kill him, and then throw the car into the sea. Mr. Ouyang ordered his opponent to turn around and get on the boat with William. In the high container, Dong Chunlin said to Zhou Hao, Chief, my brothers are all ready. William Rashid seems to be smuggling to Taiwan by boat to the U.S. military base in Japan. Chief, Taiwan. Neither Japan nor Japan is our China's sphere of influence. If William Rashid escapes there, it will be difficult for the Second Ministry of the General Political Department to get him back. Do you think? Zhou Hao waved his hand. There is no need to act rashly. We are anxious, but some people are more anxious than us. Sure enough, as soon as Zhou Hao's words fell, Dong Chunlin saw that two of Mr. Ouyang's men had suddenly fallen down, and blood was sprinkled on the ground. Upon closer inspection, both of them had bowls on their heads. The big hole looked shocking. Dong Chunlin frowned and muttered to himself, It is a Russian-made VSK 94 sniper rifle equipped with an infrared night vision sight and a silencer. Those two people were shot at the same time, indicating that the other party has at least two such sniper rifles. Sniper rifle. Having said that, he immediately used the thermal imaging high-precision telescope in his hand to scan the vicinity of the pier and soon whispered to the other crew members through the walkie-talkie. At 3 o'clock and 8 o'clock, there are two snipers. The VSK 94 infrared night vision sight. Every unit is careful. At the same time, everyone below Mr. Ouyang was very flustered. Although they were not law-abiding citizens, they had also experienced a lot of storms, but this was the first time they encountered this situation that often only appeared in real wars. Mr. Ouyang was still calm and said to everyone quickly, Find cover. He also came to a lazy donkey to roll around and hid behind a container not far away under the protection of his two men. William also hurriedly avoided and hid to Mr. Ouyang in an S-shaped route. And Mr. Ouyang's other subordinates fired one after another at the container above, and the sharp gunshots seemed unusually harsh in the deep night. As for Jonathan, he was so scared that he even dropped the phone. He only knew how to lie down in the car with his head in his arms, shaking with fear. Hiding behind the container with Mr. Ouyang, and seeing the guys outside shooting randomly, William frowned and said, The other party uses a VSK 94 sniper rifle. Depending on the situation, it also has infrared night vision goggles. The outside will only become the opponent's target. How could Mr. Ouyang care about what type of sniper rifle it was? And he wanted to call his subordinates back in desperation. But before he could speak out, 4 more men fell to the ground outside. Like the previous two, they were shot headshots and died in a miserable state. Seeing that he had 4 more men sacrificed, Mr. Ouyang immediately grabbed William by the collar and shouted, Did you provoke me to come over? You even used a sniper rifle. William's face is also extremely solemn. As a spy, he certainly knows that he has been exposed. The other party obviously does not want to leave Hong Kong by himself, and has already started to take action, and he must be taken back. He knew what his fate would be if he was captured by the intelligence agency of a hostile country. After his value was drained, he would be lucky to die quickly. He grabbed the inner pocket on his chest, where there was a poison made of cyanide, and after taking it, he could die unconsciously in 2 or 3 seconds. Then, William said to Mr. Ouyang, Do you have any flare? Mr. Ouyang was stunned, but he knew that William was in the same boat with him now, and he nodded to the man next to him. The man immediately took out a flare gun and handed it to William. There must be some of them doing shipping. Flare gun, the man said to William. There are only 2 bullets. William took out a special pistol from his arms, and there was a scope on the barrel. He said to Mr. Ouyang's 2 subordinates, After a while, I will launch a flare into the air to disrupt their infrared night vision goggles, and you can shoot a few shots to attract their attention. When the 2 nodded, William rolled over and swiftly moved to cover the old station wagon he had driven over. After taking a few deep breaths, he fired a flare into the air. I saw the flare exploded in the air, emitting a dazzling light, and behind the container, Mr. Ouyang's two men also took the opportunity to fire several shots into the sky. At this time, William, who was paying close attention to the surroundings, also keenly captured the two directions above. Two small lights moved, but the sniper rifle's scope fired the light from the flare, exposing the position. Not to lose his chance, William held a gun in both hands and fired a shot at one of the snipers through the scope, then immediately leaned over and rolled from the bottom of the car to the other side, using the car as a cover, and fired another shot at the other sniper. With these two shots, the two snipers of the opposing team were killed by William. Seeing this situation, Dong Chunlin even breathed in air conditioning and was shocked. We all underestimate William Rashid. It's too powerful. 100 steps through Yang is not enough to describe this man's marksmanship. And what he used is not a sniper rifle, just passing by. It's just a special pistol that has been remodeled and has a greatly extended range. It's really amazing. He asked himself that he was incomparable with William in marksmanship, and he had never heard of a unit with such marksmanship when he was serving in the country. William gave Dong Chunlin too much shock. Zhou Hao never thought that William would be such a good marksman, and with a special pistol, he killed two excellent snipers of the enemy. The mysterious organization obviously didn't expect William to hide so deeply, and Mr. Ouyang's subordinates had been basically eliminated, so they no longer hid in the dark to make sneak attacks. I saw more than a dozen black shadows coming out from various places, and they were encircled and forced towards William, wanting to capture William alive. William didn't mean to surrender at all, and didn't say anything. He used his special pistol to kill two of the opponents first. When he wanted to shoot a third shot, the opponent had already reacted. One shot immediately at William, but aimed at him in the shoulder, without thinking of killing him. William, who was hit in the shoulder, had already lost the ability to shoot, but he still stared at these people stiffly and sneered. Do you think you can catch me back? Too naive. My country will not be so easy. Just give up on me. The man headed by the other party curled his mouth, apparently mocking William's stubbornness. But at this moment, there was a slight gunshot not far away, and the man felt his head explode and fell softly. Seeing the man's entire head exploded, the others were shocked and discovered that a team of more than 20 people was coming from a short distance, fully equipped, wearing a mask, and wearing night vision goggles. Obviously came to rescue William. Dong Chunlin, who was still watching the fire in the container above, was surprised and said, "It is the American combat troops. They have come to rescue William Rashid. We are so careless. I did not expect that William Rashid has notified the United States to come to help." Although the team that appeared suddenly did not have any country logo on it, Dong Chunlin immediately determined that these people were American combat troops and came here to rescue William Rashid. And the mysterious organization that has been monitoring William with Dong Chunlin and the others at the same time. Although its members did not cover their heads and faces, they almost covered all of them, including yellow, white, black, and many other races. It's in English, so it's hard to tell which country's intelligence organization they belong to. Below, when William saw the combat unit that came quickly to help, he smiled and mocked the man who injured his organization. "Look, I'll say you don't be too naive. Take him away, must be sent to the husband," said a member of the mysterious organization. Immediately, two people stepped forward and hit a syringe on William's neck. The syringe was supposed to be a powerful tranquilizer. William passed out in a coma immediately and let him be lifted up by the two and stuffed next to him. In the car originally driven by William, the two men also brought Jonathan in the front seat to the back seat with William, and one of them started the car and quickly reversed to leave the Kwaichung Pier. Others immediately opened fire on the combat unit. The members of this organization are elites who have experienced many battles. They are naturally different from those of Mr. Ouyang's subordinates. The bullets fired almost did not hit the air, and most of them were hit on those special fighters who covered their heads and faces. It's just that those special fighters are not good men and women. Not only are they flexible and quick to avoid, they also wear body armor. Ordinary bullets can hardly hurt them at all. They wore body armor and aimed at their heads, the mysterious organization shouted. But as soon as the words fell, the special warrior over there threw a few things over, emitting a strong light and a very pungent odor. As soon as he smelled it, his body became soft and his vision blurred. People from the mysterious organization immediately shouted, "It's a biochemical poison. Everyone, be careful." To-do. The special fighters didn't intend to let them go. The automatic rifles in their hands continuously ejected yellow tongues of flame, and one after another bullets hit the members of the mysterious organization. The people of the mysterious organization wore bulletproof vests, but when they were hit by a bullet, blood spattered immediately on their bodies, causing great casualties. When Dong Chunlin saw this, he was immediately surprised. Those American devils used special steel core bullets. However, the people in that organization also use steel core bullets. Why can't they wear American devils' body armor? In a few words, the following battle was almost over. All the people left behind by the mysterious organization were wiped out by American special fighters, and the car of William, who wanted to leave the dock, was also hit by a tire and lost the ability to move. The two people in the car are probably not opponents of the United States either. It is only a matter of time before they are killed. The mysterious organization still has a small number of people here at Kwaichung Wharf, but in terms of number or equipment, it is not the opponent of those American special fighters, so it dare not act rashly at all. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the person from the mysterious organization in the driver's seat of the car was killed by the special fighters of the United States. There was only one person from the mysterious organization left in the car. At this time, four special fighters surrounded him. May leave with William. In the container, Dong Chunlin looked at Zhou Hao. "Chief, it's time." Zhou Hao nodded. "Brothers are sure to deal with those Yankees. The firepower of those Yankees is very fierce." "No problem. The brethren are equipped with Class 3 body armor. Even steel core bullets are not so easy to penetrate, and the strength of the brethren is not worse than those of the American devils. Besides, they are telling us that we are in the dark. It is advantageous to face us." Dong Chunlin said confidently. "Okay, then act." Zhou Hao also smiled. Dong Chunlin immediately issued instructions to the brothers who were ambushing in various directions on the pier through the walkie-talkie. "Attention to all units. Kill the Special Operations Unit, mainly by long-range shooting. Try not to engage in close combat with them. And they are all wearing high-level body armor, so don't waste bullets and attack them directly on the head. Repeat, attack the enemy's head." After the order was given, Zhou Hao saw that the U.S. Special Team, which had the chance to win, was immediately attacked from 3 directions. Gu Pingan and the others also have deployed snipers. They use Steyr SSG non-automatic sniper rifles. Although they cannot fire continuously, the accuracy of non-automatic sniper rifles is very high. Gu Pingan and their snipers are also very capable, so in the blink of an eye, 3 American special fighters were headshot to the ground. However, the special fighters immediately discovered Gu Pingan and the others after they sacrificed 3 people and immediately dispersed to avoid and look for the location of the snipers. Because of their agility, the snipers on Gu Pingan fired a few shots and could only kill 2 more special fighters. After being discovered, the snipers immediately left their original positions to avoid counterattacks. At the same time, the crews deployed in other locations were still attacking the special fighters, increasing the number of kills and covering the snipers. Puff, 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 puff. The combat capabilities of those special fighters were also extremely powerful. They quickly determined the ambushes of several of the enemies and quickly made brutal attacks. Suddenly, several brothers on Zhou Hao's side were hit by American special fighters and were hit by them. Not a minor injury. Dong Chunlin immediately said, "Those American devils are not using infrared night vision cameras, but thermal imaging. We are all exposed. Immediately send someone to remove the wounded, and the unit at the commanding heights will immediately suppress those American devils with firepower, and the others will go quickly. Bring William Rashid back, and you can't let him escape here." The people deployed on the 2 commanding heights immediately used powerful firepower to suppress the combat troops below, while the others quickly approached William's car under the cover of their comrades. At the same time, the mysterious organization that had not dared to act rashly also joined the battle, uniting with Zhou Hao's side to attack the American combat troops, which temporarily lost the ability to offensive, only to evade defense. Soon, 3 people from Zhou Hao's side went next to William's car and the American special fighters who had surrounded the car were also forced to retreat behind a distant container by the fire from the commanding heights and were unable to come forward. Opening the rear door, Zhou Hao's people just wanted to pull William out, but the surviving mysterious organization in front took out a gun and pointed at one of Zhou Hao's men and said in English, "This is our goal. Don't think about it. Take it away." The three people looked at each other. They all knew that this mysterious organization was not an intelligence agency on the U.S. side. Although they didn't know which country they belonged to, they were now joining forces with them against the U.S. combat force, so it's not appropriate to fight with them. There was a fierce conflict. However, William was the person Zhou Hao designated to win, so for William, here is also determined to win. I saw the man in front of him slashing with a hand knife on the back of the guy's neck, and then said to the other two brothers, "Leave him alone. Take the target back first." After that, he pulled William out of the car, who was in a coma in the back seat, but Jonathan, who was trembling with fear from head to tail, suddenly climbed out of the car and hugged one of them, crying and shouting, "Help! Please save me. If I can give you money, save me." The person who was hugged shook his foot vigorously, but failed to get rid of Jonathan in hysteria. He was about to knock Jonathan unconscious, but suddenly he heard Zhou Hao's voice from the intercom. "Get out of there." It was Zhou Hao above who saw a few special fighters in the combat unit suppressed by the fire fighting on the back of their neck a few times, and then their bodies grew strangely tall, even the black combat uniforms. It was broken, revealing skyrocketing blue veins and muscles. The situation was like the Hulk's transformation. In the end, those transformed special fighters soared into giants over 2 meters tall. Their skins were strangely purple-black, their faces were very hideous, and their eyes with dilated pupils were full of violence. After the transformation, these special fighters were not too afraid of bullets. Although steel core bullets could penetrate their bodies, the damage caused was very limited, and the severe pain also aroused their ferocity. The eyes of the two wild beasts became even more red. I saw them rushing to William in a rain of bullets, much faster than ordinary people, and rushed to the past in a few strokes. Zhou Hao knew that his three subordinates could not deal with the Hulks, nor did they sacrifice in vain, so he immediately ordered them to leave through the walkie-talkie. However, Zhou Hao's order was a bit late. The three brothers were so frightened when they saw the Hulk, who suddenly appeared in front of them. They subconsciously shot them with guns, but they couldn't cause any harm to them. One of the Hulk slammed a furious punch and knocked the person in front of him into the air. The dull collision was mixed with a few bones breaking. The man was beaten for more than 20 meters and fell to the ground like mud. He didn't know his life or death and couldn't get up again. The other two immediately put down William and took out the three-sided and serrated sabers in their hands. Seeing that their comrades in arms were beaten into the air, they were very angry and wanted to fight these Hulks closely. "Get out of there. You are not the opponent of those guys." Zhou Hao's voice came again. "Damn, what monsters are those?" Zhou Hao threw away the walkie-talkie in his hand, opened the door of the container, and rushed out. There are a total of 5 U.S. special fighters who have transformed themselves into abnormal humans like the Hulk. The situation was so weird, so when they first witnessed all this, everyone in Dong Chunlin and Gu Pingan was stunned in disbelief, and only Zhou Hao could maintain a calm mind, and immediately realized the threat of those Hulks to their brothers. So immediately issued an order to retreat to them. Now Zhou Hao can't bother to guess whether these Hulks are bio-warriors or some superpowers. He saw that one of his brothers was beaten into flight by the Hulk. Although he was not killed on the spot, he was dying, and he would be treated later. "I am afraid that I will become disabled." Angrily, Zhou Hao pushed open the door of the container and rushed outside, shouting to Dong Chunlin in the container without looking back, "Don't let the brothers approach those monsters. Also, concentrate on attacking those who have not transformed." "I hit it hard," Dong Chunlin shouted in the container. "Chief, those few are probably not normal humans. Don't take risks." But I heard Zhou Hao's confident and cold laugh. "When did I say that I was a normal person?" In the blink of an eye, Zhou Hao made a few jumps and fell like Yi Xiao, many times faster than the people in the 3 organizations that belonged to different countries. Dong Chunlin had never seen Zhou Hao's true power. Although he felt worried, he felt his absolute self-confidence from Zhou Hao's words. He had no choice but to pray that Zhou Hao would not have any shortcomings. At the same time, he carried out Zhou Hao's will and ordered the prohibition of his subordinates. Brothers approached the battlefield below and used long-range firepower to carry out intensive strikes against the U.S. combat troops who hadn't changed or were normal people there, and aimed their guns at the head, killing him to relieve Zhou Hao's pressure. Let's talk about Zhou Hao's side. When he came from under the container above, his two subordinates were still fighting the Hulk in close hands with the triangular thorn and serrated saber. Although those Hulks are powerful, their flexibility seems to be reduced a lot. The two of them took a fancy to this point, using their flexible movements to walk around the Hulk, constantly using three-sided stabbings or sabers. It carried out an attack. It's just that the skins of those Hulks can't even cause too much damage from steel core bullets. The triangular spikes and sabers are even more difficult to threaten them, and there are 5 Hulks there, 2 from Zhou Hao. Each subordinate is at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. You leave, I will deal with them, Zhou Hao said. Bring me back William Rashid. When the two subordinates heard Zhou Hao's voice, they immediately left the Hulk and retreated to William, who was still unconscious over there. Jia 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 jia. But when the Hulk in the front made a hoarse and low laugh, it was full of ridicule, and his movements suddenly became much faster. Suddenly, the two people who retreated quickly were caught. The two of them were shocked, and then they realized that the other party was not sluggish, but just tricked them on purpose. At this time, it was too late to avoid, because the Hulk moved faster than them. The two Hulks who ran after them clenched their fists and held them high, and were about to beat them down. Both knew that if they were hit by the Hulk, they would immediately become meatloaf. At this critical moment, a hand grabbed their back collar and slammed them back, causing them to retreat more than 10 meters, and finally fell to the ground, only to see the person who rescued them, Zhou Hao. I saw Zhou Hao standing in front of the two Hulk, with his hands high. Depending on the situation, he was going to resist the Hulk giant fist with his bare hands. Head, be careful! The two brothers yelled unanimously, and saw that the two Hulk fists as big as casserole had fallen down and collided with Zhou Hao's palms. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the powerful force smashed the surrounding air away, as if the shock wave spread away, forming a gale, and the eyes of the two men who were not far away could not be opened. When they opened their eyes, they saw that Zhou Hao was not beaten into meatloaf by the Hulk, as they thought, but stood firmly on the spot, but the hard concrete floor under his feet was actually sunken twice. A pothole, cracks appeared around it, as if it had been beaten by a pile driver. As the person involved, Zhou Hao was also very surprised by the power of these Hulks, because their punches had 3 or 4 tons of striking power, which was almost comparable to the power of first-class masters. But of course it was not Zhou Hao, but the two Hulks, who were the most surprised. They knew how powerful they were. Not to mention ordinary people's bodies, even thick steel plates could dent, but Zhou Hao unexpectedly only the flesh and blood can easily block his fist. You, what monster are you? One of the Hulk asked in English. Zhou Hao sneered. You should be monsters, why don't you know anything about yourself? After all, Zhou Hao slammed one of the Hulk on the chest with one arm. He felt that the skin and flesh of these Hulks were really tougher than normal people, and they looked like rocks. But even if it's a stone, it's almost the same as tofu for Zhou Hao. Even if the strength of these Hulks is really equivalent to that of the top masters in martial arts, Zhou Hao is not afraid at all. As long as they are not the top masters, it is impossible for Zhou Hao. What threat does it cause? The Hulk, who was hit by Zhou Hao, shook his whole body, feeling as if his body was being passed through by an extremely strong electric current. And then he saw Zhou Hao's cold smile, and at the same time felt a huge force from Zhou Hao's palm. It hurt, and the body lifted off the ground and flew back. The other Hulk saw his companion inexplicably knocked into the air by Zhou Hao, so he roared and stretched out 2 big hands to catch Zhou Hao. But seeing Zhou Hao clutching his wrist tightly, he turned around and slammed his shoulders, throwing the Hulk heavily to the ground, and then immediately jumped onto him, punching him in the heart. When Zhou Hao's punch went down, the flesh of the Hulk's heart sank deeply, and the strength of Zhou Hao's fist penetrated the heart of the Hulk. The ground under the Hulk was also cracked with cracks because of this huge force, showing the power of Zhou Hao's punch. Puff! A deep purple pus and blood spurted from the mouth of the Hulk. Zhou Hao drew sideways, and when he saw that the color of the Hulk's blood was different from ordinary people, he frowned and passed out. The Hulk jumped off and looked at the other 3 Hulk with a sneer. Suddenly, 2 Hulks were overthrown by Zhou Hao, and the remaining 3 Hulks looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes, as well as strong anger rising from the bottom of their hearts. Then, the 3 of them ran towards Zhou Hao in unison, and at the same time let out a roar like a beast. Zhou Hao's mouth curled, and he rushed towards him. Both fists gathered strong, infuriating energy. The Hulk at the front soon collided with Zhou Hao, and that huge fist also slammed into Zhou Hao with 10% strength. Naturally, Zhou Hao didn't show weakness, and also greeted him with his bare hands. 2 fists, one big and one small, suddenly met together, making a loud noise. Although the fist of this Hulk was more than 10 times bigger than Zhou Hao, the power on it was not the same as Zhou Hao's. That huge fist was beaten by Zhou Hao on the spot. With a strange cry of Hulk, he reached out his hand to touch the back of his neck again and fiddled with it. Moreover, the other 2 Hulks knew that their power might not be able to deal with Zhou Hao, so they also touched the back of their necks. Zhou Hao remembered that before these Hulks transformed themselves, they had fiddled with something on the back of their necks. When they saw them doing this again, his heart was on guard. Sure enough, the bodies of the 3 Hulks had changed again, and the originally purple-black skin was darker, and they were almost catching up with the black people, and their muscles and veins also increased sharply. Their eyes have become bigger and redder, and red saliva overflows from their mouths, becoming more and more like beasts. Roar! The 3 Hulk roared at the same time. Zhou Hao could see that the sanity of these 3 guys had been completely lost, and they might have become real beasts. While thinking about it, the 3 beasts rushed up and rushed towards Zhou Hao like a wolf. With arms crossed in front of his chest, Zhou Hao blocked the strenuous blow of the Hulk on the right, but he couldn't help but stepped back 3 or 4 steps. Frowning, Zhou Hao was shocked, because the strength of this Hulk has grown again, reaching a strike power of about 10 tons, which is already the greatest strength of a first-class master in martial arts. What are these guys? Are they really American biochemical warriors? Zhou Hao guessed in his heart, and at the same time he increased the strength of his hands. His palms were heavy on both temples of the Hulk in front of him. The force penetrated into his head and knocked him out immediately. After spinning around and kicking him on the head of the Hulk, who just hit the other end, he kicked him out and fell to the ground in the distance, but just fell to Jonathan, who was hiding under the car. Next to Jonathan has never encountered such an unthinkable situation tonight in his entire life. First, he only thought that the very familiar William had become an extremely powerful agent for no reason. Then he used a legal businessman to cover up his criminals, and then he was a soldier with live ammunition. And now there is the Hulk, only in science fiction movies. This series of emergencies even made Jonathan wonder if he had taken drugs and overdosed before, which caused the current hallucinations. Just now, when those Hulks rushed over, he took advantage of the chaos and hid completely, shrank and shivered, and said something in his mouth. It's all hallucinations, all hallucinations. It can't scare me, it can't scare me. When the Hulk was kicked by Zhou Hao and fell to the side of the car, the huge force also shook the ground, making Jonathan even more frightened, especially when he heard the Hulk outside send out wild beasts. Like roaring. The Hulk, kicked by Zhou Hao, inadvertently saw Jonathan's exposed foot. The intense pain made him furious, and she had lost the sanity of a normal person and just wanted to tear it apart. When I saw everything I saw someone hiding under the car and immediately went crazy, grabbed Jonathan's ankle, and pulled him out of the car. Don't. Help. Find someone to help me. Jonathan yelled and grabbed the concrete floor, leaving 10 bloodstains and nails on the ground. It's all reversed. At this time, he saw a black pistol on the ground next to it, but it was not just someone who had fallen there during the fierce battle. Jonathan gritted his teeth and quickly picked up the pistol. At this time, he had been pulled out by the Hulk, and he was hanging upside down. He also saw the hideous face of the Hulk, making him even more frightened. Crack. Wow. Monster, go to death. He yelled and aimed his gun at the head of the Hulk and fired several shots in succession. Since the firearms management of the U.S. team is very loose, legal citizens like Jonathan can own guns, so Jonathan is still very skilled in the use of handguns. The distance between Jonathan and the Hulk is very close, and the pistol Jonathan picked up belonged to the mysterious organization before. It used a penetrating steel core bullet and shot it here. One of the bullets from the Hulk hit him in the eye. The skin and flesh of other parts of the Hulk are much tougher than normal people, but the toughness of the eyes is impossible to strengthen, and it is still the most vulnerable part of the body. So under the shot of the steel core bullet, the right eye of the Hulk was immediately blown out, but it did not continue to penetrate its head, but caused great pain and even more violent to the Hulk anger. FCK, you monster, go to my death. Jonathan kept pulling the trigger and bullets shot to the Hulk, one after another, but it would be difficult to cause him more damage, it just made him even more angry. Roar! Roared again. The Hulk had a strong killing intent on Jonathan, the culprit who caused him great pain, grabbed his ankle with one hand and grabbed his chest with one hand, and then roared tear it to both sides. Ah dash! Jonathan let out a heart-piercing scream. Then I saw a piece of blood spread all over the sky, and Jonathan was torn in half by the Hulk and split from his waist. Throwing the two halves of Jonathan's body to the ground casually, the Hulk licked the blood sprinkled on his face still intently. Jonathan, who fell to the ground, did not breathe for a while. Looking at his lower body not far away, as well as the intestines leaking from the abdominal cavity, he was enveloped by the fear of death, crying with tears. Face. At this moment, he saw Zhou Hao, who had just beaten another Hulk to the ground in the distance, and shouted miserably, Zhou Hao, save me. Help me. Please you, save me. Zhou Hao also saw the tragedy of Jonathan. He did not expect that at the same time that he knocked down another Hulk, Jonathan would suffer such bad luck. Looking at Jonathan's organs scattered all over the floor, Zhou Hao shook his head for himself. Even if he used his true energy, he could not be saved. Although Zhou Hao didn't have any good feelings for Jonathan, it was pitiful to see him end up like this. And the Hulk, who had his right eye exploded and became more violent because of Jonathan's blood, also rushed towards Zhou Hao again. Zhou Hao let out a cold snort and appeared in front of the Hulk in a flash. Within his right hand suddenly, there was a fierce and sharp energy that shot directly at the Hulk's throat. Puff! Zhou Hao's finger chi fired with his strong true chi, far beyond the power of bullets, came out directly from the Hulk. Goo goo. The Hulk covered his throat with his hands, made a few cuckoo sounds, and fell straight to the ground. His body was slow because of the passing of his life slowly shrink and finally returned to its original form. Among the 5 Hulks in total, Zhou Hao only killed this one, and the other 4 were just knocked out, because Zhou Hao knew that these 5 Hulks, who were suspected of being biochemical warriors, were against the domestic army. The significance of Fang's research is that he deliberately left a few living bodies for research experiments. Coming to Jonathan's side again, Jonathan could only breathe. He was lying on the ground looking at Zhou Hao beside him and said weakly, Help? Help? I. Zhou Hao shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect you to end up like this in the end, and I am sorry. I don't want to lie to you. With your current situation, it is impossible to rescue you. What I can do is give you one happy, free you from this pain. Help? Help me. I don't want to die. Jonathan said stubbornly, but his voice became weaker and weaker, and his life came to an abrupt end without the need to make a move. Zhou Hao sighed secretly, then looked at the Special Operations Forces of the United States and saw their original more than 20 people, except for the 5 Hulks and the few who were previously attacked and sniped by Gu Pingan and others. People, now under the combined blows of Dong Chunlin and the mysterious organization, half died, leaving only 4 or 5. There should be a lot of useful information from these U.S. combat troops, so Zhou Hao didn't want to destroy them all, so he rushed forward quickly, taking advantage of the few special fighters who were still unable to deal with Dong Chunlin and others. The firepower hit them and knocked them all unconscious with a few hands and feet. Seeing that the enemy had all been subdued, Dong Chunlin ordered to stop the attack. At the same time, He was surprised by Zhou Hao's strength beyond imagination. Just when he witnessed Zhou Hao easily knocking down those monster-like hulks, Dong Chunlin rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he was dreaming. Now, seeing Zhou Hao with his bare hands, he subdued the American special fighters. Dong Chunlin and other members of the Pluto admired Zhou Hao even more. Dong Chunlin still wondered if Zhou Hao would be a scout, or the task of assassinating the enemy leader is definitely not going to be profitable. Dong Chunlin thought, taking the head of an admiral from a million army is like trying to get something from the bag. It's a strong man like Zhou Hao. He quickly put aside these distracting thoughts and immediately understood Zhou Hao's intention to stun the special fighters without killing him, and ordered his men to go down and capture the comatose special fighters back. Zhou Hao also contacted through the walkie-talkie. Got him. Chunlin, these Yankees should come from the harbor side. You immediately send some people to see if there is a landing craft there, and also, help me inform Brother Liu that the matter has reached this point. It is no longer suitable for us to deal with it privately. I understand, Chief. Dong Chunlin responded immediately, and now he is devoted to Zhou Hao, because worshipping the strong has always been the style of their soldiers, and the powerful combat power that Zhou Hao just showed made Dong Chunlin and the others feeling too shocked. It is inevitable to have deep respect for Zhou Hao. Also, let's see if we can contact the people of that organization. After all, they have just dealt with the Yankees with us just now. It's impossible to say hello. However, there is no need for Zhou Hao and the others to actively contact the mysterious organization. When Zhou Hao's people grabbed ordinary special fighters and the biochemical warriors who would transform into Hulk and prepared to take them away, the people of the mysterious organization, he showed up. What surprised Zhou Hao was that the on-site commander of this mysterious organization was actually the bodyguard of Flammaker. It's you? Zhou Hao frowned and looked at this bodyguard. This bodyguard behaved very calmly and even laughed in English. I never thought I would see you under such circumstances. Are you from the Russian Federal Security Service? Zhou Hao asked with a frown, ignoring his enthusiasm. In fact, he had already speculated that these people were probably members of the Russian Federal Security Service, because they were using the Russian-made VSK 94 sniper rifle, and they were also hostile to the United States intelligence organization. The countries in this range are indeed not many. Seeing this Vlamiker's bodyguard take the initiative to show up now, Zhou Hao immediately knew that they wanted to divide the spoils with himself, because seeing them spend so much energy monitoring William Rashid, he knew William Rashid is very important to them, and those hulks, who were apparently researched by the United States, also have great research significance for them in Russia. Vlamiker, Vlamiker. Zhou Hao said the name silently in his heart, and the more I read it, the more familiar it became. When he first heard the name, Zhou Hao only thought it was an ordinary Russian name, and Liu Zhenwu also said later that the Flammaker was probably a pseudonym casually made up by the other party. However, at this time, it was discovered that the on-site commander of the Russian Federal Security Agency was actually the bodyguard of Vlamiker. Zhou Hao intuitively felt that this Vlamiker was not a pseudonym, and that the Vlamiker heir is obviously closely related to the Russian Federal Security Service. By the way, it's Vlamiker. Suddenly, Zhou Hao's heart flashed, and he guessed the identity of the person, but he had doubts again. But why does that person look different? Under the suspicion in his heart, Zhou Hao knew that it was not the time to think about this issue, and he had to send away the bodyguard, who called himself Balarsky. Just listen to this Balarsky smiling at Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou, depending on the situation, you are also an intelligence agency affiliated with China. However, the William Rashid you just took away is the target of our Federal Security Agency too. We started monitoring a long time ago, so I sincerely ask you to return him to us for disposal. Then he pointed to the few hulks on the ground who had restored their original form and were firmly bound by Zhou Hao's men, and said, also, these strange guys are the enemies of our Russian Federation. It was sent by the United States, and in order to deal with them, our security bureau sacrificed a lot of manpower, so, Mr. Zhou, we don't ask you to give them all to us. We only need the 4 living ones. As for the one you killed is up to you. These requirements of Balarsky are completely unreasonable, and they are almost like robbers, and he emphasized that the dead Hulk was killed by Zhou Hao. which is to push the death responsibility of this research object to Zhou Hao. After Zhou Hao heard the words, he didn't get angry and laughed. Mr. Belarsky, to be honest, I really appreciate the humor of you Russians. Belarsky also smiled slightly. Mr. Zhou, I rarely make jokes. I have no talent for humor. What I just said is very serious. Please also, Mr. Zhou, you can understand our difficulties. If you have problems, don't we have any problems? The smile on Zhou Hao's face grew stronger, but Belarsky felt that his body was getting colder and colder. Just listen to Zhou Hao with a smile. I don't agree with the distribution plan you just put forward, otherwise it would be better. Zhou Hao pointed to a few ordinary special fighters who were killed on the ground. We will allocate them according to the most common hunting principles. Whoever kills or subdues the prey will belong to them, if I remember correctly. There are 4 prey killed on your side, and you can take them away. As for the others, haha, Mr. Belarsky, forgive me for not giving way. But he saw Belarsky's face quickly turned cold. Mr. Zhou, I think you have to figure out that although we only killed 4 prey directly, it would be impossible for you to subdue other prey without our help. Furthermore, William Rashid was the first to be caught and taken away by our people. Your people took advantage of the danger, robbed them halfway, and knocked our people out. Mr. Zhou, Russia and China are close strategic partners and the 2 mainstays of the socialist camp. Don't hurt each other's friendship for these trivial matters and cause the gains to outweigh the losses. His last words already contained a threatening meaning. That is, if Zhou Hao did not agree to his request, he would raise it to the national level and achieve his goal through state-to-state negotiations. If Zhou Hao is a member of the system, he may still be afraid of this threat. After all, if the matter is made big, even if China does not compromise with Russia in the end, it will push someone out as a sacrifice. That person is probably Zhou Hao. This commander in charge of this operation is also a common political thing. However, although Zhou Hao is very close to the system due to the Zhao family's relationship, he is not a person within the system after all. In many cases, he is not restricted by the system and is much freer than those in the political and military systems. Therefore, this threat of Belarsky had no effect at all except to increase Zhou Hao's anger. The smile on Zhou Hao's face remained unchanged, but the breath exuding from his body made Belarsky shudder. Mr. Belarsky, you are the one I want to figure out. William Rashid is mine. People are the first to pay attention. If it weren't for my people who used the drug possession to force him to stay in Hong Kong, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to find him. So my people monitor him for no shorter time than you, at least during this period in Hong Kong. You said that he was captured and taken away by your people first, but if you can't keep him, it's your own weakness and nothing special. As for the guys who will transform, I won't say much. It is a favor to let one be given to you, and it makes sense not to let one be. It depends on how I decide in the end. There is also the friendship between China and Russia. To put it bluntly, can you represent the whole of Russia, Mr. Belarsky? I think it is Mr. Flammekeier alone that can make a decision on this matter. Mr. Zhou, what do you mean is that you refuse to agree to our request? Belarsky said coldly. The 5 men behind him immediately took out weapons such as pistols, automatic rifles, and more than a dozen people, including Dong Chunlin and Gu Pinggan beside Zhou Hao, also immediately took out their weapons, and the atmosphere suddenly became stiff. Although Belarsky's side was inferior in terms of numbers, he didn't mean to compromise at all. On the contrary, he said strongly to Zhou Hao, Mr. Zhou, your behavior, if serious, we can treat it as a declaration of war. Zhou Hao didn't say anything. He drew a low-pitched pistol from the waist of Dong Chunlin next to him and fired 3 shots directly, hitting the wrists of the 3 closest people to Belarsky. Dong Chunlin and Gu Pingyan also responded very quickly, and without Zhou Hao's order, they shot at the same time, hitting the shoulders of the other 2 of Belarsky's men. Zhou Hao? What do you mean? Belarsky couldn't think that Zhou Hao was so tough, and he would directly fire at his own people without saying anything. When he reacted, all 5 people except him were lost. In order to gain combat power, those guns were forcibly handed over by Zhou Hao's people. What do you mean? Zhou Hao sneered. I think you have forgotten what this place is. This is not your Russia. It is our Chinese territory. Have you agents of the Federal Security Agency been approved for entering our territory? You carry so many powerful weapons. Have you got the approval of our government? Then Zhou Hao said to Dong Chunlin and Gu Ping'an, "Crap them all for me and arrest them for spying." "Yes, the chief." Dong Chunlin Gu Ping'an replied attentively, and his men immediately went over to hand over Belarsky's 5 subordinates. Dong Chunlin and Gu Ping'an also clamped Belarsky from one side to the other, searched out his weapon. Belarsky heard Zhou Hao's official language so proficient, and Dong Chunlin and Gu Ping'an called Zhou Hao as chief. Belarsky mistakenly thought Zhou Hao was really an official of a certain Chinese intelligence agency. Coupled with the fact that Zhou Hao's official language is well-founded, they are indeed on Chinese territory, so they immediately lost their momentum. But Belarsky said hardly, "Zhou Hao, do you know what you are doing? You are destroying the diplomatic relations between Russia and China." Zhou Hao did not respond to him, but bowed his head for a moment, and then said to Dong Chunlin, "Take the other people back. As for this guy, you and Ping will go with him to Vlamiker, just to Vlamiker. Say, I want to meet him." Both Dong Chunlin and Gu Ping'an were a little confused about Zhou Hao's orders, because as Zhou Hao said before, things have developed to this point, and it is no longer suitable for them to handle it privately. The best way is to hand it over to the military or the Ministry of National Security. And Zhou Hao went to meet the other party's people without notifying the country, which to some extent violated discipline. However, even if they feel puzzled, they still follow Zhou Hao's orders honestly, because after tonight, they have been completely devoted to Zhou Hao and firmly believe that Zhou Hao will never do anything to harm the country. It doesn't hurt to violate discipline, even a little bit. When Dong Chunlin and Gu Ping'an escorted Belarsky to leave the Kwaicheng Wharf to find Vlamiker, Liu Zhenwu personally led the team over here, accompanied by the Hong Kong Flying Tigers, personally led by Su Qian and Zheng Yingpei. When they saw the scene on the dock side, Liu Zhenwu and Zheng Yingpei were shocked, including Mr. Ouyang and his subordinates who were shot to death during the battle. A total of more than 30 people died at the scene, of which the worst was the death. Jonathan, the bullet holes all over the ground and the surrounding containers also told them how tragic the fighting was at that time. Liu Zhenwu glared at Zhou Hao. "You kid, why are you making such a big movement again? Look at these guys. Aren't they all the U.S. Marines?" When Liu Zhenwu listened to Zhou Hao's narration, his face immediately became serious. The United States did not hesitate to send these Special Operations Forces to rescue William Rashid. Among them, there are strange biochemical fighters. You can see William Rashid, the importance of SID, and as Zhou Hao expected, those biochemical fighters who know how to transform have great research significance for the National Military Intelligence Bureau. Because as far as Liu Zhenwu knows, although many countries have biochemical research activities, the biochemical fighters that can be applied to battlefields or espionage capabilities are unheard of. I did not expect that the United States has already succeeded in research. He immediately said to his opponents, "Let me take a good look at the biochemical fighters, take them all back to the base, and inform the people of the General Political Department to send relevant experts over immediately." At this time, he saw the people of the Russian Federal Security Service who were detained by Zhou Hao and asked, "Xiao Hao, who are these people?" "It's from the Russian Federal Security Service." Zhou Hao answered honestly. "They are also monitoring William Rashid and want to see him take him back to Russia, but I didn't agree, so I arrested them for the crime of espionage. Brother Liu, since you are here, I will leave these people to you." Even the old Mauzi was dispatched. Liu Zhenwu was surprised again, and he paid more attention to the value of William Rashid. "Also, I suspect that Vlamiker is the leader of these Russian security agency people. He has sent someone to meet him." Zhou Hao said, "People from your military or government officially meet with him for negotiations. Before, I wanted to see him first. I am not a member of the system, and many things are much more convenient. I want to find out about him first." Liu Zhenwu thought for a while, then nodded. "Well, you should go and see him first, by the way, to find out what his status is on the Russian side." "Well, this time they sent spies without our consent. It was sent here, although it was a spy against the United States, but it was unreasonable. If we grasp this, we will be able to take the initiative to the maximum. You must make good use of it, Xiao Hao." Zhou Hao smiled. "I know Big Brother Liu. Ripped off is my favorite thing." Liu Zhenwu and Zhou Hao's subordinates were all elite soldiers. They were naturally vigorous and vigorous. They quickly took away the biochemical fighters and ordinary special fighters. As for the dead special fighters, they were also packed and transported away because of their weapons, and more or less equipment can give the military some intelligence. At the same time, the landing craft that had transported troops was also intercepted by a Chinese patrol ship in the waters close to the high seas off Hong Kong. It was fired back because the landing craft voluntarily opened fire on the Chinese patrol ship and was eventually sunk by the patrol ship. As for the Hong Kong Flying Tigers, led by Su Qian and Zheng Yingpei, in the end they were only responsible for handling the scene and doing confidential work. After all, this kind of espionage war involving countries is far beyond the ability of their Hong Kong police to cope. Zhou Hao did not participate in the interrogation of William Rashid, the American special fighters, and the people from the Russian security agency, as well as the research on the biochemical fighters. After all, the military has its own professionals who are proficient in this way. And as the greatest hero of this incident, Zhou Hao naturally has the right to know after the results come out, so he is not anxious. Zhou Hao is now most concerned about the appointment with Flammaker. He has faintly guessed the identity of the guy in his heart, but he feels a little puzzled, because the person he has seen before and the person in his impressions, its appearance is completely different. After a night of turmoil, Zhou Hao also felt a little tired. Fortunately, when he returned to the villa in the mid-levels, Su Lin and He Xiun, two beautiful women who regarded him as the flesh of their hearts, served him with all their hearts, one washing his feet and the other massaged him, and finally followed Zhou Hao's half-soft and half-hard wishes, which made Zhou Hao very gentle. The next morning, when Zhou Hao woke up, the two women who hadn't got a strand slept softly in his arms, like two kittens, which made Zhou Hao feel relieved. Just looking at the fascinating and exquisite curves of the two women, especially their mutton-like white jade skin, made Zhou Hao's desire eager again. However, Zhou Hao couldn't bear to toss the two girls anymore. After all, He Xiuyun and Su Lin were tossed enough by him last night. This is because He Xiuyun's physical fitness is good. It took most of Zhou Hao's energy and relieved Su Lin a lot of pressure. Otherwise, Su Lin was afraid that he would not be able to get out of bed for the next 3 days. Feeling a demon hand touching her body, the two women murmured, slightly opened the hazy, beautiful eyes, and saw Zhou Hao's smiling face. Su Lin turned around, changed a more comfortable posture, and stuck it in Zhou Hao's arms, half dreaming and half awake said, "Don't do it. Haven't you had enough toss last night?" He Xiuyun also looked tired, even unwilling to open his eyelids, blindly shrinking in Zhou Hao's arms. Zhou Hao got out of bed cautiously, without disturbing the two women on the bed. Then he went to the kitchen to make breakfast himself before waking up the two women. Su Lin and He Xiuyun ate the breakfast Zhou Hao personally made, and were full of happiness, but they blushed again when they remembered the absurdity of the two women working with Zhou Hao yesterday. Zhou Hao ate breakfast with the beautiful appearance of the two women, and he felt pleasing and cozy. After that, Dong Chuanlin's call came, and Zhou Hao guessed that it must have been news from Flammaker. "Chief, Flammaker agreed to meet you and ask you about the time and place." Dong Chunlin said on the phone. "Just this afternoon. The place is in the Moonlight Club." In the afternoon, Zhou Hao came to the Yuguan Club as scheduled. Niyong School had been greeted by Zhou Hao a long time ago. During this afternoon, it closed its business to the outside world and asked the people in his community to guard the Moonlight Club tightly, not allowing outsiders to enter. When Zhou Hao arrived, Niyong Shao said to him, "How? The Russian has already arrived, on the second floor." Zhou Hao nodded, and followed Niyong's school to the second floor of the club. Sure enough, he saw that Flammy Keel was already sitting on the wicker chair over there, and a waitress was carefully giving him a foot massage. Flammy Keel, she also put on a white bathrobe, which looked very casual. What surprised Zhou Hao was that Flammaker did not bring the brigade. Only the Belersky and another bodyguard stood behind him. Seeing Zhou Hao, Flammaker smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou, let's try the sauna here. I didn't have time to enjoy it when I came here last time." Zhou Hao smiled and nodded, and the two of them walked into the well-equipped sauna next to them. The Balersky and the other bodyguard also wanted to follow up, but they saw Flammaker wave their hands. "You guys don't come in. I want to talk to Mr. Zhou alone." "But, sir," Belersky had seen Zhou Hao single-handedly defeated 5 Hulks. If Zhou Hao was really against Flammaker, then Flammaker would be in danger. "You still don't think it's embarrassing enough?" Flamykeel said lukewarmly, and went straight into the sauna. Belersky was stunned for a moment. His face was ashamed, but he didn't dare to step into the sauna, but was guarding the door with the other bodyguard. And as long as there was something unusual inside, he would immediately rush in. Zhou Hao and Vlamikar both wrapped a towel to cover their lower body. Looking at Zhou Hao's sturdy upper body, Vlamikar said with envy, "Mr. Zhou, your body is so good, it won't work. There are too many sequelae when I was young." Seeing the marks of Vlamikar's body that might be a knife wound or a gunshot wound, Zhou Hao knew that he was also an agent of the Russian Federal Security Service, that is, the KGB spy, and that the person in his impression also had such a background. More sure of this guess, he smiled at Vlamikar. "I didn't expect you to be from the Russian Security Service. I didn't expect your status in the Chinese intelligence agency to be so high." Flamykeel also smiled. "The special fighters and biochemical fighters sent by the United States last night, as well as the William Rashid, now have all been taken to your military base in China." Zhou Hao shrugged. "If I said I was not a member of the intelligence agency, and I didn't even have any public office, would you believe it?" "Believe." Flamykar smiled. "You are from the Zhao family. Even without those imaginary titles, the energy is still huge. Why don't I believe it?" Zhou Hao was noncommittal and asked, "I want to ask you, William Rashid is very important to you? Since my people started to pay attention to William Rashid, they found that you are also monitoring him." I saw Flamikar's side. "Oh, I didn't think you knew about our existence a long time ago, but we haven't noticed it. This is the power gap. The KGB has declined a lot than before." He said that if the Federal Security Agency was still at the peak of the KGB, it would be impossible for Zhou Hao to suffer such a big loss. I listened to Flamykar again. "Let's be honest, William Rashid is an American spy that we only recently discovered. We discovered that he is an online spy for the CIA's spy network in Asia, and he controls all of Asia. Most of the intelligence collected by American spies plays a very important role in the CIA. Just half a month ago, we caught a spy who had been lurking in our government for 10 years. Not only did he collect a lot of our confidential information, but also successfully corrupted 2 senior officials in our government. Through the spy, we found William Rashid." Zhou Hao sighed in his heart. He did not expect that he had caught a big fish by accident. Who would have thought that a member of an international rock band would actually be a spy agent in charge of the CIA in the entire Asian region, which is equivalent to a communication bridge between the CIA and spies in Asia? No wonder, in order to rescue William Rashid, the U.S. even sent biochemical fighters. No wonder Flamykeel attaches such importance. However, since William Rashid's significance is so important, Zhou Hao would not let him go. It's just that Flamykar was so honest, and Zhou Hao couldn't refuse it. This is also Vlamikar. His brilliance, showing his sincerity, makes it difficult to tear himself apart in subjective emotions. This method is far more brilliant than Belersky's blindly powerful threat. Zhou Hao smiled at him. "Mr. Flamykar, since you are so frank, and American spies are a great threat to us, China and Russia. Otherwise, I can ask the military from William as long as the information that Rashid gets from the mouth is about Russia, we will notify you as soon as possible." In fact, Zhou Hao just said so. The information obtained from William about Russia, the domestic side will naturally decide which to notify Russia and keep which for its own use depending on the importance of the information. Flamykar didn't seem to know Zhou Hao's intentions and smiled gratefully. "Thank you very much, Mr. Zhou. You are really a good friend of our Russia." Zhou Hao laughed secretly in his heart. He believed that a Flamykeel city would not fail to guess his intentions. If you really rely on the domestic side to pass the news to the Russian side, the Russian side will be completely passive, and the amount of intelligence, or even the true or false of the intelligence, cannot be controlled. However, if Flamykar had nothing to do with Zhou Hao, he was still chatting and laughing like this, which shows his scheming. Fortunately, Zhou Hao is not a kind person, and he immediately said with a serious face, "Mr. Flamykar, you may think that I am perfunctory to you, but what I want to say is that what I said just now is sincere, even if we are in China. If I don't want to share information with you, I'll try my best to help you. Of course, since William Rashid has CIA intelligence throughout Asia, I can't tell you about our China." This time, it was Vlamikar's turn to be surprised, because Zhou Hao meant that even if it violated China's wishes, He had to tell himself information about Russia. In fact, Flamykeel was very annoyed that William Rashid had fallen into the hands of China, because the Russian espionage under the control of William Rashid is very important to him. In particular, the US CIA has bought high-ranking generals from 2 Russian military forces and obtained a lot of confidential information about Russian defense, including parts of the Navy and Air Force, the defensive distribution, and the location of the secret base. Although the Russian side has controlled these 2 senior generals, the information has been leaked out. They believe that the important information is still in the hands of William Rashid, and William Rashid has not had time to pass the information to the CIA. That's why Flamykeel was determined to win against William Rashid. Even if the military intelligence cannot escape the end of the leak, at least for a short time, Russia does not want it to fall into the hands of the United States, so that it has time to adjust its defense configuration. He also heard Zhou Hao said, "The biggest enemy of China and Russia is the United States. From a certain point of view, our relationship is both prosperous and prosperous. In reality, we still need your country to stop the United States. On the edge, if your country is militarily suppressed by the United States, we will not be better off. I also believe that our Chinese government must also consider the overall situation. In fact, even if I don't have to talk more, they will advance and retreat together with your country." Flamykeel stared at Zhou Hao scorchingly, as if he wanted to see through Zhou Hao's mind, but he saw Zhou Hao smile. "Mr. Flamykeel, in fact, you don't need to guess my intentions. To put it bluntly, I want to hand you this. Friends, of course, if I don't have enough benefits, I won't make friends casually." "Ha!" Flamykeel smiled heartily. "Zhou Hao, are you Chinese all so frank?" Zhou Hao is non-committal. "At least I am like this. Actually, I am not a member of the country, but a profit-seeking businessman, and I am very interested in your country's market. So I also want Mr. Flamykeel to give me matchmaking and tie-up." "Ha ha ha! You really are an unprofitable businessman." Flamykeel patted Zhou Hao's shoulder vigorously, but there was no such hidden vigilance in his eyes. "I really wanted to make friends." Zhou Hao's meaning. Zhou Hao said again at this time, "I know that the highest level on your Russian side is in a critical period of power transition, and you, as Russia's successor, are now the chairman of the Federal Security Agency, plus Yeltsin has just taken over. The control of the party is handed over to you, and you are naturally cautious about the leak of Russian military secrets. Moreover, in Russia today, there are probably many people who are staring at the highest authority staring at you, and even expecting you to come back. If you go back to Russia and participate in its power struggle, the situation will be much more serious." Flamykeel was startled, staring at Zhou Hao dumbfounded. I heard Zhou Hao continue to say, "Now Yeltsin has appointed you as the successor of the Russian government. Most of the forces within Russia are approaching you, but there are still many forces that are unwilling to do so. If you make a mistake, they will rush out, and even those who originally leaned on you will be shaken. In addition, the United States will definitely not stand idly by, and you will not stop without burning a few more fires. As a result, the situation in Russia will be much more chaotic, and we, China, absolutely do not want to see such a situation." You. Flamykeel pointed at Zhou Hao, the expression on his face losing his calm for the first time. When Belarsky outside heard the movement inside, he slammed open the door of the sauna and drew his gun to aim at Zhou Hao. At the same time, he asked Flamykeel nervously, "Sir, are you okay? Is it this? The guy wants to be against you. Get out of here." Flamykeel stared at Belarsky coldly, his voice also cold. Belarsky trembled all over, and his face was pale, put down the pistol and quickly retreated, not forgetting to close the door. Although Flamykeel treats them with such dignity on weekdays, he rarely gets such annoyance, which makes Belarsky feel a sense of despair in his heart, like a child abandoned by his father. At this time, Flamykeel seemed to have recovered his calm and deliberately smiled at Zhou Hao. "Zhou Hao, what did you just say? Why didn't I understand? What is the chairman of the Federal Security Agency?" "I'm just inside the security agency, the deputy director of a branch." "Mr. Flamykeel, don't conceal it anymore. Just now I thought that you Russians are straightforward and bold men, but you are in the same position as you are now." Zhou Hao pretended to sigh. "Your full name should be Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin." Flamykeel was shocked again. As soon as he wanted to tell the difference, he heard Zhou Hao say, Originally, I was thinking that your appearance is completely different from him. But then I want to understand that since your federal security agency is the world a well-known intelligence agency, must be extremely skilled in disguising. He looked at Vlamikyr and smiled. You should still be wearing a mask now. It's so vivid. Vlamikyr touched his face subconsciously, and when he reacted, he saw Zhou tacit smile, and then shook his head and smiled. Him, hum. Unexpectedly, I will be planted with you. After that, he went to the pool next to him and took a puddle of water to wash his face, then reached out his hand and fumbled around the temple, rolled up a small side, and then carefully tore it off, finally tore off a piece as thin as a cicada. The lifelike masks with wings even have very good light permeability, which is supposed to be able to clearly reflect the user's complexion and increase its realism after being worn on the face. As for Vlamikyr, who returned to his true appearance, his appearance exactly matched the familiar image in Zhou impression, but he was a little younger. This Russian, who is not tall and looks more than 40 years old, is the future Russian President Putin. It was very difficult for Zhou to control his turbulent emotions and not let the waves in his heart show up on his face. In front of him, this man who has left a strong mark in the world and history, a head of state who is about to reach the top of the largest country in the world, will have an immeasurable impact on the world for many years to come. And such a pivotal figure stood in front of Zhou alive, and even saw each other naked and enjoyed the sauna together. If they were ordinary people, it might be enough to recall the adventure of a lifetime. However, Zhou is no longer an ordinary person after all. His unique experience quickly calmed him down and smiled and stretched out his right hand to Putin. Mr. President, it is an honor to know you. Although Putin has not yet officially taken over the supreme authority of Russia from Yeltsin, Zhou knows that this is a foregone conclusion. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Zhou does not make friends with him, causing Putin to completely lose William Rashid and fall into a disadvantage of power struggle. With his talents, he is bound to be able to reach that position by himself, but time will be a little bit longer. Just postpone it a bit. Putin shook Zhou's hand. Although he has always been a man of emotion and anger, but Zhou's Mr. President really made him feel comfortable. He was not overly hypocritical in front of Zhou and was very honest, acknowledged his established identity. Zhou smiled and said, "Before you said that I am the prince of which red family. In fact, you are the true prince. I also believe that Russia will get rid of its decline and regain its glory under your leadership." Putin nodded deeply. "Accept your words." Then he smiled. "I'm curious, how did you know me?" "Actually, it is not difficult to guess. Think about it. Since the last time you appeared on Russian TV, how long have you not appeared in the public? Also, Russia is now in a period of power transition, and the Federal Security Agency is in global activities should become more cautious and convergent, lest there be any complications, but you led a team to Hong Kong to hunt down William Rashid. Once this matter is discovered, even if China and your country are in an alliance, your country will probably fall into a passive position. Western countries such as the United States will even take the opportunity to provoke it. This responsibility is too great, so I think other people in the Federal Security Agency should not have such great courage, unless their chairman personally acts. And the benefits of doing this are easy to guess. Moscow is in the most intense period of power struggle. Although you are the focus of all forces and the key person in the entire storm, at this time, you are in a whirlpool. The center is not good. It's like dancing on the tip of a knife. A little carelessness is the end. If you pull out, you can not only reduce the pressure on your body, but you can also see the situation more clearly. As I said earlier, since William Rashid is so important to your country, if you can capture him, save your country's losses to the utmost extent, and go back with this merit, you will be more confident. There is one more thing. I think Yeltsin should have ordered you to leave Moscow. He didn't want you to be in the center of the storm. You are his personally selected successor. He wants to personally take care of you. The fiercest attack will be carried over. Putin stared at Zhou blankly. In this life, whether he was working as a KGB agent or being a political leader, he had seen countless people, and he had also seen a lot of old cunning people in the city as deep as the sea, but there was no Zhou in front of him. Shocked, especially Zhou still looked so young. What Zhou said was all-inclusive. Putin even doubted whether there were Chinese spies in Moscow's power center. So Zhou Hao knew his situation so clearly. Putin is more willing to believe that this is the case, because if these were all speculated by Zhou Hao himself, then Zhou Hao would be terrible. He said sincerely, "Seriously, I am very glad that you are not in politics. With your talents and the energy of the Zhao family, it is not surprising that you will reach the highest peak of power in China in the future." Putin stared at Zhou shiningly. "How? If China is to be led by you, let alone the United States, even if it is Russia, I am afraid we will be fidgeting." Zhou Hao smiled slightly. "You are too rewarding. I'm just a little clever businessman. My godfather, the chairman, and the prime minister are capable people with great wisdom. Compared with them, I am still too immature." Putin shook his head and smiled. "No matter what you say, it's nice to meet you." He held Zhou Hao's hand even harder. At this moment, Putin really wanted to make Zhou Hao. "By the way, what do you think of the Russian financial market?" Zhou Hao suddenly asked. In such a harmonious atmosphere, it is the best choice to slowly introduce the topic to his own purpose. "How to look? How can I look at it?" Putin shook his head a little annoyed. "A large part of our financial market is controlled by those financial oligarchs. Even several state-level banks in the Soviet era are in turmoil. The time has fallen into the hands of those unsatisfied evil wolves. These wolves are the worst enemy of our Russia." Putin hated those oligarchs in Russia who were insatisfied with the blood of the people of the country. Zhou Hao knew about this, and he also knew that in the original history, after Putin officially became president, he dealt a heavy blow to those oligarchs. Most of the oligarchs who have become emperors of the land have ended miserably after Putin's blow. Hearing Zhou Hao's question, Putin raised his eyebrows and looked at him. "Why? You are also interested in our domestic financial market?" Touching Putin's vigilant gaze with a bit of chill, Zhou Hao's heart jumped, secretly saying not to let this iron-blooded president be hostile to him. Otherwise, it will be endless trouble for him. Putin not only hates his own domestic financial oligarchs, but also those international speculators who covet the Russian financial market and are supported by Western countries such as the United States and Britain. Russia's finances and state-owned assets, which fell into the hands of the jackals because of the turmoil of the Soviet Union, have always been Putin's bottom line. Once someone steps on the line, he will immediately attack the most merciless. Zhou Hao knew that he could not lose his momentum at this time, and nodded calmly. "Yes, I am very interested in your financial markets. I have already said that I am a profit-only businessman." Interested. At almost the same time, Zhou Hao keenly felt that Putin's breath was getting cold. But Zhou Hao didn't panic at all, and continued to smile. "I know that you are determined to rectify Russia's financial market, and you must also recover the state-owned assets that fell into the hands of the staff." Putin's expression slowed down. "Since you already know that I want to stop the financial market, you should understand that this is a very big risk for you speculators." "Ha ha ha ha. Crises. Crises. There are crises that are organic." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "With you, the president, looking after, I think it's hard to lose money." I saw Putin leaning against the wall with his hands in his arms, looking at Zhou Hao with interest. "You are talking about, why should I look after you?" "Because I can help you deal with the financial oligarchs in Russia, and also give the large number of international financial crocodiles who are pouring into the Russian stock market and want to take advantage of the fire, and let them go home." Zhou Hao confidently said. "Oh." Putin really became interested in Zhou Hao's words, but he still didn't believe it. "Zhou Hao, although I am now a friend of you, you'd better not make fun of me. I'm a person, nothing like to joke." For the financial oligarchs in Russia, Putin is very aware of their power. Those wolves not only control the financial economy of their respective turf, but the strongest ones can even control Russia's central bank to a certain extent. As a whole, has a very large influence on Russia's economy. The Russian stock market is similar to China's. It is self-contained and not linked to the world. Although this reduces the influence of the Russian stock market on international financial turmoil, it also increases the difficulty for the government to deal with those financial oligarchs. If it is linked to the international financial market, then fluctuations in the international financial market can also be used to weaken the funds of those financial oligarchs. But in Russia's self-contained financial structure, even the rules of the game are determined by those oligarchs. Moreover, Those oligarchs have used their money to establish a huge network of relations in Russia, and almost all officials of the Russian government have relations with them. Relying on the government's influence, some powerful oligarchs even took over important minerals such as gold mines, iron ore, and oil fields to further expand their financial resources. Due to the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the turmoil that shook the world, the Russians, who were originally loyal to the Soviets and united like iron, gradually developed a desire for money and material in the long-term turbulent and poor environment, and they were given the opportunity to be corrupted by those oligarchs. This situation is especially serious in the military. Before and after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, large quantities of Russian-made arms flowed into the world's black arms market, and even nuclear warheads appeared at auctions on the black market. These arms were sold by the Russian military for money. This situation is similar to the vassal rule of the Tang dynasty in Chinese history. Although Yeltsin used tough methods and courage to improve the situation when he was in power, Russia is suffering extremely badly, and Putin's successor needs to continue to work hard. Knowing that those oligarchs are difficult to deal with, Putin is skeptical of Zhou Hao's words. Just listen to Zhou Hao's words. Do you know this time the Asian financial turmoil? Although your Russian stock market is not linked to the international market, it will always be affected more or less. The most important thing is that the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind keeps going. You don't want to move? Those financial predators don't seem to let you go. I think you have already noticed that there are now a large number of financial predators investing money in your Russian financial market, and your financial oligarchs are also involved. Want to get a share of this feast? In fact, it's sad to think about it. Just like Su Jianming and others in Hong Kong, facing the big crocodiles of George Soros, they not only did not help their country, but secretly participated in it to divide up their country's money. Atonement for his sins. Putin was also shocked when he heard the words. He did find that a large amount of hot money was pouring into the Russian financial market. However, on the one hand, he was caught in the storm of power struggle and had no time to take care of it. On the other hand, he felt that the hot money might be normal. The investment in the country has not been given enough attention. Now that he heard what Zhou Hao said, he realized the seriousness of the situation. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.